apartheid regime in 2021. Amnesty International declared Israel to be an apartheid regime.
Don't fucking stop me while I'm cooking, you baboon in a suit! The chef is in! About to give you a fucking Chelsea green, you donkey! Donkey!
Listen to what I'm saying, and you will understand, perhaps, what I'm trying to imply.
Patronizing.
Yeah, I am being patronizing. I don't know who the fuck you are, and you're over here chirping all the way from fucking London about you want to fucking free Palestine, but also simultaneously you're talking about how both sides are fucking fine. Shut the fuck up. You don't know anything, okay? Who the fuck is this pink-haired twink? Dissolve the apartheid.
So what would you like to see happen, Hassan?
Do you not understand the English language? What's going on, everybody? I'm live and alive from Mamdanistan, New York, and I have a very special guest with me right now. We're going to get right into it, obviously, instead of doing the normal. This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news aspect, because we have a very limited time here with my esteemed guest, the gay pussy eater.
I didn't see you walk in there.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I was just reading.
He's deep. He's deep.
Burr, Your Excellency, sir. To which Washington responds, who are you? Burr, as a rejoinder, says, Aaron Burr, sir, permission to state my case. And then it goes on and on and on. And what I found most fascinating about this book is it rhymes quite often.
Yeah.
As if it was an urban rap.
Yeah, it's better that way. It's too tough to read if it doesn't. Yeah, liberal Hitler's in the building, ladies and gentlemen. That's what they're spamming. I'm in a hotel room where the window is busted open, and it's so fucking cold in here already.
It is quite cold.
It's quite cold because the I don't know what happened, but the windows are not
Somebody
shutting.
came in here and messed around with your stuff.
Yeah.
To be honest, that's actually what happened.
Yeah. We need Liz. What the fuck is Brace going to say about the markets? We need Liz. That's what they're saying.
Listen, Liz, I'll tell you this. Liz has zero exposure, which is what we call it on Wall Street, to Bitcoin.
Yeah.
I have everything in Bitcoin, and it crashing in Dogecoin and in Trump coin, which Trump coin, by the way, lowest it's ever been today.
That's very sad. Or is that good? Did you short it? Can you even short Trump coin?
I don't really know what shorting is even now.
Okay. All right. Well, you take a position against it like it's going to go down. So when it goes down, you make money.
Yeah, I know, but why would you? I guess I know that to be literally true. I guess what I don't understand is why you would be so negative.
Okay. Yeah. Why would you? It should be illegal. Like, that's what I'm saying. It should be illegal to assume that the Trump coin is going to go down at all.
Yeah.
Palantir's down 7% today, is what someone in the chat told me. Not sure why any of that is happening. I don't really understand the markets. That's why we need Liz.
And she doesn't know why nobody knows why Palantir's down 7%.
Yeah. But maybe the Epstein files. Probably not, though.
No, because Peter Thiel's so lucky he's gay for every reason you can think of.
Yeah.
But he is like, that is kind of your like ticket out of like, you're in the Epstein files. Like, well, not with any of the girls.
Well, Mendelsohn couldn't get out of it. And isn't he gay?
Yeah, but I think the British are sort of naturally bisexual. And so, and their addiction to molesting, I think, probably transcends gender.
But if there's one country where I thought they wouldn't make a bigger deal about molestation, it would be the English.
I know. I can't. Do you see Keir Starmer like shaking?
Yeah, he was like holding his hand, talking about it. Anyway, we're already diving into it. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, MBs, welcome. I'm Hassan Piker. This is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from Afghanistan in New York City. It is currently 12 p.m. Pacific time, 3 p.m. Eastern time, the 5th of February, 2026. And there's a lot going on in the world. Obviously, we're going to get into all of that. Normally, I would tell you my personal news, but the reason why I'm actually late is because I was just shooting a Victory Light podcast with the Kid Mero and Brace Belden. You can look forward to watching that podcast in the upcoming week. But sorry for the delays. It's because Zoran hasn't shoveled all the snow appropriately.
I will say the snow is getting a bit much.
Yeah, it's getting a bit much. He fucked up the snow. He also fucked up the crime because I voted for him illegally to increase the crime rate, and it turns out crime is down.
It's down? Well, not in your hotel room.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck's going on in my hotel room. Crime is up.
I'm closing the window again.
All right, try to close it again. It just keeps opening on its own. We can't shut it. We can't shut the window. I don't know what happened. But I'm audio only, but this is the coffee guy from YouTube, right? The coffee guy from YouTube. I don't even know what the fuck that means.
Did
But
people just say stuff like that to you? I'm the coffee guy from YouTube?
yeah, you're the coffee guy from YouTube. Anyway, Themasius, thank you for the playlist. I'm gonna blast off real quick on Twitter as well. And we'll dive right into it because Brace has other obligations.
I have to go. Listen, I'll be honest with you guys. I got to go to analysis. I go twice a week. Down to one soon though because it's true.
It's
Next
working.
Week, it's because Liz is gonna be out for a while, and I was like, I can't be going here twice a week when I got more work to do.
Okay. Well, I don't know what analysis is. Like a therapy thing.
So kind of, yeah. Except it doesn't like heal you, I guess. Not that therapy has really been that great for most people I know who go to that, but I kind of just talk about my dreams. I have a lot of nightmares, and so we just talk about that in there. I go to it's like a Jungian lady. You're supposed to go every day, but I don't got time for that. And some of these like Lacanian analysis, sometimes you'll go and it'll be 5 minutes and like get out of here, and then other times it can be like it's like the sessions are open ended. Yeah.
Wait, so do you still pay the same price if it's a 5 minute?
That's what I'm saying. I'm like, this is not.
That makes no damn sense.
Is this why people say analysis is a Jewish thing? I always thought it was because of Freud, but I think it's because of the Lacanian session times.
It's just it kind of feels like they're ripping you off if you're fucking paying if you're paying the same price but for a much shorter.
Yeah. No, I just go twice a week, Mondays and Thursdays. But
that's cool.
I have to go in like an hour. Oh, look at that.
Yeah. There it is. That's it.
You tagged the wrong TrueAnon, but you know what?
Wait, did I? Fuck.
You tagged Paul Trollington.
What the fuck is this?
Look at his last tweet though. I voted Somalia for Justin Bieber my world tour vote.
Okay. What is the TrueAnon? Is it TrueAnon
At
Pod?
TrueAnon Pod. I don't care.
I mean, I care. I want to make sure it's the right one. Hold on. I'm going to fix it real quick. This is a great start. Great start. I'm a little discombobulated, everybody. I just got off a fucking 13-hour flight from Qatar and immediately got into the hotel. And immediately after getting into the hotel, had to go shoot this podcast, and then ran over here so I can give you some analysis.
I will say, your life sucks.
I love it.
I know, but I'm really, I wouldn't be able to do it. Or I have to drink. You're not on drugs, as far as I know. I would be on so much Vyvanse.
I don't take any drugs. I do slam these bad boys like there's no tomorrow and drink a lot of caffeine.
Yeah, it makes
so
sense.
I'm hopped off on I mean the amount of caffeine I consume is basically cocaine level if we're being real, if we're being honest about it. Cocaine.
Should we talk
level.
Epstein?
Well, hold on. Let me crack another Zin in real quick before I get into that.
You know what you should start doing is COT, dude.
What's that?
You know what COT is?
Oh, COT.
COT. Yeah. Like, I guess you probably
COT.
couldn't talk while you do it.
Yeah.
I can't do it, I think, because of sobriety. And it's like kind of unclear if
Whether
how much
it's
that
allowed.
violates it. Yeah, but I really it's like the perfect sounding drug.
Yeah, chat thought you meant cock. You should do cock. Chat is now saying I should do cock.
Yeah, wow. Really is a bunch of
Good
teenagers.
one.
We don't call it doing cock. We call it having sex with a guy where I'm from.
Exactly. U.S. envoy shuns Polish parliament speaker over Trump
I
remarks.
saw that. The Sejm.
Is that what why can't they all call it the same thing?
Don't they call it like the thing in Norway?
I don't know. I don't know what they call it in Norway.
Or Denmark or something?
Yeah. But they got, what's diet? Diet.
I don't know.
Why would you call it a diet?
But it seems like at a certain point in like the 1500s, there was like, we might just call these diets.
Yeah. There's the Knesset, which again, the fuck is that?
Yeah.
I don't recognize it.
No,
I don't recognize it at all. I don't recognize Israel in general.
But there's the Sejm.
Am I allowed to say that under Zoran Mamdani's leadership?
No, you can say, I don't recognize Israel.
Yeah, okay,
Because
he's Jewish.
I know, I don't recognize it.
Yeah.
It's not the country I grew up in.
Yeah.
No, but for real, like on a map, it just looks like a little blob to me. So
We're going to get disavowed now.
By Zoran?
Yeah, Zoran's going to disavow.
I never had any contact.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't have to get disavowed.
You didn't get avowed.
We don't do. That's the beauty of my show. We've never had a politician on.
Yeah.
We've never had. There's been no. You can disavow us all you want. You're disavowed from outside the club.
Yeah.
We're never in the club.
Okay. Yeah.
But I am going to go to CPAC.
I do want to go. I want to go to CPAC. That's like That's my dream.
Didn't they let Charlie into?
Oh yeah, you're right.
Into. Well, yeah.
You got to get both.
Yeah, because we're so high up. That's why.
Yeah,
It's like
or
heaven's
just
actually
to make sure.
just to make sure.
Yeah, we don't know where he is.
Maybe he's still out there.
Yeah.
But didn't Charlie go to DNC or like one of those guys?
He did. I saw him there. He dabbed me up.
Exactly.
He dabbed me up at the DNC.
Wow.
Yeah.
A haunted dab. But that's what I'm saying. It's like if they let Charlie go to DNC, you know, I'm a small R Republican in many ways.
Yeah. You're a small business owner. You're all on board with the deregulatory agenda.
I don't want to pay taxes.
Yeah, you don't pay taxes.
I do. Let me look directly. I pay taxes.
Oh.
I am. Yeah.
I
He
thought-
doesn't pay taxes.
Yeah, I don't because
They ain't started taxing Dogecoin yet.
Yeah, all of my assets are in Doge coin.
But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm going to be doing a lot of traveling in the next few months. And I also want to shout out James Fishback.
Oh, our candidate.
We love James.
Yeah, I know TrueAnon has never really endorsed the candidate before, but it was remarkable that you guys actually went back on that because it's a once in a lifetime candidate.
Since and you know, I don't mean this in any kind of way, since they took Elijah out yesterday.
Yeah, that was we got to talk about that. Well, we're going to talk about that on the pod tomorrow as well, but we should talk about that a little bit.
I'm coming on the pod?
Yes, 100%.
We're going to talk about that.
It's going to be remarkable to have you and I've had its very own Ms. Welsh on in the same podcast.
Should I bring flowers?
I think you should.
I'm definitely going to bring flowers.
Yes.
I'll wear a suit.
She's
She married?
Yes.
But
her husband. Oh, you can talk about.
Is he
you can talk about how you could talk about like addiction therapy, stuff like that.
Oh, he does Fent?
He I think did. He's sober now. He does like, but I think it was addiction, right? He does like something. I think he does like ketamine therapy or something.
He still does drugs then.
Well, yeah, but yeah, I can't remember. I think it was something like that. But it'll be great. I think that I love putting you in like these sorts of combinations where it just magic happens.
Oh no, it's gonna be awesome.
Yeah.
I can't to the Google AI overview. I don't understand what it says. Oh no, they are. Oh no, that's definitely a different Jennifer Welch.
Yeah, no, that's not her.
But these people seem very happy.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Anyways, that's gonna be very fun. What do you want to talk about?
I think he was alcoholic. Oh, okay. It was alcohol. It wasn't Fent. He doesn't do Fent.
But
he does ket therapy though.
Really?
Yeah, they've talked about it, and I'm familiar. Brace on Taylor Lorenz was so funny. Brace can never be Hitler because by his own admission, America's trying to make black Hitler, and Brace is Chinese, not black.
You don't know what race I am.
Yeah, that's true. He's racial Jake as well.
It's everyone.
Yeah.
That's how come my mysterious olive tone. No, Fishback. I want to talk about Fishback.
Oh yeah, James Fishback. Yeah.
I saw a clip of James Fishback talking about goy slop.
Oh yeah. We're gonna actually, you know what? Let's dive into James Fishback real quick, which is what I call a Tuesday night out, if you know what I mean.
If we were a 17-year-old girl.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, we're a little too old for James, unfortunately.
You know, it is technically true that if he is accused of sleeping with a 17-year-old girl or doing something untoward with her in Florida, that is technically one of the crimes that Jeffrey Epstein was charged with.
That, and also you do kind of have to do that to get to, like, you either have to have a couple DUIs under your belt, or they won't let you even get up to a state legislator level.
He's not in office.
Yeah,
is
he's
he?
not. He's not.
He's
yet.
just he's not yet. Yeah, this is awesome.
Once you see this. For those of you who don't know, James Fishback is the true centrist Groyper candidate. He has pivoted to Groyperism pretty aggressively. But before he became a Groyper, he was a Barry Weiss acolyte.
Absolutely.
Yeah, he was very invested in Barry Weiss and all of the numerous initiatives.
He posted her book.
Yeah.
He posted How to Fight Anti-Semitism.
Yeah. He learned from it in the same way that like Benjamin Netanyahu, I think, looks at the protocols to be like, this is good. We should do this. We should do this. They'll never see it coming. I think James Fishback read the Barry Weiss Combat Anti-Semitism and went, bet.
He's like, How to Fight, Anti-Semitism. Like it's Anti-Semitism edition. It is crazy to go from being not just like whatever, regular Republican philo-Semitic, but to be a Barry Weiss guy, and then within 2 years, genuinely be a
Not even 2. No, in half a year.
Awesome.
Because there is a photo of Fishback, which is also a very strange last name. I'm sorry, no disrespect to the Fishback family,
but it's not good.
It's like you got to change that. Like if you're changing your whole worldview, where you're going from combating anti-Semitism to being, the prime anti-Semite, you should also change your last name. I think.
I knew a Fishback. He was cool.
Okay. All right. Well, here he is. Doing the damn thing, surrounded by his people. None of them are going to vote, by the way.
Well, they're already hiling.
Yeah, they're. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at what he had to say.
What's with the Pop-Tarts in the Broward County Public Schools in the cafeterias? I'm not saying that the test scores are a result of the Pop-Tarts, but if you wanted kids to fail, if you wanted to set up our kids for failure, you would feed them the absolute goy slop in our cafeterias.
Oh, they are hiling. Like, are they hiling? Or
I think
are they...
a couple of them are hiling.
Wait,
but I think
what?
everyone's like asking. Well, because I think it's like he probably is like, do you have any questions?
Yeah, about the Pop-Tarts.
About Hitler.
Yeah,
like
or
that.
yeah.
But
the Jews.
The Jew.
Yeah.
He also did an interview with. I love this guy.
One
What's
of
his
the
name?
he went through the podcast. He went through the podcaster route.
We're way lower than a podcaster here. Have you seen this guy? He's like a
Rumble streamer.
no. I don't even. He might be a Rumble streamer, but
Yeah.
he's like an ogre kind of. He's blonde. Hermes.
I don't know.
He
who
just
that is.
asked people on the street
Oh, that guy.
if like your chick, if
Yeah,
your
he'll be like-
girlfriend had sex with a black guy, would you like keep fucking her?
yeah.
But he's like
He also wanted to chat with me. I said no.
it's the Hermes thing is incredible because he's like a lot of people have been, like he can't talk. He is like
Yeah.
He's like a lot of people, and also he must be Canadian because he said a word in a Canadian way. I was like, oh,
Oh, here it is. James
This is
Fishback
it.
answers, "What's your ethnicity?"
this is it.
Oh, this is this is contentious. This is adversarial journalism from
Yes.
Hermes.
Questioning your ethnicity.
Who are these people? Who are a lot of people?
Anonymous people on the internet. I
Journalists
guess that's
We don't
kind
even
of
know they exist, but okay.
I don't know the full story about this, but I guess a few weeks ago people said you were going to post your ethnicity results. I don't know
I
if
haven't
this
gotten
is...
them back yet.
Oh, you haven't gotten
When
them
I get
back
them
yet?
back, I'll release them.
Wait, how many weeks ago was this? He still hasn't
Few
released
weeks
them.
ago?
He still hasn't released
The
them.
scientists are still working on it because let's be honest.
I don't know what his ethnicity is.
Are we getting full Aryan here?
I mean, I don't think he's as full Aryan as Hitler was.
This is my evidence that this man is not white. First of all, he's a Groiper,
yeah.
which is automatically
Yes.
if you are a Groiper,
Yes.
you are Latino.
Yes,
A
it
little
is-
bit.
Being a Groiper implies that you are a part of the most diverse coalition in the United States of America.
Absolutely.
It's like
Absolutely.
Groiper at number 1, Ice Agent at number 2.
Yep.
I guess that's it. Those are like the two top.
TSA.
Yeah, TSA.
TSA.
TSA number 3. Those are the most diverse groups that you could be a part of.
Absolutely.
Which is brilliant. We love that. We love the intersectionality of fascism in America.
I am
Diverse groups that you could be a part of.
absolutely.
Which is brilliant. We love that. We love the intersectionality of fascism in America.
I am a little concerned that, especially next to this
a
sort of-
true Aryan
this
god.
Aryan Ubermensch right here.
He's so racially pure. He's Neanderthal.
I will say, you know how like in video games or like D&D or whatever, you put
Yeah.
your points into different things.
Yeah.
Like you're like, I'm really strong, or like I'm really
Yeah,
whatever.
yeah.
He does seem like he may be
He maxed out on
an
Barbarian.
unequal disbursement of
Yeah,
points there.
he looks like it's like the NBA 2K player character that you make, and you
Yeah.
max out the height. He maxed out Barbarian.
And you know, in like games where you can change the way people look, you can make
Yeah.
their faces all fucked up and big
Yeah.
and stuff. They unfortunately
yeah,
did that to him,
Cro-Magnon
too.
is just like
But it's crazy. I will say, for Fishback, in his defense, to sit across from essentially like, a Cro-Mag or a caveman or something like
Yeah.
that, and have him be like, "What's your ethnicity?" And to come back with such a Weasley, dare I say, and I can say this, an answer that might have come from perhaps my mouth or somebody like mine's mouth, in response to that, it is impressive, and it is like also, what if you're not white?
He's not.
Also, how do you not know?
He's not white.
I mean, I can't tell you everything in me, but I'm pretty sure I have a general idea of what comes what it comes out
he is not. You can, I mean,
I'm guessing like he's gonna be like Maltese or something.
I am,
because we don't know what they are.
I am more white than James Fishback. As a Turkish man from the Caucasus region.
Yes.
Okay, I have more white in me than most of these Nazis do, if we're being real. I mean, Nick Fuentes, Mexican.
I'm gonna guess he's Latino and Italian.
Yeah,
and that's my real guess.
Yeah. Okay. That does make sense. Someone is saying that his mother is a Colombian. There's some guesses for Indian. He's deaf Indian.
Indian from India?
Also, wait. That's also another underrated Groyperism identity as well.
Being Indian and hating Indians more than anything.
Yes. Yes. I mean, there's a market for that. To be fair. Once the Elon purchase kicked in and they started, giving you $8 in monthly revenue, that's a huge market.
Yeah.
Huge market.
A base Trad West accounts.
Yeah. Also, people are saying Lebanese.
Interesting, but we don't know what they are either because some of them claim, "Oh, we are Phoenician." But what's a Phoenician? Mm-hmm. They don't have that on Wikipedia. They don't have that on even the other one I use is more of a racial Wikipedia. We don't know what that is.
Racepedia or Groyper?
It's Grokopedia.
Yeah, Grokopedia. The real uncompromised one. Uncompromised by them.
But what are you? Do you know what you are, ethnicity-wise?
I don't know.
Fuck, it's so cold.
You have no idea?
I have no idea.
Okay.
I know that I'm a Christian. I know that I'm American. I know that I was born here.
I know that I'm a
Byron
Christian?
Donalds was not born here. He's an anchor baby.
Fair enough.
Along with Vivek. Along with Ilyan Omar.
Well, if he's an anchor baby, he was.
You are
But
right.
yeah, look, the 23andMe thing, honestly, I think that...
What do you think he's anchored to?
What does anyone have to hide? What does anyone have to hide? Right? I think Congressman Donald should do the same thing. I think anyone running for office should be as open as a book as possible. I stood here for 2 hours and took questions from every single person who had one. I don't know what it is, but what I will tell you is that my family has deep roots in this country.
Yeah.
I pledge allegiance to one flag and one flag only, and I bend the knee to one man and one man only, and that is Jesus Christ.
Pause on that. Pause on that. You're bending for Jesus?
That's gay.
He would not want that.
We found one of his ethnicities gay.
Gay.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Jesus. Oh, look, Jesus came back. Let me kneel real quick in front of this brother over here.
Yeah, let me get on my knees, dude. Okay, bro.
Oh,
pause.
Jesus. Why don't you plop that thing out of the robes and right into my motherfucking Colombian mouth?
Yeah.
Crazy. Which is disrespectful to Christ. That's disrespectful.
Yeah, Jesus would not cop dome from James Fishback.
Hell no. He'd be like, no, give me a way more dignified female.
That's what would happen. Yeah.
It is
definitely some Israeli. I mean, Israel is the Groyper nation. That is actually true when you think about it. They do have Nazis of all different
That
spices.
is true. The Russian neo-Nazis too in the 90s gangs that they had there.
Yeah. Which are the whitest. I would say those are the whitest Nazis you can get in Israel.
Absolutely. Those pure Aryans.
Yeah.
But I loved it. And it was devastating for me. Like, this stuff has been... Because I've been a part of the Groyper movement for a few weeks now.
Of course.
And it's been devastating to have scandal after scandal after scandal hit my community like this.
Yeah.
Obviously, I parted ways with Rift TV about 3 hours ago. I'm still with Elijah in like a sort of business arrangement, but...
Yeah.
No longer an official partner. With Fishback, I was his co-host of whatever we did with the debate team that he had an inappropriate relationship with the girl in.
Yeah.
But it's like, first of all, the age of consent in Florida is the highest in the country.
Which, we got to make some changes, which James Fishback is going to hopefully deliver on.
He's going to deliver on it. This is our, and I'll say this. Because my theory is that we're building a Black Hitler in America. Fishback is like, we will look back at him in the Black Hitler textbooks, which we will get in Black Hitler America.
Yeah.
And he will be like, this is but a stepping stone on the way.
Yeah, since I called Nicholas Fuentes a gay Mexican manlet neo-Nazi.
Yeah.
He's been very offended by that for like the past week or so. He like talks about it every day, but in a like I'm not mad, but also kind of like I am mad moment. And what's really interesting about it is he actually said exactly what you just said. Does anyone have that link real quick where he was like, you know, I'm actually the Silver Surfer, he said, of like what comes next, like a pure Aryan, Hitlerian
I do
type.
think that that's true. I mean, I got to give it to him. I will say that Fuentes, listen, I love people of every kind. He has a more diverse friend group than I do.
A Haitian Filipino man.
It's all just, it's
Also, Andrew Tate's black.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Kanye,
yeah.
black, gay, and differently abled.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, it is, I'm like, this is.
Clavicular is not decipherable.
I don't have a guy like that
Yeah.
in my roster.
Yeah,
Well,
he's
it's not a
just-
roster, but I don't have a guy like that.
Pause.
Pause on that. Pause on roster, but I don't have a guy like that.
Yeah.
You know?
No, I agree. No, these guys do live in much more diverse environments
It's
than we
crazy.
do.
It's crazy. You know what I mean?
Clavicular is racially ambiguous because like he's the every group has to have like a race change type.
Yeah.
And I feel like he's doing so many peptides that he definitely has moved into the Italian category.
Yes.
And
Oh,
if he keeps,
absolutely.
And if he keeps consuming more peptides, he could be something different.
He does meth too.
Yeah. He microdoses meth.
What is that though?
He's just
Does he smoke it?
yeah. He said it's an appetite suppressant.
That is true.
Yeah.
Because I used to megadose meth,
Yeah.
and he's like, I want to do it for hollow cheeks. I know that Clavicular said
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. It's for appetite suppression and losing is weight loss. Whereas no one sent me the Nick Fuentes clip, by the way. Chat needs to be locking in. Also, shouts out to the YouTube audience as well. We're live on YouTube as well.
What's up, YouTube? This is Hasan Paika.
Best fishback
What is
moment.
that last name?
In the surname revolution, my grandfather,
We're gonna pick one?
yeah, my
Yeah.
grandfather was like, he wanted to be different, like literally.
Literally,
Because it's Bekirolu, like the OG is like the son of Bekirolu. It's very common, right?
Bekiroglu?
Yeah.
I knew a Bekiroglu.
Yeah, it's like a super because
Yeah.
Bekir is the familial name, and then Olu just means son of. And in Arabic and in Turkish culture, like in the Ottoman Empire, you're just like son of. Like that's a super common like naming convention. So he was like, you know what Bekir sounds like? Piker. And there is no like I've
That's
never
sick.
met another. Yeah, I've never met another one. So he was right. It is fucking unique.
It must have been awesome to be like a guy in a like modernizing country, like because they did this in a few countries. They're like, all right, everybody needs a last name.
Awesome,
now.
unless you were Armenian, in which case it was not so
I
awesome
don't know
for
what
them.
you're talking about.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, I forgot. You're also in the you're a.
I'm not a
agent.
denier. I just haven't heard about it.
Oh, okay. I guess Eric Adams was successful then.
He was the one guy I worked on.
Yeah, you were. God, what a sad state of affairs for the Turkish lobby.
Oh my God, Dr. Oz.
Yeah.
Rolling through.
Well, okay,
Glendale.
no. He's bringing the Turkish lobby back.
Yeah. I
Yeah,
guess
the
that's
Eric
true.
Adams one was sad because I was looking at that and I was just like, bro, Israel gets to literally make politicians embarrass themselves. And then the most you can get out of the mayor of New York is that you're begging him in the DMs not to recognize the Armenian genocide. Like other people can do it, but like you don't do it. And also accelerating the fucking fire code, the fire safety inspection situation.
the embassy, which we're streaming from right now.
Yeah, we're in the Turkish embassy right now. All right, let's see what this is. When GTA 6 comes out, James Fishback says there'll be a 24-hour-long marathon of playing GTA 6 in the governor's mansion when it releases. Okay, so this is inconsistent. I thought GTA 6 would be Goyslav.
I think it's Goyslav.
Yeah, is it
GTA
not?
6 is Rockstar woke Goyslav.
Yeah.
When it finally comes, when GTA 6 finally comes, we are going to have a 24-hour long GTA 6 marathon in the governor's mansion. The top students, every single top student at our public schools.
This is also the first of all, white as Groiper. Respect.
Long sleeve shirt pulled tight over the belly.
Yeah. Look at the stance. Like he's stanced up like
This is kind of the Groiper stance.
yeah. Like
It's
you
a
know,
cock forward stance.
yeah, he is very uncomfortable in his skin, but he's wearing his head held high.
Oh, to be a bead of sweat dripping down his piggy legs.
The diabetic dad sneakers and everything.
Can you imagine being a top student at like Tallahassee High and they're like, hey, congratulations, you're the valedictorian for your reward for doing so well and working so hard in school is you get to go hang out with James Fishback and play video games for 24 hours straight.
Well, you know, he does love having 17-year-olds in his immediate vicinity.
That's true.
So
true.
that's more of a gift for both people. It's a mutually beneficial situation.
I think someone said those are Yeezys, and I believe that is.
Oh, those are Yeezys. You're right.
Awesome.
That makes it so much worse, I think. It would have been.
Is this what it would be like if I ran for Congress or something?
If you ran on his platform.
No, but if I was just like, because he's just doing, if like, I think if this is like, you know, like the dumb, like, you see like stupid left-wing shit online sometimes, you're like, oh, I hate that guy. Yeah. It's like, but, and I'm sure like if you're a serious like right-wing guy, you see a guy like Fishback and you're like, man, you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
I feel like if this is like, if like a meme guy ran for, I guess that did happen a few times.
That has happened.
But it's just like, come on, dude. Like, you're just repeating shit you saw on Twitter for like two people that heard about you from Twitter.
Polling at 1%, by the way.
That's the 1%.
Yeah.
That's the top.
Yeah.
That's the rarefied. That's the elite.
Yeah. What is the problem exactly with what? The statutory rapist groiper, ethnically ambiguous groiper candidate?
I will say this. I am literally going to email him and see if I can chat him for a couple days. I think it is.
He would do it. He's desperate. He's more desperate to be on camera than Alan Dershowitz.
I'll double his fucking campaign contributions. I'm not a journalist. I can do that.
Yeah. Well, first of all, it won't take much. I think he raised the.
It's $950 something.
Yeah.
Which is actually.
Like you could legally double his campaign contributions without maxing out,
Yeah,
which is crazy.
Yeah. I'll give him a job if he wants, you know. But I do want to follow him around because I want to see what this translates into real. I want to see the energy there.
Yeah,
you know
the
what
movement
I mean?
is real.
A little GTA 6. Look, you need a governor who can do a little carjacking in GTA. I grew up playing San Andreas, which is a very interesting game. I do not
Very interesting game.
condone beating up hookers in GTA 6. Just make that very clear. Thank you.
Awesome speech, dude. Awesome.
Yeah.
Thanks for the cool afternoon. Like, fuck yeah.
Dude, dude, have a couple laughs. You got to be able to have a couple laughs to your governor about Grand Theft Auto, beating hookers in Grand Theft Auto 6.
I think the most important thing for me is a meme. That's like, that to me is when you start spitting memes at me, I'm like, okay, brother.
Did you know that he pulled
Good
this off
candidate
too?
is good.
Florida governor candidate joins Tinder to meet young female voters.
They aren't on there.
Yeah.
They're not on there.
God knows I've tried.
Why do you think Kamala lost?
Yeah. Wait, did they do that too?
No. But I was just on there.
Looking for Kamala?
Yeah, I was just talking to young voters.
No.
Being like, hey, have you heard about... Because I set the age 18 to 19.
Yeah. That's
and I'm like, you just got the right to vote. That's awesome. Don't waste it on Trump. I'm a 36-year-old white man. And I think, first of all, call me. Let's get off this Tinder chat.
Yeah. That's up close and personal. That's like a lot easier to convince people to do things.
Yeah.
Like vote for Kamala Harris.
Oh, yeah. Fuck, man. I had a fake Timothy Chalamet on Raya. I got a bunch of people to vote for Kamala.
We'll get to Kamala Harris's account in a second.
That's
we'll
how you
talk
say
about
it.
that. That is how you say Kamala.
These things, you know.
Tinder banned him, which is I've been banned from Tinder. How will I now meet young female voters where they are? Election interference, he says. Also, he follows me. I didn't realize that until now.
I might have you DM him.
Your account has been banned for advertising, promoting, or campaigning.
We rock with James. We rock with James.
Yeah, he is. He's great. He's doing the most, maybe a little too much. But let's see what his latest his Goyslop analysis here. Well, people clearly seem to love it.
But I hate the Goyslop.
And that is on Gentile, okay?
Wow. On Gentile.
Methinks that perhaps you put me in a room with this guy. 5 minutes later, he'll be at the wall.
Wait, the Wailing Wall?
He'll be at the wall.
The Wailing Wall.
Yeah, they'll change the name from the Wailing Wall to the Smiling Wall once he gets there because he'll be so happy to be there.
Ear to ear.
Ear to ear, he'll be like, oh my God. You know what? I was saying a week ago, I was calling food goy slop. I was saying on Gentile. And then now, after 5 minutes with Brace, he explained to me a few things.
Yeah.
And obviously, as I can show you now, my foreskin gone. I do want to know if he's circumcised, actually, because a lot of Gentiles in America are circumcised.
Yeah.
Because if he is, I think this could be an issue.
Yeah, they took that from me.
You think Byron Donalds is circumcised?
Yes.
You do?
Yeah. Everyone in America gets circumcised. No, I mean Muslims we do it too, but
I know, but I don't know why you guys do it.
I don't know. It's the same as like halal kosher, you know? We just kind of looked at the notes and we're like, this seems good.
Yeah, you're like,
This
all right,
seems like a
Christianity
good-
already, they're not doing these things, so we
Yeah.
got to go back to
This seems like a good practice.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that was a L, I guess. I am an intactivist, so I do have
Dude,
to.
I am now.
Oh, you are?
You should let me do a big stream about this. I'm not an intactivist. I will say this. I'm not going to knock the scissors out of your hand. It's not, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. But I read an essay by Gary Steingart, which perhaps someday I'll read on your stream very slowly, in the New Yorker, about his botched circumcision. And I used to be fairly agnostic about this subject. But once I read that, I was like, this is an unspeakable horror. We cannot be doing this anymore.
Well, wasn't one of the OG Puerto Rican groypers, he became a groyper because he also had a botched circumcision.
Oh, dude,
Stone
yes.
Toss?
Yeah.
The neo-Nazi cartoonist.
Is he
Stone
Puerto
Toss.
Rican too?
Yeah.
Respect.
Yeah.
Respect. Is there a single groyper who's streaming from anywhere but the favela?
Yeah. Well, so there is it goes in either direction. Like sometimes you get a circumcision and it doesn't take, and you get a second one like Tony DeCoppel, who is now.
We cut his shit. But so here's the deal. For those of you who don't know, I don't know if I can say this on Twitch. I can definitely say it on YouTube. In certain religious circumcisions,
Oh God. I think I know where you're going with this.
something
Go ahead.
happens. Something happens.
Okay.
So a little bit of magic happens.
Yeah.
And my question is,
You mean up close and personal?
you get up close and personal, maybe
Yeah.
the blood goes somewhere.
Okay.
We don't know where. I want circumcised, by the way. I want to be honest. My parents forgot. I'm not even joking. They just were like,
There's still time.
There is.
Yeah.
And people are like, oh, you can't be buried in a Jewish cemetery. Well, guess what? I'll never die.
Fair.
If you're an adult and you're doing a religious circumcision, are they still sucking on your thing for a little bit?
Well, Tony DeCoppel did write about it extensively, and he did not
Did he
mention
really?
that part. That's why. Why else would I know that Tony DeCoppel got a second adult circumcision?
I don't know. Maybe you were there.
Yeah, I wasn't there, dude. Yeah, no Muslims allowed in the circumcision room. What the fuck is this?
Wow. Judeo-Bolshevism.
But this could go in either direction.
I know.
This seems like you're
That's
snipping
like,
it.
It's almost like
Yeah.
hands off.
It could be hands off, or it could be that they're snipping it with the.
Have you
with
ever
the thing.
seen, can you Google something real quick? Well, actually, maybe I should Google this on my phone first to make sure it shows up. So in San Francisco, they were going to ban circumcision. There was like a ballot measure to do it. And the people behind the ballot measure there was a lot of support until they put out a comic book called Foreskin Man.
Okay.
And you should maybe draw the image or see of it on there because it kind of has to be seen to be believed. Just
Foreskin Man comic. You want me to look up Foreskin Man comic book cock?
I didn't say cock.
Oh, I thought you said cock. Wait. Oh my God. Wait, this didn't increase the support?
No, it tanked it. And it
Why?
actually doesn't show you, well, it probably says on there. Beginning initiative. I remember when this happened.
Foreskin Man is a comic book created by Matthew Hess to protect against circumcision. The comic book centers Foreskin Man, a superhero who saves babies from being circumcised and fights their would-be circumcisers. Also, to broach the subject matter and not get even a little bit anti-Semitic, you have to give them props for that.
Well,
I'm wrong.
I think you speak perhaps too soon.
Oh no!
I think perhaps you have not maybe gotten to the later parts of the Wikipedia page.
I did not. Oh no!
Quite a few, and I will say, I have to maybe agree with the ADL on this one.
Oh no!
Because if
Foreskin Man attends a Brit Milah and battles a monster Moyle. Oh no!
he does basically have a Der Sturmerian fight with Moyles.
He is blonde and
He is a perfect Aryan god
is
as
an
well.
Aryan god.
And he is often defending the foreskin. Also, there's a Muslim one too.
Wait, but
because there's multiple issues of this comic book. There was not just one Foreskin Man. There's like eight editions of Foreskin Man.
I didn't
go back to like the Google image or search or whatever.
Wait, let me. This right here, images.
Yeah. So I think you see.
Wait, hold on. Let's just not put cock in there because saves.
Yes. And so I think, and there was many, which is.
Can I just say this is drawn exceptionally well?
It's crazy.
This is a labor of love.
This is what he put all the money from the campaign into, was making this anti-circumcision comic book. Yeah, like look at.
Jorah, Roundup is Jorah a Jewish name?
I don't know. Not where I'm from.
Yeah, I've never heard that name before. Round up the guests and take them upstairs. Yarrick and I will carry out the holy covenant.
Yeah.
He made them look brolic, though.
He did. He made them look fucking badass.
Yeah, they look kind of cool.
They also have, like, machine guns to carry out the circumcision. And they're, like, dying to get the foreskin. But the thing is, they repeat this.
Oh,
yeah, that's the Muslim
Wait, this is Ottoman. Like,
it's Ottoman?
Does he think, like, I mean, this is like a janissary.
Yeah.
Does he think this is what Turkey looks like still?
I mean, he's got also, like, I think they're going to circumcise Foreskin Man himself. Oh, yeah, it's called the Sunnet knife.
Yeah, okay, so Sunnet is the practice in Islam. And you're not supposed to do it right after birth. You're supposed to do it when, like, the child is, like, you know.
Ask for it.
6, 7.
Really?
Yeah, something like that.
You got circumcised when you were 6, brother?
No, I got circumcised at birth because I was born here. But, yeah, Sunnet is like this whole ceremony. This whole process. Yeah, Seth Harp and Ross Douthat are duking it out.
Oh, awesome.
Which is great. Because, well, hold on. Let's just stay on topic.
Yeah.
Let's just stay on topic for now. Wait until the kid is able to carry the trauma. Yes, exactly. You got to click on vulva girl over there. Wait, does he go after like female circumcision, female genital mutilation as well?
There's vulva girl? Oh, I think it's below. Oh, damn. Bonus pinup inside for your issue of Foreskin Man? Wow.
Wait, where
the fuck is he there? Is it like
what is this is he saying like it's like an indigenous tribe or something? Are they also doing circumcision? These guys know more about circumcision than anybody else.
I didn't know they did circumcision like that down there.
Yeah.
I thought kind of like, is that what Apocalypto's about? He's like, don't fucking circumcise me.
Let's stay on topic, and the topic is Foreskin Man. Yes, only the most important.
Man.
Only the most important news story.
I ordered an issue of Foreskin Man off of eBay a couple years ago, but my order got canceled. I think that maybe it was like a
they found out that you're Jewish. They're like, you can't have this. This
but I'm trying to learn.
This is ancient. This is text only for Aryan eyes.
It is crazy that
you can it's archived on the Internet Archive.
Oh my god.
Oh wow, that's incredible. That is. Wait, how do you make this like easier to read?
Actually, reading books on archive can be kind of a pain because of this.
Yeah, this is tough. I can't.
You could do on the right. You could maybe do full screen, but it's still kind of like, oh wow, lots of babes. This
has got everything, dude. Fuck.
It's Foreskin Man.
Yeah, you click download. Wait, you can download it from this? Oh, hell yeah. 4,000 views.
I would probably wait. Look, topics: comic, genital mutilation.
Wow. Okay.
So as you can imagine, the ballot measure failed because they released Foreskin Man, and everyone was like, "Oh, there's Foreskin." Click on Foreskin Man trading cards. Well, obviously.
Yeah.
There's 90 of them.
Dude, they put so much effort into this. Frustrated by society's failure to protect its... Oh, wait. Can you just like fucking... Oh, there it is. This makes it much easier to read. Okay. Frustrated by society's failure to protect its most vulnerable citizens, Foreskin Man has taken up the fight against male genital mutilation. Aided by the power of his technologically advanced plasma boots, Foreskin... Why boots?
So he can boots the house down.
Okay, that's kind of lame. But anyway, Foreskin Man flies above the city to hunt down criminals who cut the genitals of innocent boys. It is the dawn of a new era. Circumcisers, beware.
Miles Hastwick.
Former corporate scientist who now heads the Museum of Genital Integrity. That's Epstein shit.
Wait, on a small island surrounded by San Diego's famous beaches?
That's Jeffrey Epstein.
Isn't that just San Diego?
Yeah. Unbeknownst to the public, Miles is also a foreskin man, an intactivist superhero who rescues innocent boys from wait, this is very different than like Clark Kent Superman, where it's like totally irrelevant jobs.
It's just his
You're
job.
doing the same job. Hey guys, it's not me. I'm not foreskin man. I'm a humble foreskin intactivist analyzer.
Based on like a island outside of San Diego,
where we look at young boys' penises to make sure that they have genital integrity.
Wow. Wait, I want to see the villains in here.
Keep going.
Dr. Edric Griswold, a crumpled physician who has never been known for his bedside manner, but few would guess the startling transformation that takes place inside of him when he sees the intact foreskin of a young boy. Watch Dr. Griswold trade medicine for madness as he metamorphosizes into the crazed and demented Dr. Mutilator. Is never-ending quest to amputate healthy foreskins.
Healthy foreskins, as opposed to unhealthy foreskins.
Yes.
Those are amputatable.
Wow.
Amber Young is thrilled to be the mother of a healthy baby boy, but when the routine checkup with her... Also, these are the worst trading cards, can I just say?
Well, because you don't have the fucking foils.
Orlando Young. Little Orlando Young thought his new life was going to be... Okay. This is Orlando Young.
Yes,
I'm beginning to realize I'm stupid.
I love Aurora Taddington, though.
After inheriting her deceased husband's fortune, Aurora Taddington stepped in to take place as a major stockholder at BioFlesh International. When Aurora later discovered that the company is involved in trafficking of infant foreskins...
What do you think Zins are, dude?
She began selling her shares to help finance the new intactivist projects, including the infamous opening exhibit of Museum of Genital Integrity. This is Monster Moyle.
Okay, come on.
Nothing excites him more than cutting into the penile flesh of an 8-day-old infant boy.
After the glorified Brit Miller is complete, the delicious Metzela Bipe provides the icing on the cake. Intactivists have been pressured Monster Moyle to retire, but that will never happen. They'll have to pry the system from his cold. Sarah Sachs, come on.
Tries to see the best in her husband, sometimes to a fault, although being married to Jethro
Sachs.
That
is a great name for a guy in a foreskin comic.
Yeah. Now Sarah has a son to look after. She will soon have to make a difficult choice that will alter the course of his life. Which future will she choose? Dude, they spent so much time on this. They spent so much time and effort on this. It's incredible. There's a lot of babies on here. Glick Sachs is the baby. Wait, is that baby jacked? Does that get pectorals?
The baby does have pecs, yeah.
Yeah, that's because he's intact so far.
Glick Sachs.
Brace picked a good page. Praise be thou, our God, King of the universe, who hast commanded me to circumcise this child in thy name. And thank thee, O Lord, for the joyous Metziza Bepef, for which I am about to partake. That's it. Monster. Keep babbling. Time to make your sacrifice to God. Glick.
Come on, it's not a sacrifice. All right, Hasan, I gotta go to analysis.
Yeah, you're gonna tell them about this, I assume.
No, we don't need to. Maybe I will.
These are your best kept secrets. All right, Brace, thank you so much for coming on.
No problem. I will be back. I'll be.
Yeah, we'll do more. We'll do more this week. I'm here. Are you?
Close the door one last time.
All right, close the door one last time for me. Thank you. That was a brief insight into
my twisted mind.
Into your twisted mind, the mind that brought us Foreskin Man. It's Brace Belden. He wrote it.
Maybe I could buy the rights to Foreskin Man. Where'd my fucking scarf go?
That's a. Wait, you did not close that door at all. It just reopened.
I didn't close the door. Literally just reopened.
Yeah.
It literally just reopened.
Okay.
Wait, where the fuck is my scarf?
You keep losing shit.
I keep losing my scarf in particular.
Maybe wait, it's in your jacket.
It's in my jacket?
Yes.
Where?
It's in the back. Back left.
It's in the jacket. This happened to me last night too.
Yeah.
I'm really paranoid about losing scarves because that's what happens in a wintry zone, especially a small slipper.
Yeah, we don't know. We don't know about that. I'm a Los Angelino.
75 degrees.
Yeah. All right.
All right, brother.
Okay. JD Vance spoke about Fuentes. Oh hell yeah.
Want to move on.
I cannot believe that this fucking this window is open in my hotel room. It's cold as fucking here. What a perfect situation. Yeah, JD Vance had this Daily Mail back and forth that was actually pretty interesting. We'll be taking a look at that as well.
On to another figure that you've, over the course of your career, have gotten in a bit of a disagreement with, Nick Fuentes. He's this far-right white nationalist who is, very popular online with many people who support you. Is that right? well, I mean, with Republicans.
He certainly doesn't support me.
Well, no, he doesn't support you at all, but he's actually insulted.
Well, I mean, he didn't support the administration. He
not
didn't
at all,
support
but
us in the campaign in 2024. I find it interesting. I'm always asked to answer for this guy. I've got enough people who did support me I've got to answer for. I don't think I should have to answer for a guy who attacks my family and who didn't even support us in 2024. Like I said, I don't like the guy. The guy's come after my family. Of course I do. I think, what did I say about him? That he can eat because anybody who goes after my family, whatever side they're on the opposite side of me.
But do you think his supporters should be accepted into the Republican Party?
What do you mean by his supporters?
Well, I think he has supporters, groypers. Do you think they should be accepted into the Republican Party?
Well, I don't know what that means. I think people are going to vote for us or not vote for us.
I don't know what that means. You know what that means, bitch. You literally fucking said it. And your reluctance to say, no, I condemn them, is proof enough that you are actually on board.
I think that there are certain things that we should have the moral clarity to condemn. I think Jew hatred is disgusting. You can criticize the policies of the Israeli government, but going after Jews. By the way, the thing interesting that I find about this online discourse about anti-Semitism is a lot of the people who say that they don't like Jews, they also say they're very concerned about Gaza. The person in the world alive today who has done more to promote the safety and livelihood of the people of Gaza, it's a little Jewish guy by the name of Steve Witkoff who works in the Trump administration, is a very dear friend of mine. So people who say on the one hand they really care about innocent civilians in Gaza, while on the other hand trafficking and anti-Semitism, it's ridiculous. It should be condemned. I've condemned it. And there's one other interesting thing though about this, which is that if you look statistically at the rise of anti-Semitism, what you see is that all forms of ethnic and racial hatred are on the rise. And I think that we have to condemn all this stuff. You shouldn't hate people because they're white. You shouldn't hate people because they're Jewish. You shouldn't hate people because they're black. And I don't like anybody who does that or engages in that stuff. So when you say supporters of this or that person, all I can do is say what I believe, take the moral stands and the policy stands that I believe in. And if people want to support me, they can support me. If they don't want to support me, that's fine too.
Okay. Got us some more comfy clothes now that I was able to actually lock the door, the window door thing. But yeah, can you fix the noise gate? Thank you. Wait, is the noise gate still on or not on? It is fixed. Fuck you mean fix the noise gate? It was 90 degrees yesterday in West LA. Why are you flexing? Zoran rigged that window. Yeah. Did you ask for a different room? No, I fixed it already. There's no more issues. Okay, let's close these Foreskin Man tabs. Vance doesn't have it in him to be full woke. He's hedging his language. I mean, he wants to be woke, but he also wants to be anti-woke. He loves the Groyper coalition. Like he loves farming the Groypers. So of course he's in this unique predicament where he has to figure it out. He has to figure out both somehow. Which is why he will always lose, because he will lose both sides he will lose both sides because he has to fucking stand on that stupid ass fence. Anyway, did you see Schumer and Jeffries caving? Yes. It's expected. Think I missed it. Can you explain who Brace is again, please and thanks? He's Piss Big Granddad. Anyway, all right. Let's get into it. All right, let's we did James Fishback already. We talked about that. We got Epstein files to discuss.
Of pages of evidence from the Jeffrey Epstein investigation is drawing attention all over the world. This goes beyond new evidence of the sex abuser's friendship with King Charles's brother, Andrew. The scandal is also forcing Britain's prime minister to answer tough questions about his leadership. Lee Canary has more from London.
Andrew Mountbatten Windsor moved out of his royal lodge Monday, stripped of his home and royal titles for his association with Jeffrey Epstein and accusations of sexual abuse that he denies. Last weekend's release made these photos public. Andrew crouched over a female on the floor in Epstein's New York home and appears to confirm this infamous photo of Andrew with Virginia Giuffre as real. Now, UK police are investigating allegations from a second woman who claims Epstein sent her to the UK for a sexual encounter with Andrew in 2010.
My mother would be proud.
British authorities are also investigating this former UK lawmaker, Lord Peter Mandelson, for alleged abuse of public office, after the latest release posted photos of him and emails he sent to Epstein sharing confidential, market-sensitive information while in a government position. Prime Minister Keir Starmer made Mandelson the ambassador to the U.S. last year, and this morning he's apologizing to victims.
Sorry that so many people with power failed you. Sorry for having believed Mandelson's lies and appointed him.
Mandelson spoke to the BBC last month, denying any wrongdoing.
There were no girls on that island when I was there.
But victims like Ashley Rubright want accountability in America, too.
I would go as far as to say the leaders in the past 5 administrations should be brought in and questioned. There has definitely not been enough accountability. Absolutely not.
Accountability is what's being demanded here in Westminster and beyond, as Epstein's connections all over the world have been revealed. In fact, Poland is investigating possible links between Epstein and Russian authorities to determine whether he could have been working as a spy. Adriana?
Yeah.
When millions.
I love that the meta is to just be like, no, Epstein for sure wasn't an Israeli agent, in spite of the numerous connections to Israel, in spite of all of his advocacy for Israel, in spite of all the work that he did for the Israeli government alongside Ehud Barak. It's actually, he's a Russian. He's a Russian agent. He's KGB. He's FSB. Fucking awesome. I love that. I love that the media is doing that instead. He probably was working with Russia. He was working with Israel and USA too. He probably worked with any intelligence agency that would have him. Yeah, no, I know. But it's kind of odd, don't you think, that there's only one country that they're farming here. Who entered Epstein's jail tier the night of his death? Newly released video logs appear to contradict official accounts. He literally said this to Ehud. I didn't think about it until I saw this Channel 14 post, but what Ehud Barak told Epstein in the recently revealed file actually aligns perfectly with the Israeli right-wing's favorite conspiracy theory about a so-called leftist elite trying to destroy Israel's Jewish character. The point is Israel's central to Epstein's operation, Chatter, not Russia. Exactly. His initial connection to Russia was on Israel's behalf, so skipping to Russia is putting the cart before the horse. Yeah. Like, the amount of connections he has to, first of all, the amount of connections that Russian oligarchs have specifically to the state of Israel is already plentiful, right? But outside of that, there is an abundance of conversations that we now have access to. Where Jeffrey Epstein is having long back and forths with Ehud Barak, former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak, and I think he was a defense minister at the time when those conversations were taking place, of the Israeli state. There is no such Russian equivalence. So to hyper-focus on the Russian element here is utterly ridiculous. Yes, I saw the Channel 14 clip. I covered it as well. Like the hostages, the issue of Epstein's connections to Ehud Barak play out completely different in American and Israeli politics. Where Benjamin Netanyahu posted this clip from Channel 14 where they're talking about Jeffrey Epstein's connection to Ehud Barak. For those of you who don't know, Ehud Barak is supposed to be a part of the opposition, or was the opposition to Benjamin Netanyahu. Benjamin Netanyahu was Likud. Ehud Barak is supposed to be the liberal, the more tolerable liberal Zionist opposition, even though they fucking completely align on the issue of Jewish supremacy and ethnic cleansing of Palestinians, right? Very, very little daylight between the two. So this conversation takes place between Ehud Barak and Jeffrey Epstein, where they're discussing the issue with the population growth of Arabs in Israel. Okay, that's the real point of contention that they're trying to address. I want to start there though, because the way that these guys actually take this conversation is very different. I said it's funny that this was his takeaway, Benjamin Netanyahu's takeaway from the conversation Ehud Barak and Epstein were having about Israel's demographic concerns around the Arab population's growth. Jeffrey Epstein's suggestion to the Arab population's growth is to basically bring in people who are not like originally Jewish, but like white people, and then loosen up the restrictions around conversion. Because from what I understand, as it stands, you have to be an Orthodox Jew if you're converting. Jeffrey Epstein's suggestion is you shouldn't be Orthodox. You shouldn't have to be Orthodox. You just like claim being Jewish as a white guy, and then this will make up for the demographic problems, the demographic concerns that Israel has because it wants to maintain a Jewish ethnic majority, a Jewish ethno-religious majority, right? So Benjamin Netanyahu, on the other hand, has a very different approach to this. He says, an amazing revelation about Ehud Barak that was exposed in recordings of his pedophile friend Jeffrey Epstein. Ehud Barak suggests carrying out selection among Jews and importing to Israel the right kind of Jews, those who are neither Mizrahi nor right-wing. When the left and its messiah, Ehud Barak, fail to win at the ballot box, they try to replace the people. And if that's not enough, they can always rely on Bennett and Lapid's Brotherhood of Brothers to team up again with the Muslim Brotherhood. While Ehud Barak and Benjamin Netanyahu and Jeffrey Epstein are completely aligned on the demographic concerns that Israel has, they might differ in their solutions, even though the original solution to the demographic concerns was to literally do this with Russian migration, famously, because like there are a lot of Russians in Israel that have no traceable, especially matrilineal Jewish ancestry, right? So they already had done this before to make Israel more white, not just to make Israel more Jewish, but to make Israel more white. They just basically took in a lot of people from the USSR at the time who aren't Jewish, and then they were just like, yeah, these people are Jewish as well. So that's literally all Jeffrey Epstein is suggesting in this instance, a different version of that, right? It's just ironic that Benjamin Netanyahu took that and turned it into something that was beneficial for his, or took that as a threat against his political project instead. Like he cares about the Mizrahi. Asked the Tunisian Berber Jews who came back to Tunisia how nice Israel was to them. Mind you, Tunisia is mainly white, so its Jewish population. The issue is that they're too berber. Yeah. Epstein helped Ehud address this demographic concern via Thiel. Of course, in the years that followed, Thiel's company became heavily involved in Israel and its military, supplying the error-prone AI tools it used to indiscriminately slaughter civilians in Gaza and signing a strategic partnership with his MOD. I mean, I don't know if that had anything to do with the demographic concerns at all. But yeah, he did get Ehud Barak to bring Palantir technology into. It's funny because Netanyahu is basically doing great replacement conspiracy, but for white people. Yeah. Anyway, that's just one aspect of the Epstein saga.
To files linked to Jeffrey Epstein land.
Interesting that, once again, often not discussed in Western news at all.
They expose the life obsessively documented. Like this video of the convicted paedophile dancing. A billionaire who used his enormous wealth to abuse and hid behind a luxury lifestyle.
Ooh.
The Epstein files contain videos of massages, private jets, and pools.
I've never seen so many beautiful girls.
A bizarre mix of more than 2,000 videos, 180,000 images, 3 million emails, texts, flight logs, all still being sifted through. Released by the US Department of Justice without context, some videos less than a second long. In this clip, Epstein chases women through a kitchen. Voices of unidentified girls can be heard. There's also this of Epstein, which appears to be filmed while he's in prison. He's secretly recording a video message for 2 women, who we won't name.
You can see I have a little sore on my face that I got from some black guy trying to kiss me. It's really disgusting.
Among the files, heavily redacted, sexually explicit videos. And it's not just Jeffrey Epstein's personal images. The files also contain videos captured by the US authorities. Here, Ghislaine Maxwell, in 2016, being questioned over Virginia Giuffre's civil case.
Who were the other 17-year-old masseuses they were aware of?
I'm not aware of any.
Were there any 16-year-old masseuses you were aware of?
I'm not aware.
Any 15?
Look, I just want to be clear. The only person that I'm aware of who claims to have been, and we have to, whilst I've established that I was 17, given that she has changed her age so many times.
And here she is in July 2020, a glimpse into her life inside her cell. She was waiting to hear whether or not she would be granted bail. And outside it, relaxed, making phone calls, some lasting more than 20 minutes, while facing charges of recruiting women and girls, including a 14-year-old. On Monday, Maxwell will be testifying under oath before Congress. The committee will be investigating the government's handling of the Epstein files. There is this footage from Epstein's Paris apartment. Pharrell Williams' happy plays as a woman dances. A DNA paternity test can be seen on Epstein's desk. The same home where this now infamous photo of Peter Mandelson was taken. Which brings us neatly to here, Epstein outside the Louvre, with France's former culture minister, Jack Lang. Of course, we should say, appearing in the files doesn't imply any wrongdoing.
Well,
the files show excess, hotel rooms, flat...
That's kind of wild to say that while, you know, putting up a B-roll footage of fucking Woody Allen, who is, you know, he's just a pest in his own right, you know, even before the Epstein stuff, right? So kind of an odd choice there when if you're trying to protect the image of some of these people that were affiliated with Jeffrey Epstein. Interesting.
Cars, selfies. In one clip, Candle in the Wind plays from his personal playlist on board what appears to be Epstein's private jet. Millions of files with little explanation. For survivors, the release reopens old wounds. While context is often missing, discomfort isn't.
We've now been through more than 60,000 photos and videos and thousands more emails in the Epstein files. Here's what you need to know. Bill Gates is the latest high-profile figure to face pressure after being named in the files. This photo of him is taken from...
Yeah, not everyone mentioned in the Epstein files is like affiliated with Jeffrey Epstein. Obviously, Norm Finkelstein is a great example of that. Norm Finkelstein was told them to fuck off, basically, when they were trying to establish connection. I think like they even talked about like anti-Israel celebrities, and Zayn Malik is mentioned in the files for that reason, because he was like mentioned as an anti-Israel celebrity. But then there's also the Bill Gateses of the world. And Bill Gates, of course, is heavily involved and implicated in at least trying to figure out a way to rid his wife at the time, Melinda Gates, of a STD that he most likely contracted from someone on the island.
We don't have the context around it. And again, merely appearing in the files isn't a suggestion of wrongdoing. Now, in one email sent by Jeffrey Epstein to himself, a draft email that was never sent on to anyone else, he accuses Bill Gates of catching a sexually transmitted infection and then secretly trying to provide antibiotics to his wife at the time, Melinda Gates. Bill Gates has rejected that allegation, saying it is false, and says he regrets ever meeting Jeffrey Epstein. Now, in another email sent by Epstein to himself, he says that he was helping Bill to get drugs in order to deal with consequences of sex with Russian girls. Again, he's denied those allegations, but his wife, Melinda Gates, his ex-wife, has said that he has to answer some questions.
For me, it's personally hard whenever those details come up, right? Because brings back memories of some very, very painful times in my marriage, but I have moved on from that. I purposely pushed it away and I moved on. I'm in a really unexpected, beautiful place in my life. So whatever questions remain there of what I can't even begin to know all of it, those questions are for those people and for even my ex-husband. They need to answer to those things, not me.
The co-founder of Microsoft has not been accused by any of Epstein's victims, and he called the allegations absurd and completely false. He also spoke on Australia's Channel 9.
I met Jeffrey in 2011, so over a period of 3 years, I had a number of dinners with him. The focus was always, he knew a lot of very rich people, and he was saying he could get them to give money to global health. You know, it's factually true that I was only at dinners, you know, I never went to the island, I never met any women, and so, you know, the more that comes out, the more clear it'll be.
That I don't know about that, big dog. I don't know about that, big dog.
Although the time was a mistake, it had nothing to do with that kind of behavior.
We've also unearthed more emails detailing the relationship between Peter Mandelson and Jeffrey Epstein. This is an email from 2010 where Peter Mandelson says he's gone to a spa. It was great, apart from the lack of happy ending. Now, whether that's a joke or not, it's notable that Mandelson is using sexualized language here, because when he's previously talked about his relationship with Epstein, he said that as a gay man, he was kept away from the sexual nature of his life. And then there's this, another email.
I'm gay. Like, as though that fucking means that you're not. You can't be engaging in criminal acts.
Exchange. And this one was sent on the day that Jeffrey Epstein was released from prison in 2009 after being convicted of soliciting child prostitution. He says, free and home. Mandelson writes back, how shall we celebrate?
Mandelson's involvement in the Labor Party is so perverse and so widespread. Like, his influence is all over the modern iteration of the Labor Party. So if Keir Starmer can get away scot-free from this connection, it will imply that the UK, just like the United States of America, has no real criminal justice system at all. Keir Starmer already is a deeply unpopular figure, and utter vindication for Corbyn, obviously, once again. How do people just accept Starmer, who came to power on the BS ousting of Corbyn, or Macron, who did some BS to retain power after the left won? They just don't think about it, I think.
Epstein says to him, with grace and modesty.
Why rope Keir into this? Because Mandelson was one of the major players, if I'm not mistaken, on the ouster. I mean, Keir Starmer was one of the major players in the ouster of Jeremy Corbyn. Because if you recall, when Corbyn came to power, they tried to ouster him on numerous occasions. And then the one that actually stuck amidst the separate controversy around Brexit was the anti-Semitism allegations. And of course, the media environment was very different back then, right? The media environment around anti-Semitism allegations, especially as it pertains to like any sort of commentary that is anti-Zionist, especially in the UK, was poisonous. And they basically destroyed Corbyn's momentum by consistently calling him an anti-Semite, and also even setting up an internal labor investigation with some members personally engaging in anti-Semitism to call out anti-Semitism within the Labor Party structure to then tie it back to Jeremy Corbyn. Didn't Corbyn only step down after losing the 2019 election? He held on to leadership prior to that? Yes. But a big part of the reason why he lost the 2019 election was because they hung him up with two different reasons. One, well, he had a not so great approach to the Brexit conversation, where it was like inconsistent. It was wishy-washy. He tried to assume like a left pro-Brexit position while simultaneously recognizing the issues with Brexit, which was certainly a problem. But he also got sabotaged from within the party because, one, he didn't already have enough. He had tremendous support from the rank and file, tremendous support from the Labor Party voters, but he did not have any support within the actual the actual political structure of the party. He had a small contingency of Corbynites within the party, but the rest of the party was actually right-wing Labor acolytes, Keir Starmer being one of them. And the entire party infrastructure basically spent every waking moment trying to cast him out. And the way they did so successfully, for those of you who don't know, was by hitting him as an anti-Semite viciously from within the party. They smeared him as an anti-Semite over and over and over again. From October 2020, Sir Keir clarified on Friday morning that it was Mr. Corbyn's comments about the exaggeration of anti-Semitism that was the main reason for his suspension. Jeremy Corbyn joined Labour 55 years ago as a teenager and led the party into the last general election, but the Islington North MP has now been suspended pending an investigation. Keir Starmer literally was one of these guys. Yeah, he fully lent into a Benite-style pro-Brexit position. Corbyn, if he fully lent into a what? Benite-style pro-Brexit position, Corbyn could have won. Yeah, I mean, Brexit was I'm offering you clarity on this.
One of the main reasons that Peter Mandelson was let off the hook and eased into one of the most important offices he could be given by the Prime Minister was because of his role in internal Labour Party factional affairs. And that is...
Yeah, and this internal Labour Party factional affair was around the issue of made-up allegations of anti-Semitism surrounding Jeremy Corbyn. And the reason for why they kept calling him an anti-Semite is because of his now totally vindicated position of being openly supportive of Hezbollah as a political movement in the country of Lebanon, and being pro, Palestinian resistance. Like, there are a lot of things that you look back at throughout Corbyn's career where he had moments of political bravery that was not even exhibited by the likes of Bernie Sanders, for example, that offer clarity into how correct his fucking position was right now. But at the time, it was a third rail, and he was routinely punished for it, cast aside, and called and smeared viciously as an anti-Semite. Fabricated attacks, exaggerated attacks, some that by today's standards would not even be considered a fucking attack. Like, being an anti-Zionist is not even a point of contention any longer, right? As a matter of fact, it's helpful to be an anti-Zionist for a popularity contest, even in a place like England. His moral consistency on the issue of apartheid, straight up, was the reason why they cast him aside. They internally shanked him.
Is just completely wrong. I mean, I'll quote Peter Mandelson, who said, "I work every single day in some small way to bring forward the end of his term in office," referring, of course, to the Right Honourable member for Islington North, and that comment was made whilst he was leader of the Labour Party, and Lord Mandelson was a Labour Party member. And I would say that that is the reason he was so grateful for the job that Peter Mandelson did, kicking the left again and again in the Labour Party. The reward for that factional role that he boasted about, that he revelled in, the reward for that was that a blind eye was turned to the fact that the Prime Minister knew of the relationship between Peter Mandelson and Jeffrey.
Yeah. They turned a blind eye to the Epstein affiliations at the time, or maybe they even fucking welcomed it, because these guys were all there to rat fuck Jeremy Corbyn. And the reason why they wanted to rat fuck Jeremy Corbyn was because of his consistent anti-apartheid, anti-Zionist advocacy and position. It was seen as a non-starter. They wanted him out for, his anti-capitalist stance as well. But the weapon that they wielded in the pliant British press was smears and allegations of anti-Semitism. The reason why the Labour Party is the Blairite party once again, under the leadership of Keir Starmer, where their approval ratings have fucking plummeted in spite of their electoral victory, is because they did this. Okay? They knocked the wind from under the sails of the left momentum that Labour had, where Jeremy Corbyn secured more votes in the last election, the last election prior to the last election, than fucking Keir Starmer did in the last election. Think about that. Keir Starmer won the election in spite of his underperformance in comparison to Jeremy Corbyn the election prior.
Epstein. The reality is, and I will give way in a second, the reality is that Peter Mandelson wouldn't have made it onto a panel of local election candidates in the Labour Party. Yet he...
Chad is saying Labour Party suspended a black Jewish woman, Jackie Walker, for saying that hatred against black people are more prevailed in British society than anti-Jew hatred. Yeah. I mean, the Brits are even fucking crazier. Like, if we're talking about like weird philo-Semitism, the British government and the British media is far worse than like the American government and the American media. I would say that at least the American media just like straight up doesn't cover this shit. Like the New York Times is not writing extensively about my anti-Semitism, right? Like that's just like, Jewish Insider, New York Post, maybe Fox News Digital, and some of these other outlets that are like a part of the ADL smear apparatus. The New York Times is not doing that. Whereas British media will take it to that level. You will have the Guardian and the BBC write about fucking anti-Semitism, the anti-Semitism of Jeremy Corbyn. It's far worse. Or not even just the anti-Semitism of Jeremy Corbyn, but just like anything, any conversation surrounding Israel is immediately it immediately revolves around like how anti-Semitic the fucking person is, unless they're like 100% full-blown pro-Israel. It's pretty wild that it's like, I mean, they got the media on a fucking vice grip over there.
He wouldn't have made it into the parliamentary Labour Party as a candidate for the general election, yet because of his factional role and his relationship with the super rich that quite frankly stinks, he was eased into the position of ambassador to the United States of America. And that's the truth, whether or not people choose to admit it, and I will give way. One of the main reasons...
What is this? As a Lebanese guy, I hate Hezbollah. After getting Corbyn, they literally ousted every Corbynite member of the party. Exactly. As a Lebanese guy, I hate Hezbollah for their conservative and repressive local politics. The only good thing they do is anti-Zionism, which is the reason they grew to the position they did within Lebanon. Yeah, of course. I mean, that is the position of Hezbollah. Like, first as a Shia militancy that was like to protect the Shia population, but then obviously more consequentially a paramilitary alongside its like parliamentary initiatives, a paramilitary that was capable of successfully pushing back against Israel and purging the Israeli forces from the boundaries of Lebanon. People are speculating Peter Mandelson, a longtime member of the Trilateral Commission, nominated Keir Starmer to join. Definitely possible. Starmer joined in 2017-2018, just as Mandelson's protege Morgan McSweeney became the director of Labour Together and initiated a plot against Corbyn. By the way, this is where the new British opinion polls look like for voting intention. Reform UK has the top slot with 31. Greens are at 18. Shouts out to the Greens. Labour has dropped down to the 4th position at 16. Conservatives are still at 18%, which is crazy. But now Greens are in the 2nd slot. The UK, as I correctly predicted, is seeing a sea of fascism, a growth of fascism. What a fucking spectacular defeat. Also, your party, due to its internal collapse, is not even in the is in the other category, basically. Remember when I told you that this was what was going to happen with Keir Starmer, and there were a lot of naysayers in the chat? Yes, Reform is the fascist party in the UK, and they've been picking up conservative MPs left and right, and they have totally dominated the right-wing slant of British politics since Keir Starmer rose to power. And I told you that already. This is not a tiny sample. This is 2,264 adults. That's not a tiny sample at all. That's actually that's an adequate sample size. Here. We'll talk about the Tories today and their gigantic, ginormous, whopping L that they received, among many other things. But beyond that, it's not exactly a sign of good things to come. And I will tell you exactly why. Not because I'm some hater who's always saying like, oh, progress is never happening or anything. Good W for Jezza as an independent in Islington. We'll talk about that as well. But Tories were Scotland didn't even vote for its own guys. Dude, it is pretty crazy seeing this massive wave of support, dude. Reform didn't do well as predicted. Shame that where I live voted for them. Wait, what do you mean didn't do as well as predicted? No, they did gangbusters. What are we talking about? Reform did predicted as in 13 and only got 5 or 4. No, but that's still, guys, in comparison to the exit polls, they did way worse. But it doesn't matter. They still got millions of votes, okay? It's like the British Nazi Party getting millions of votes. That's not... Reform won 2nd in 98 seats. Like, you cannot tell me that this is not legitimately troublesome. This is the British Nazi Party, dude. It is crazy. And here's why it's damaging, because immediately people start going, Reform isn't as extreme as other right-wing parties in Europe. Like, people are already doing people have this tendency, without recognizing what they are doing, to normalize extremist politics. And this unfortunately never happens for leftist politics. It never happens for like socialism. It only happens for further and further reactionary right-wing politics. And I don't even think that that guy is like secretly a Reform supporter or anything. I just simply think that that guy is doing the predictable thing, that many people do when they see a genuine cause for concern, and then their first reaction to this genuine cause of concern is not to analyze it and go, oh my God, this is damaging, this is terrifying. There's millions of people in our neighborhoods that went and voted for like out and about fascists. Second place in 98 districts is unimaginably bad, especially because of what I said earlier, that like the conservatives in order to launch a stronger opposition will most likely play the role of normalizing reform's policies. You've seen this already happen with the AfD in Germany. You've seen this happen with Marine Le Pen, the nationalist the party in France. It starts off marginal, and then before you know it, 2 election cycles later, you're like, what the fuck's going on? How do we get here? And there's always people like myself who have been cut. Bro, there's still people saying green's too extreme. Like, come on, brother. No, they're not. Anyway, the other part of this analysis is when I talk about, I think it might be here, is when I talk about how Keir Starmer's poor performance, if he pivots to the right, Keir Starmer's poor performance is going to lead to a fucking groundswell of reform voters. It's basically going to operate like a funnel where, oh, this is still business as usual politics. Asian camp territory, like immediately, okay? Like the British boomer class is out of control, dude. I have a hard time with how the left can win in Europe because unlike in the US, they do actually have genuinely leftist options like Mélenchon. They just don't like them. No, I know. There's a lot of brainwashing and a lot of propaganda in the, European press.
The country is freshly disgusted by the Mandelson affair, doesn't want to listen to Starmer, and the country remains disgusted by the way the Tories behaved when they were in power. And so today, the obvious conclusion, the overwhelming likelihood, is that we are heading towards a plague on both their houses' election and a reform government. Politics of Peter Mandelson, who he now regards as the viper he took to his bosom, is all about the interests of the super rich, the corporate bankers, the big American tech companies digging themselves ever deeper into our public life. The Mandelson affair wasn't just about one guy making a mistake about another guy. It was about the arrogance and the entitlement of the privileged them, and these days, the increasingly furious us. And that is why, even though Epstein was deeply involved in the far right across Europe and the Russians, populism has not yet been set back by this affair. It may be unfair, but Nigel Farage remains in a very strong position, and we are heading for wild political upsets.
Zach Palensky's message convinced me to become a Green member and stand as a councilman for them in May. Hell yeah. Crazy that the only way you were wrong is it's now Labor that's normalizing reform policy and even getting outflanked by to the left by reform, like the 2-child benefit cap. No, I said that too. I said that the Labor would adopt the Conservative Party politics and that eventually that would cause reform to go even further right, normalizing the reform position of prior years, right? And it would make the Reform Party go even further right. So no, that is the exact prediction I made. I said that Labor was going to adopt a lot of the Conservative party platform positions, and then this would cause reform to harden their stance and go even further right. This has a normalizing effect. And the only reason why I knew this was going to happen is because I'm watching it happen every fucking election cycle in the United States of America with the Democrats, ratcheting further and further to the right once again. I don't know about reform's position on the 2-child cap, but what I do know is, in terms of dealing with migrants, the Labor Party came in and took most of the Conservative Party's position, which allowed the Reform Party to even go further to the right on immigration. That's usually how it works, because you can never outflank the fascists. You can never outflank a reactionary on issues that they are known to support. The Democrats in the United States of America will never be the more racist party out of the two, or the more anti-immigrant party, let's say. That's just not going to happen. It will only cause a normalization of the right-wing position on immigration, and then it will cause the Republicans to go further right. Keir Starmer said he has no reason to believe that Lord Mandelson was telling anything other than the truth about his relationship with Epstein, but he did have good reason. The Financial Times article from the brilliant Picard in June 2023, which we're told is in the Cabinet Office report, had extensive details about the relationship. This picture alone should have raised concerns. Reform wants to make beer cheaper by lowering the tax on it. They said money will be raised by reinstating the 2-child limit. So anyway, this is just like British politics, but
those are the names of 2 strippers.
The same meta that exists in the fucking British British parliamentary politics is exactly the same in the United States of America as well.
Mandelson replies, from now on, grace and modesty should be discovered in London. We've also found new video of Jeffrey Epstein himself, apparently in detention, apparently sending a covert message to 2 women. We're not naming the 2 women. And he appears to be detention because of the clothes he's wearing, the context in which he talks, and the backdrop.
Okay, so Darren and I are sitting here. You can hear the echo. I'm pretending I'm talking to Darren. So, hi, Darren. So, are you guys having a good time? You can see I have a little sore on my face that I got from some black guy trying to kiss me. It's really disgusting. With his tongue. Oh, it's really, oh. Anyway, I have pictures up on the wall. I had to borrow the Scotch tape to get the pictures on the wall. I'll talk to you guys later. Bye.
That video is in stark contrast to most of what we've seen in the Epstein files, which show him living an extravagant billionaire lifestyle. Instead, we see where his crimes led him. So too with this more than 400-page report from the FBI investigating his death in custody. That was eventually ruled a suicide.
Yeah.
The Trump administration plans to withdraw 700.
Sure. Anyway, so where is it? Last part of the Epstein saga that I want to dive into briefly, we can get back to it in a little bit, is of course this aspect. Murdoch-owned New York Post puts on Facebook a story teasing that Epstein was a foreign agent for Russia law. They didn't turn off the comments, and well, no one in the massive comment section was buying it. Okay? Telegraph did this as well. Poland to examine the increasingly likely possibility that pedophilia scandal was co-organized by intelligence services in Moscow. Okay? Best part of Russiagate 2, the Israel obfuscation, is that no one buys this theory. If no one buys this theory, it means that there's a good chance Bill Clinton, Larry Summers, Bill Richardson... Oh, sorry. If one buys this theory, it means that there's a good chance Bill Clinton, Larry Summers, Bill Richardson, Reid Hoffman, and other prominent Democrats are all compromised by Compromat or whatever, creating a double reverse Russiagate. Like, they can't say it's Israel for some reason. I wonder why, right? So they have to obfuscate and claim it's Russia. But if it's Russia, then all of these prominent Democrats that are Epstein affiliates are all Russian agents or have been compromised by Russia. You can't have it both ways. The Russiagators are going to collapse in on themselves until we end up with Putin building Compromat on the whole world, thus liberating our liberal class from any meaningful power analysis or introspection. In the end, everyone will get off the hook, even Putin. This is a good way to formulate it. The problem with Russiagate and Russia Anglo Epstein's isn't that they are wrong, but they are way, way too narrow. These are scandals of global oligarchy, of which the Russian component is but a subset. Yeah, both the Epstein scandal and Russiagate are about a sphere of elite impunity where American consultants, Russian oligarchs, Saudi princes, European politicians, Israeli intelligence figures, and British ex-spies all swim. This is silly, I'm sorry. His contact with Russia was limited, largely on behalf of Israel, and mostly pre-2014 invasion of Crimea when Russia was not non grata. There's overlap, but there's also distinct spheres of influence, and flattening into global oligarchy obscures this. His Israeli and U.S. contacts are 100 times more than his Russian ones. Is not even close, and boosting the latter obviously serves to obscure the former. That's precisely the reason why they're doing it, by the way. The reason why they're doing this, like, oh, there's a real Russian component to this investigation from Poland, but onward, is because they don't want to say Israel, and they think, oh, well, this way we can tie it and obfuscate the Israeli intelligence angle, and we can tie it to a foreign adversary that everyone can unconditionally get behind fighting against. Okay? That's it. It's totally, nakedly, brazenly a distractionary technique. They're just trying to deflect away from the main point of contention here. And it's ironic because many people, either for like illegitimate and somewhat anti-Semitic reasons, or for the overwhelming majority, very legitimate and very because they're capable of critical thinking, reasons such as that, it's Israel. Okay? That's it. It's so fucking ridiculous. It makes no sense. Like, which one do you think is more prominent a fixture in Epstein's in Epstein's relationship with foreign with foreign spying, with foreign intelligence agencies, Russia or Israel? Oh, maybe it's China. Yeah, exactly.
Suspicions are growing and action is now being taken. For Polish Prime Minister Donald Tusk, the latest information...
It's ironic because this reminds me of the Russiagate investigation that was conducted initially. As you guys know, I was never big on the Russiagate stuff regardless, although I did think that there was definitely enough evidence that Russia was meddling in the affairs of the U.S. election, as, you know, great powers do. the ways in which the Democrats coped with the Hillary Clinton defeat was to tie everything back to Russia, right? They abso-fucking-lutely went above and beyond tying anything and everything back to Russia and Russian interference. It was ridiculous because it was a way to not do the proper autopsy of why Hillary Clinton had lost the election, right? Now, in the process of doing this Russiagate investigation, what they actually uncovered was that, yes, of course, there was Russian intervention or attempts at intervention, but they also found that there was a lot of Israeli intervention in the elections. And they very quickly were like, oh, never mind. Let's not look into that direction at all. And it's happening again. But this time, they are using the Russiagate angle, the Russian interference, Russian agent angle, as a way to obfuscate from something that every single person with like 2 working brain cells can comprehend. It's very interesting. Russiagate was top-down, manufactured by one powerful faction of the U.S. elite to cripple a rival faction. A daily stream of spy agency leaks to friendly media. The narrative was one side is evil, one side is good, whereas the Epstein scandal implicates the entire ruling class. Exactly. I don't understand. Everyone knew. Everyone was involved. He had so much backup. How did Epstein even get behind bars? Alexander Acosta. Alexander Acosta unceremoniously became Trump's labor secretary. And Julie K. Brown and the Miami Herald investigated Alexander Acosta's background because it was a name that they remembered from the 2008 Jeffrey Epstein court case. Alexander Acosta was the prosecutor that gave Jeffrey Epstein this insane sweetheart plea bargain, one that allowed him, regardless of his, regardless of the nature of his crimes, one that allowed him to leave prison on a fucking worker structure. I forget what it's called, but like it was unheard of. There's never been a moment where someone who got their sex trafficking of minor charges reduced to trying to solicit prostitutes that were literally children, by the way, but they made it seem like he was just trying to solicit. I guess they did say, work release. Thank you. A work release program. There is no world where you get a work release program if you're a pedophile. Okay. There's no world where you get your sentence reduced as much as Jeffrey Epstein did. And there's certainly no world where you get put on work release as a pedophile. At most, if you are a pedophile in prison, they will put you away from Gen Pop because if you're in Gen Pop, they will kill you, right? So you're kept under close watch. There is no world where you get work release as a pedophile as you are carrying out your sentence. Like it's unheard of, dude. It's like getting a work release as a serial killer, okay?
Included in the release of over 3 million files adds to concerns that the Epstein pedophilia scandal was co-organized by Russian intelligence.
Anyway, Julie K. Brown conducts this investigation with Miami Herald, going back to the Epstein files. It becomes viral, and then it becomes such a major issue that the Trump administration has to address it. The Department of Justice, not the Department of Justice, but the Southern District of New York reopens the Jeffrey Epstein case, take a closer look at it. And they arrest him, obviously, because there's a lot of fucking evidence that he has continued his conduct. And they take all of his data from his New York mansion, his New York residence, and then he dies under the watch of Bill Barr in a federal prison. The same federal prison that Luigi Mangione and Maduro are in right now.
This has pushed the Prime Minister to ask for a probe to be conducted into Epstein's possible links with Russia's secret services, as well as to Tusk's.
I was in work release for heroin addiction in like 2012, and I'm very sorry to tell you that you are very wrong about this. You get work release for pedophilia? It's child endangerment. I mean, I know the criminal justice system is very bad at work release, but he didn't spend most of his prison sentence in. Chomos get work release and into halfway houses all the time. Chatter. He literally was just sleeping at the prison. Like every day he was able to go back to his fucking mansion. You're talking about being released into a halfway house. He was not released into a halfway house. He didn't check in at a serious job site either. Oh, he didn't die in the same prison as Luigi? I'm aware he's a different case. I'm just saying it's not unheard of.
Country.
A growing number of commentators and experts assume that it is highly probable that this was a premeditated operation by the Russian KGB. This so-called honey trap set for the elites of the Western world, primarily the United States. This can only mean that they also possess compromising material against many leaders still active today.
Suspicions that are fueled by the release of emails showing the lengths Epstein and his associates went to recruit young Russian women, with documents including requests to book flights from Moscow to Paris and to New York. A honey trap designed to blackmail the global elite. Vladimir Putin is named over 1,000 times.
Epstein died in Metropolitan Correctional Center in Manhattan. Luigi and Maduro at MDC Brooklyn. Sorry, I'm wrong. I apologize. It's MCC, not MDC. You're right.
In the latest documents, exchanges discuss appointments to come between Epstein and the Russian president, including after Epstein was convicted of procuring a child for prostitution. Previous emails also appeared to show Epstein offering advice to politicians on how to deal with Donald Trump. The question as to whether he was working for secret services isn't a new one. For years, some have suggested Epstein was in fact working for Israel's Mossad. Donald Tusk said that he would encourage others to pursue an international investigation.
I like that the entire video is about connections to KGB, and then there's like a brief moment where they revealed a Mossad angle. Nice.
Immigration agents and officers from the Minneapolis area, but border czar Tom Homan says roughly 2,000 or so will remain. That is more than 3 times the number of city police officers. Homan said personnel on the streets would now start to wear body cameras. The government also faces waves of resignations by U.S. attorneys in Minnesota. Omar Villafranca has more on the federal employees who are leaving Minneapolis.
I have announced effective immediately, we will draw down 700 people.
On Wednesday, border czar Tom Homan said he's reducing the number of federal immigration agents in the Twin Cities. After months of sweeping immigration enforcement operations that have been met by widespread protest, culminating with the shooting deaths of 2 American citizens.
Do you think this operation was a success here in Minnesota?
I think it was very effective as far as public safety goes. Was it a perfect operation? No.
In a statement, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz said the reduction was a step in the right direction, but called for a faster and larger drawdown of forces. Homan said the move was spurred in part by heightened cooperation between Minnesota County jails and ICE. Meanwhile, 4 federal prosecutors who led a $250 million fraud case have resigned from the U.S. Attorney's Office in Minneapolis, part of a wave of departures that has slashed the district staff. Sources say the office now has as few as 17 assistant U.S. attorneys, down sharply from 70 during the Biden administration. The resignations in part over the massive federal immigration enforcement crackdown and clashes with protesters in the state. Among these departures, Julie Lee, an ICE attorney who moved to the Minnesota U.S. Attorney's Office in January to help it respond to what she called a tidal wave of civil filings from detainees. According to a court transcript, Lee told a judge during a hearing in St. Paul her job sucks and asked to be held in contempt so she could get 24 hours of sleep. Lee had picked up 88 immigration cases in a month. She went on to say, according to a court transcript, "What do you want me to do? The system sucks. This job sucks. And I'm trying every breath that I have so that I can get what you need."
Lee's remarks show the pressure that federal attorneys are under to keep up with the administration promises of carrying out mass deportations. Adriana?
Omar, thank you so much.
Remember, the drawback of 700 federal agents from Minneapolis is utterly irrelevant when you consider that 3,000 agents were sent there. Okay? This is a symbolic retreat, I think, in an effort to try to shift the attention away from Minneapolis while continuing its fucking its anti-immigrant operations en masse. It's completely insane. And yeah, I mean, we're still on fuck ice. Meanwhile, the Democratic Party is obviously doing its very best to capitulate to the interests of the administration for some fucking weird reason. Well, I think we know what the fucking weird reason is that they are the controlled opposition party. People on the ground from Minneapolis are reporting that ICE is still fully operational and they're still conducting their anti-immigrant deportation schemes. So I think this is a switcheroo to stop you from paying attention. But the very fact, and there's an extended interview with Donald Trump, this is a really interesting interview. But the very fact that Donald Trump is seemingly retreating from this is because they have listened to your cries. Now, of course, the main issue here is that the Trump administration has heard your protests and is frustrated by them and is worried by them. But the Democrats are not seizing on this opportunity because they're the controlled opposition party. That's the problem. Now let's take a look at this interview.
From our nation's capital, where today we sat down exclusively with President Trump at this extremely pivotal moment in his second term. The president making a number of headlines discussing everything from the midterm elections to the economy to his administration's handling of the immigration crackdown. Telling me what he learned from Minneapolis and about where ICE officers could head next. And with the affordability crisis impacting so many Americans right now, you'll hear what he said about when to expect economic relief. I also asked him point blank about this moment with Fed Chair Jerome Powell and if his Justice Department would drop the investigation into Powell. And as the Republican Party faces growing pressure ahead of the midterms, what he said about the possibility of 2028 and the presidential ticket possibly featuring on the Republican side Vice President J.D. Vance and Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Plus, we pressed him on what those FBI agents were looking for when they raided an election office in Georgia. And his warning tonight to Iran's supreme leader after that country's deadly protest crackdown. Also, the surprising response when asked about his relationship with former President Bill Clinton. During our talk, the president pointing out ongoing construction on the White House ballroom, what he said about bulletproof windows and drone-proof ceilings being installed, and if he ever worries about his own safety, plus what he told me about his personal health. But we start with the major breaking news out of Minneapolis tonight. Tom Homan announcing he's pulling hundreds of federal officers out of Minnesota, and that's where our conversation begins. Okay, let's drill down into the news today. That big change on immigration, 700 officers leaving Minneapolis. Did that come from you?
Yes, it did. But it didn't come from me because I just wanted to do it. We are waiting for them to release prisoners, give us the murderers that they're holding, and all of the bad people, drug dealers, all of the bad people. We allowed in our country, I say 25 million people with an open border policy for 4 years under Biden and that group, the auto pen group, I call them. We allowed to come into our country people the likes of which no country would accept, and we're getting them out. Yeah. But we've gotten a lot of them out. So crime now in Minnesota, crime now in Minneapolis is down. Crime in all cities is down. And you know why it's down? It's down because of us. It's down in Chicago by 25%, despite the fact that we are always dealing with these people, and they happen to be Democrats, that don't know anything about crime prevention.
Mr. President, speaking of Minneapolis, what did you learn?
I learned that maybe we can use a little bit of a softer touch, but you still have to be tough. These are criminals. We're dealing with really hard criminals. But look, I've called the people. I've called the governor. I've called the mayor, spoke to them, had great conversations with them. And then I see them ranting and raving out there, literally as though a call wasn't made. We've done a great job everywhere. The only place there's been a little inflammation has been really, it's not Minnesota, because we've done well with
Los Angeles, too. There's been others. Yeah.
Well, I saved Los Angeles. The top law enforcement officer, right at the beginning of my time when they were having riots, before me and it carried into me. If I didn't go in there with the National Guard, with troops, you wouldn't have the Olympics, which I got the Olympics. You wouldn't have the Olympics in Los Angeles. And he said, without the president sending in the troops, we would have lost Los Angeles. Yeah. And you know what? I saved Los Angeles. And we will do it again if we have to. And by the way, we're going to have a very safe Olympics.
Insane.
And we're going to have a very safe World Cup.
Speaking of Minneapolis, after the shooting of Renee Good, you said ICE made some mistakes. What were the mistakes?
Well, look, I'm not happy with the two incidents. It's not, it's both of them, not one or the other. He was not an angel, and she was not an angel. You look at some tapes from back, but still, I'm not happy with what happened there. Nobody could be happy, and ICE wasn't happy either. But I'm going to always be with our great people.
Bro. American fascism has evolved to a degree where they are unironically looking at a white lady and a white man and treating them like a black teenager. I never thought we would get to this point. Okay, let's keep it $150 here, guys. The "he was no angel" is like a famous application, a postmortem application for police shootings involving black teenagers. Michael Brown was no angel, right? That's where it was most famously used. And now, even if you're a white guy opposing the administration, you are also getting hit with the no angel territory. It's incredible.
Law enforcement, ICE, police, we have to back them. If we don't back them, we don't have a country. If we don't back them, you're going to end up, look, Washington, D.C. was a very unsafe place to be. You couldn't walk to the White House. You couldn't walk to a restaurant. Restaurants were closing. I inherited not only a mess with the country, I inherited a horrible, very dangerous capital. Do you know Washington, D.C. is now an extremely safe place? You see what happened. You're here a lot.
When you mentioned Renee
let me ask you, Tom. You're here a lot. Would you have walked down the street a year and a half ago with your family? No. But today you can, and nothing's going
Come on, man. Just say yes, bro. Come on. What are we talking about here?
to happen.
You mentioned Renee Good and not Al and Alex.
Don't skip that, man. What do you mean? No, Washington, D.C. wasn't walkable until you fucking put the National Guard down? That's crazy.
Freddie's not being angels. Do you think any of that justified what happened to them, though?
No, I don't. It should have not happened. It was a very sad, to me, it was a very sad incident, two incidents. And, you know, they mentioned the one now, they don't mention the other. Well, I think they were both sad. And, you know who feels worse about it than anybody? The people of ICE. They're strong,
the people of
tough
ICE.
people. And they have to be tough because we're dealing with hardened criminals. We're dealing with people, you know, jails have been emptied into our country from all over the world, from Venezuela, where we had great success, you will admit, but from Venezuela, from the Congo in Africa, from all over the world. Jails, the jail population was emptied into our country. If we don't have strong people...
Why conduct an interview if you're not going to actually push back? What are we doing here? Stop him and say, what do you mean, Mr. President? Do you have any evidence for it, Mr. President? Where's the evidence that jails are releasing their criminals into the nation's boundaries, Mr. President? Like, what the fuck, man? This isn't CBS. I thought NBC was supposed to be less compliant.
You're not getting them out. And we're getting them out. Remember this, again, I say it again and again. We have record low crime in the United States. Nobody's been able to say that for 125 years.
So I want to be clear, because it sounds like there is a shift in immigration enforcement here, that there's going to be a shift after Minneapolis. What should Americans expect going forward?
Well, one thing I say to my people, you know, we do a good job, we don't get credit for it. I say they have to ask and they have to say please. When a city is
who has to ask and who has to say please?
The mayor or the governor. I don't want to go and force ourselves into a city, even if their numbers are terrible. Like, for instance, I got a call from Jeff Landry, governor of Louisiana. He said, we have a big problem. Could you go in and help us with well, let's see, certain sections. I mean, to be honest with you, certain sections of the state, beyond their famous, beautiful city, certain sections of the state. We have done, not only in New Orleans, we've done a really great job in Louisiana, but I was called. I want to be called. Chicago, we could solve the Chicago crime.
Well, on that question, which cities are you headed to next?
We have 5 cities that we're looking at very strongly, but we want to be invited. We will sometimes call the governors and
are these cities like Chicago, Philadelphia? Are these the cities?
We could straighten out the crime in Chicago. We've already brought it down 25% just by being there. We could have Chicago be a safe city, just like D.C. is a safe city, just like all of these places that we've gone to. And I look forward. You know, I didn't campaign on that. I campaigned on law and order, but I didn't think I'd be going into individual cities and making them safe.
Anything else you can tell us about the 5 cities? The 5 cities, anything else? So Americans are ready?
We'll be announcing them very quickly, but we could do something. As an example, I was called by people. San Francisco said, please, we have a Democrat mayor. He's trying very hard. Would you, friends of mine that live there, it's got crime problems. Would you let him do the job and not come in? Let's see how it works. I said, look, I can do it much quicker, much faster. Don't forget, we remove criminals. We took over 2,000 hardcore criminals out of Washington, D.C.
Every criminal removal that has taken place has happened within the prison system. ICE does not go out, conduct investigations into crimes, and process like criminal warrants or anything like that. At most, they will try to go to local jails and get people who are charged, not convicted, charged with a crime. But as far as like actual convicted criminals, yeah, they get them from the prison because that's where convicted criminals are, in prison.
If we didn't do that, 2% of the people create 90% of the crime. Think of that, 2%. So you have a criminal, because it's over and over again, 2% create 90% of the crime. We took out 2,000 people, more than 2,000 people out of Washington, D.C., and we now have a safe city.
You, as I mentioned, you've had success on immigration. Illegal border crossings are at historic lows, right?
You know, it's so nice that you said that.
But if you look at the...
Tom, what you just said.
It's true.
No, but it's so nice. I hope you air it. It's so nice what you said, because that's called good reporting. That's called fair reporting. Now give me the second part.
Now let me give you the second part of the question. But if you look at the polls, most Americans say they don't like how you've handled immigration, right? Especially what's happened in Minneapolis. How do you change their minds?
Well, I don't believe the polls, for one thing, because how can you not have... I saw a poll on the border where I'm at 55%, okay?
The polls show that Americans aren't against the deportations. It's the handling of immigration.
You know, polls, it depends on the way you ask the question. I saw a poll on the border. I'm at 55%. Well, how can I only be at 55% when everybody agrees that the border is totally, beautifully closed and nobody's coming in unless they come in legally, et cetera. It couldn't be better. I should be at 100%. I don't believe the polls. And some polls...
I should be at 100%. I should be at a 100% approval rating on the border. He wants to be a dictator so bad, dude. Not to get like real libbed up here, but there's honestly no other way to interpret this. This truly puts into this truly puts into proper framing his like genuine admiration for Vladimir Putin and shit. I've often wondered what it's like why authoritarian leaders do like silly things to make themselves appear a certain way, as though they are beloved by large majorities of the population, if not the damn near entirety of the population. And I'm seeing it. It's just like so petty. It's so stupid. You are not tapped into the conservative mind virus like you used to be.
I mean, I could show you polls where I'm polling at 69% popularity, and some polls where I have one at...
We'll ask the White House to share that with us. Yeah.
71%. And then I have polls where I'm at 44% and 42%. The polls are almost dishonest, almost as dishonest as some of the reporters themselves.
Yeah.
But I'm getting very good polls. I'm getting very good polls on crime prevention, on law and order, and on the border. I have to. And I'm starting to get great polls on the economy, which I think is...
The polls on the economy they're not great.
They should be great.
They should be. So why aren't they, if you believe that?
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, look, I've got...
Americans tell us, we hear this. I mean, we're going to get into the economy later, but I mean, they tell us they don't feel it.
Just so you understand. I have $18 trillion being invested into the country. Biden had less than $1 trillion for 4 years, and the whole country was going to credit.
When does America feel it?
You know that if they won that election, and we won in a landslide, you know if they won that election, this country was... I think it was finished. I actually think it was finished. You would have had people, instead of 18 coming in, 18 trillion, you would have had $10 trillion leaving. I think our country, I think we would have been Venezuela on steroids.
I have a question about immigration still looking forward now. Your goal during the election was to deport everyone who came here illegally under President Biden. Is your mission now to deport everyone who came in illegally, or just people who have come in illegally who have also committed additional crimes?
We are totally focused on criminals, really bad criminals. Now, you could say people that came in illegally are criminals, but I'm talking about murderers from different countries. We have 11,888 murderers that Biden and his group led into our country. We've captured a lot of them. We've brought some of them back.
It's so funny. Like, every part of the immigration conversation that happens on the mainstream, on both sides, is just built around whatever fucking lie Donald Trump is claiming, okay? Once again, this is an abject lie, okay? It's just made up. The idea that, like, ICE is actually tackling crimes of this sort is a lie. The idea that, like, Biden didn't actually criminally prosecute, Biden's DOJ didn't criminally prosecute murderers if they're undocumented immigrants is, like, such a laughable lie that I don't even know how to describe it. Like, if you truly believe that, you have the brain of a baby. Actually, even a baby would be like, goo goo gaga, I saw Paw Patrol. I'm pretty sure if you're a criminal, like, you're going to jail, right? Doesn't really matter. And despite the fact that this is this lie requires you to not have object permanence, this lie requires you to have the brain of a fucking child, many Americans seemingly have that brain. And I think it's a massive problem with mainstream media that they don't, like, address Trump's ridiculous statements here, okay? there's no world where like mainstream media goes, wait a minute, Mr. President, you're saying that like Joe Biden released criminals into the wild when these criminals happen to be of immigrant background? Like, just simply asking for evidence, is that too much? Can we just ask for evidence?
A lot of them we don't want to bring back because we don't trust the country that they're not sent back again. Yeah. Despite how strong the borders are, they'll figure a way to try and get in, and we don't want to, and we'll incarcerate them. But 11,888 murders. Yeah. We are after those people. We're after the drug dealers. Right. We are after, by the way, a big problem, they allowed to come into our country.
Yeah, right. Might as well say, yeah, base, brother. What is this? Is this a fucking Asmongold interviewing the president? Like, what's happening here? Yeah, based.
People from their mental institutions, people from insane.
Your company is tanking, bro. Please get back to the office and stop this vacation. Who are you talking to? What is this a reference to? I don't even understand. Are you talking about Donald Trump? Oh, you work at Amazon. Yeah, that's true. Amazon is tanking. My vacation? Bitch, what vacation? That's so funny. I'm literally currently I'm working. This is what I would be doing at home, and I'm doing it here instead.
That are mentally ill and very dangerous. We're getting them out.
Joe Rogan was one of your biggest endorsers in 2024. He said
oh my God, even this is fucking stupid, but whatever. This will get clicks though.
Understands that Trump's, the president's sort of plan to...
For the record, chatter, people are telling you to take your meds on YouTube. Hey dog, hey big dog, where'd you get that sick shirt? Clayton Swisher gifted it to me. Are you guys hiring at your work? No.
People here who are here illegally, but he also understands why critics compare ICE officers to the Gestapo asking people for their papers. What's your response to him?
Well, look, first of all, he's a great guy. We had a tremendous success before the election. I think it was his biggest interview ever, and over 300 million people. It was very good. She didn't want to do it, you know. She decided not to do it because she's not capable. But I spoke to him 3 days ago. We had a great conversation. And all I'm doing, I have to keep...
Did he mention this to you? Did you guys talk about this, the ICE enforcement?
Yeah. Just had a good conversation. I think he's a great guy, and I think he likes me too. Yeah. And, you know, liking me isn't important. What happens is that I think we do a phenomenal job, but I don't think we're good at public relations.
What does that mean? You've said that a couple times now. What do you mean by that?
We don't sell the great job that we're doing. Look, we have the safest country.
Is that your staff? Are those your staffers?
Excuse me, people from your persuasion, somewhat left, to a job on numbers. It just came out that in 125 years, we have the safest country. The best crime numbers since the year 1900.
That's a stat. Yeah, we know it's true.
Way before my father was born. Right. Think of that. And yet, then you talk about crime, or you talk about this, or you talk about that, and the poll numbers aren't that good. People, we don't do a good public relations job. That's why I'm doing the interview with you today.
We appreciate it.
I'm trying to help my people, you know, PR, public relations.
I will say, Donald Trump has diminished. I do legitimately believe that his brain processing power has gotten worse. Like, this is a reduced Trump. His interviewing skills are worse in general. He rambles even more than he used to, and he used to ramble quite a bit. There is definitely a Brandonization taking place here.
Speaking of your people, you're never afraid to shake up your team. You've said that you're okay with shaking up your team. Do you still believe in Kristi Noem to deliver on your vision of immigration?
Look, she was in charge of the border. The border's closed. I mean, everybody gives me A+ on the border. The border was a disaster. People were pouring into our country.
But what about the enforcement?
They don't even try and come up now. You know the beautiful thing? The caravans. I think I came up with that name. Thousands of people, 25, 30,000 people in a group. You know who sent them? Their countries. They sent the people that they didn't want. Not only criminals, people that didn't want to work hard, etc. They know who it is. They sent them into our country. We have nobody coming in anymore. We have very good. You just asked me, Kristi, we have the best crime numbers that we've had in 125 years. I think she's doing a very good job. Again, public relations. She's not getting credit for the job that she does.
Let's move to the economy now.
And excuse me, what is sad, though, and it is, we had the two primary incidents in Minnesota. So,
and you shook up leadership there. You brought Tom Homan in.
Yeah, I did. And Tom is great. Tom is a superstar. But You do thousands of arrests. You arrest thousands of rapists. You arrest thousands of the worst people. You arrest the drug dealers. I mean, we had drug kingpins. We had murderers. Thousands. No incident. We bring them back to their country. 2 people. It's bad. I hate it. I hate even talking about it. 2 people out of tens of thousands, okay? And you get bad publicity. Nobody talks about all of the murderers that were taken out of our country. They don't talk about...
but it was 2 Americans.
They don't talk
who died,
about we have the smallest drug...
Brother, you guys put a new rule in the rule book that allows you to literally deport someone for being suspected of committing a crime, any crime, with the Laken Riley Act. Because Laken Riley was murdered by an undocumented migrant who was arrested, jailed, and then deported. What the fuck do you mean? Just 2 people in the process of deporting people. Come on, give me a break. Let me kill a couple people. Come on, guys. What's your expectation? I kill 0 Americans? No, I got to kill a couple. And now it's bad PR.
As an example, we've been very tough on the waters, and soon, pretty much overall. But if you look at the waters where we knock out boats, each boat that we knock out, we save 25,000 American lives. We're doing a job like nobody's ever seen before. I just got to...
Please follow up on that. The administration is currently being sued by the families of the victims. I mean, it'll most likely go nowhere because it's the American government that assassinated them, unfortunately. But everything is made up. What the fuck, dude? What the hell? Every aspect of this interview, everything that he says is just made up. I don't know how to deal with it. I don't know how to react to it. I don't know what to say, really, because he is just a fucking serial liar. Like, every boat that we blow up leads to 25,000 saved lives. How? Your very own department, your very own drug enforcement agency says that Venezuela is not a narco trafficking hub. The boats that you blew up have don't have the gas tanks to make their way all the way up to the American coastline. These are small fishermen boats, small go-fast boats that are going between Trinidad and Tobago and Venezuela. And you blew them up. You have victims, family members of the victims that are suing the government right now. Do you have any evidence whatsoever that these are boats that are actually trafficking drugs into the United States of America? And if you have evidence, why have you not revealed it? And if this, and someone needs to explain how those boats make their way to the United States of America. And this is before we even talk about international law. There's a proper process here. Is murdering random boaters the appropriate measure to take? Or doesn't the Coast Guard have apprehension techniques beyond lobbing hellfire missiles at fucking random boats, or like drone striking random boats from afar? If these are drug traffickers, isn't it more beneficial to actually overtake these boats and apprehend the drug traffickers inside of these boats after conducting a proper investigation? All of these are normal questions that a normal adult should be able to ask the fucking president. I think one of the funniest aspects of this conversation, or the speculation around whether or not he has dementia, is that if he does actually have Alzheimer's or dementia, which I think is likely, for those of you who don't know how Alzheimer's works, I have a lot of people in my family that had Alzheimer's, okay? There is a very funny outcome here. The funniest possible outcome for Alzheimer's, which is a devastating illness, okay? One where your brain stops producing new information or producing new memories. And you're locked into one specific period in time. It would be kind of funny if Donald Trump got locked into the Jeffrey Epstein time period in his brain and his capacity started deteriorating. So he just kept talking about how Jeffrey Epstein and Bill Clinton are his best friends over and over again. That would be fucking hilarious. Okay? Imagine the administration around Donald Trump, all of his staffers consistently trying to get him to shut the fuck up, but he just keeps saying, Jeffrey, you're my best friend. Where's Jeffrey? Where are you, Jeffrey? Jeffy boy, you love them young just like I do. Remember, a best friend is such a mysterious thing. You're a childlike wonder, Jeffrey. I love you just like I love Bilbo Clinton. And you want to know what will happen? I'm locking it right now. I'm fucking, this is another one of these like crazy predictions that I jokingly make, and then it ends up becoming reality. And it has happened before. Ronald Reagan in his second term was already demented, right? The funniest thing that would happen, or the saddest thing that would happen in the aftermath of this like very tragic comedy would be that the American people would still not fucking do anything about it. Okay? Donald Trump comes out and is consistently talking about how he loves sucking Bill Clinton's dick and how he loves Jeffrey Epstein because that's the last time his brain was capable of producing new memories. And then the American people still don't say anything. Yeah, a pal is a wonderful thing and every day is a beautiful mystery. Yeah, a fitting end for the U.S. empire? Yes. I am going to stream snipe you on Saturday, says Chinese Richie Torres. Okay, well, I'm not going to be outside. So how will you do that? Don't be weird. Also, thank you for the 200 gifted. Shout out to Spittin' Litton for the 200 gifted.
On the phone with President Xi, and he is amazed at how well the United States is doing. He said he's never seen anything like it.
You brought the conversation, Mr. President, so let me ask you, what did you talk about with the leader of China?
About a lot of topics. We talked
What's
about
the most important topic? Is it chips? Is it the wars in Ukraine? What is going on?
I would say the economy, the relationship that we have with China. I'm going to be going there in April. Then he's coming here toward the end of the year.
Coming to the White House?
He's coming to the White House, yeah. Toward the end of the year. We have a very good relationship. And
it's so funny. After I pulled that chatter up, hella YouTube chatters are saying L Twitch chatter. This is not how it is on YouTube. They're talking about how YouTube chatters are not like that.
Numerous times, and I don't think they want to see a shutdown in.
Mr. President, are you going to sue Trevor Noah? Last night in a post, you alluded that something could be coming.
Yeah, well, he said that I spent time on Jeffrey Epstein's island.
Jeffrey's Island. My bestie Jeffrey. Oh my God. Oh my God.
I didn't. I mean, he's a lightweight. This guy. He's a terrible. I think he's terrible. I thought he did a terrible job at the Grammys. I thought the whole Grammys was terrible. I watched part of it. It's not watchable. Numerous times.
You spoke it into existence. It's going to happen.
It's important that I have a good relationship, and for him that he has a good relationship with me. We have to have a good. These are the two most powerful countries in the world, and we have a very good relationship.
You talk about tariffs?
We spoke for an hour.
Does he ask you about the tariffs? Is he saying this is hurting us?
Well, they're paying a lot of tariffs, as you know. China's paying a lot of tariffs. In the past, they didn't. I'm the one that put tariffs on China.
How does it feel having now different siloed audience reactions to your broadcast with the multi-streaming setup? I don't really like it because I do think it actually eats away at my viewership on Twitch. Because, like, if YouTube was, like, you know, hitting 30K every day, then I wouldn't mind it. I wouldn't even mind like a little bit of a hit on the viewership on the Twitch side, but it's very clear that it actually chopped the viewership. It did. If I stream just on YouTube, there's a likelihood that I get 40K on YouTube. If I stream just on Twitch, I get 40K on Twitch. If I chop it into two, if I chop the audience into two, I get 30K here and 16K on YouTube. I did think that I thought that it would be like two totally separate audiences. I'm sure there's some people on YouTube that are watching that otherwise wouldn't, but it's clear to me that it actually takes away from my audience here. And because of the top-heavy nature, of Twitch streaming in general, when you have 30K, then you have less of a likelihood of bringing in new viewers than if you do 40K. Like, the way it works is like if you're at the top of the directory, you get even more new viewers to funnel in. Having overall more viewership doesn't matter. It's inconsequential. That's still more total viewers. You're dork. You're objectively wrong. No. I'll be honest with you. The reason why I'm still doing it on YouTube right now is because it's actually really beneficial for the YouTube page in general. Also, speaking of YouTube, look at this fucking video that got absolutely shadow banned. Holy shit. 19,000 views, dude. That's crazy. But all the other videos and their viewer counts have gone up. Also, YouTube watchers, like the stream, please. You must like the stream. Don't forget to like the stream. I got to keep reminding myself. Don't forget to subscribe. YouTube has brutal copyright restrictions. You stream a lot of videos that would get instantly nuked on YouTube. No, I haven't had major issues with that. So you're wrong on that front. I thought I would have a lot more. I I thought I would have a lot more issues with YouTube streaming in general on the copyright side, but no, it's been pretty good. Knock on wood. Yeah, YouTube watchers, smash that bell button. I'd say give it a month before determining any trends. Yeah, I'm going to do that. Yeah, smash that bell button, subscribe, so you are instantly notified. And also, once again, like the YouTube stream so it gets better placement on the algorithm. I think the vast majority of YouTube watchers are people who watch the Twitch stream and are just using YouTube for the convenience. The first day made it seem like more, but that was a post-ban stream, which always hits crazy numbers. Yeah, I think so too. You were always a 30K Andy? No, these past couple of weeks, I was a 30 to 40K Andy. Now I'm a 20 to 30K Andy. So you're wrong. Featured heavily in this? What is this thing? Okay. Why not schedule the YouTube streams? I do schedule them. All right, let's continue.
Tariffs, and a lot of tariffs are, just so you understand, making our country.
Yeah, we hit 40K regularly for this past month. And now that I'm on YouTube, I think, God, all right, this doesn't matter, but there's probably around like 6-7K YouTube watchers, like organically watching on just YouTube that would normally not watch me otherwise. But I think around like 10,000 of those viewers on the 16K to 20K YouTube watchers are watching on YouTube out of pure sheer convenience. And that those 10K would probably be here right now. But like I said, I'm going to continue experimenting. And the reason why I'm going to continue experimenting is because it actually has been helpful in beefing up all of the other numbers as well.
Rich. Our country has taken in hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs, really trillions, because the threat of tariffs is getting all of these countries to lose to us. Yeah. And by the way, they've been doing it to us for 40 years. And now, but I'm doing it very judiciously, very fairly. But tariffs are bringing in tremendous amounts of money. I just gave $12 billion to our farmers because they were mistreated by certain countries. Yeah. Tariff money. We're taking in hundreds of billions.
No, and I want to ask you about that. I want to get into that. Talking about the economy, you've brought a lot of prices down, as we said. Some are still stubborn.
Very few.
But when you, very few. I get it. Yeah. When you talk to Americans, though, do you have to get them to understand that the prices are not going to come back down to your first term because we had a pandemic and we had record inflation? Are people's expectations too high, or is it just too expensive to live in America?
I just, again, don't think we're selling it properly. We've done a great job.
But it's expensive out there.
You saw gasoline this last week at $1.99 a gallon. It used to be, it was $4.50, $5 a gallon. $1.99 a gallon gasoline. I think we've really I mean, I don't expect them to be much higher. Now, there's a natural inflation.
But they're never going to go down to that first term.
I inherited the worst inflation in the history of our country. It was through the roof. Now, you will say it wasn't in history, it was 48 years. You know, there's a theory that was, I say it was the worst. But whether it's 48 years, I inherited the worst inflation in the history of our country, and now we have almost no inflation. Think of it. You know what it was for the last 3 months? 1.2%. You know what it was under Biden? You can't count that high.
Yeah.
I inherited the worst inflation. I inherited the worst crime. I inherited high prices. So when I inherited
inflation is down 2.7 right now, but it is down.
No. Yeah. For the last three, don't forget, I've inherited this mess.
Right.
For the last 3 months, it's at 1.2%. You know that.
Yeah. But the last,
last 3 months.
You floated the idea of $2,000 rebate checks for Americans from tariff revenue. Who's going to get that? And when is...
You can't get fucking... Dude, you can't lose a war of attrition to a guy who shits in his diapers, okay? Under no circumstances can a 90-year-old dementia patient is out yapping you, okay? You're young, you're virile. What the hell is going on? He just keeps going, yeah. He said, yeah, basically. This is the most like Asmongold adjacent interview I've ever fucking seen. I don't know. Maybe I'm being too harsh on this guy, but my expectation is Trump does these things very rarely, right? It's very rare that Trump does these things at all. So if you have the unique opportunity to sit in front of Donald Trump, fucking spice him up a little bit. Inflation has gone up at unprecedented speeds under Trump. Google Sonic inflation for more info. What? Oh, okay.
Is that going to happen?
We'd make it, I'm looking at it very seriously. I'm the only one can do it because I'm taking in hundreds of billions of dollars of money.
But you can promise some Americans will get those checks?
Oh, yeah, sure. I can do that. I haven't made the commitment yet, but I may make the commitment.
So it's not
well, I just gave 1776, right?
Yeah.
To the military, right? $1,776.
But you said all
You know, it's
Americans.
$1,775. They presented it to me because that's what we have in a budget that I created because I want to take care of our military. Nobody takes care of the military like I do.
Yeah.
So $1,775. And I said, wait a minute, if you had $1, it's $1,776. You know that's quite a famous date,
Yeah, of
right?
course.
So anyway, wait, so I...
You know that's quite a famous date, right? Brother, you are literally, you have the child brain. You have the brain of a child. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. That's quite a famous date. He's like, he wants the interviewer to be impressed that he knows the fucking, the date of U.S. independence, like the birthday of America. Okay? What is the fucking, like why should this be impressive for you to know? You are the president. Come on, you know it. Yeah, many people don't even know this, but I know it, right? I mean, 1776. What happened that year? Nobody knows. Only I know. Isn't that impressive? I mean, this is basically the same energy. This has the exact same energy of Donald Trump doing women man camera TV. Okay. Like, oh, I aced my mental faculties test. Okay. I killed it. I did so well. Doctor said no one's brain is as impressive.
1,776 to our military, and they are very thankful.
Let's get to the Fed.
And now I may be doing that with regard to the entire population.
Okay. Let's get to the Fed. Is there any doubt in your mind that interest rates are going to be lowered?
Not much.
Why? How can you say that?
I just think they're going to be lowered. I mean, they should.
Is your new Fed pick on board with that?
We're way high. Okay, we're way high in interest. We have now, with me and with all the money, I've always been good at money. And with all the money coming into our country, we're a rich country again. We have debt, but we also have growth. And the growth will soon make the debt look very small. Because it's the greatest way, you have two ways. You can cut, and we do that anyway, and we did that. You know, we got rid of hundreds of thousands of federal workers. Yeah. And those workers went and got themselves jobs in the free enterprise system. And you know what that's called?
This is all of this is a lie, by the way. Why is that even good? That's not even a good thing. Yeah, they're getting rich. All of these public workers, they're getting rich. Yeah, no, they're fucking jobless, dumbass.
Making America great again.
The job market is ass cheeks. I cannot believe that he's saying the job market is great. How do people not get more mad at this? Oh my God. Like, yeah, Uber drivers, they're doing Uber now. Free enterprise is so fantastic.
We had 10 workers in the federal government for every single job. When the Democrats go in, they hire. I could right now give you the best employment numbers in history. You know what I do? Go out and hire 2 million people, put them in the federal government.
Does your new Fed
I
pick?
do the opposite.
Yeah. Does your new Fed pick?
Yeah, no, do that, you fucking idiot. Please. January layoffs surged a 17-year high. U.S. employers announcing 108,435 layoffs in January, up 205% from December, and the highest January total since 2009. Oh, my God. If you give more taxes to corporations, those companies will create more jobs. The lie politicians who are funded by corporations tell people to justify giving their corporate donors more tax cuts. Trump's corporate and billionaire tax cuts create profits, not jobs. The job market is as bad as 2000. Oh, God, I feel so bad for people who are just graduating. God damn it, dude. I mean, things have not been good since 2008. Like, things have not been good since 2008 at all in the job market. There have been, like, minor upticks. There have been, like, you know, instances of positive growth, but the overall trend is consistently going down. It's unbelievable that these guys have the audacity to go on television to be like, nah, you don't understand. America's so hot right now. It is so ass out there, man. It is so fucking ass out there. If you have a job, you want to know how I know it's ass out there? Because there are those who have jobs in this chat, and I'm sure they will tell you, okay? And I know this from my job having friends, obviously not myself, because I'm in a unique position. I'm in literally the luckiest subcategory of Americans, and my entire argument is like, it shouldn't have to be this way. Like, you shouldn't win the lottery every single day in order to have a happy life. But for job havers out there, you know the market is bad because, one, sometimes you entertain it. Sometimes you look around to see if there is any sort of horizontal movement that you can make, and you immediately realize there is no options out there. And on top of that, because the job market is so ass cheeks that your boss does not feel the need to compensate you better year over year. And this is part of the reason why inflation consistently outpaces wage growth. Maybe not across the entire economy, but in many sectors, people will get like a marginal increase in their wages year over year. But those marginal increases in wages are oftentimes destroyed by the increase in overall cost of goods. If the job market was better and you had a bunch of different opportunities for upwards mobility, for different sectors that you could move into or stay in the same sector and get a better position in a different company, your bosses would have to retain your bosses would basically do more to retain you at the same workplace. Okay, they would have to be more competitive. They would have to increase they would have to decrease their profit margins and increase your salary, giving you more of your own output. They don't feel the need to do so because you have no other options and they fucking know it.
Understand that you want him to lower interest rates?
Well, I think he does, but I think he wants to anyway. I mean, if he came in and said, I want to raise them,
if he said that, he wouldn't have gotten the job.
He would not have gotten the job, no.
Okay.
No. If I thought he was a interest rate, now there'll be times if I see inflation on the horizon, but we don't have that. We have low inflation. Remember, 1.2% inflation in the last 3 months. We have.
I legitimately picked the worst time to jump into freelance video editing in 2022. I've been actively applying for full-time jobs since April of last year. 900 plus job applications sent, not a single interview, even for stupid shit like retail or Whole Foods. I've had an easier time getting a job in 2009, fresh out of high school. I've never been more cooked. Yeah. I'm in tech and I knew it was bad when recruiters aren't reaching out at all anymore. Graduated in 2023 and it was already shit, says a YouTube chatter. It's so fucking crazy that these guys straight up look at the current job market, look at the current economy and have the audacity to say it's awesome. I guess for Trump, the reason why he's saying that is because he knows a lot of rich motherfuckers. Okay? The only people that are doing well in the current economy are Donald Trump's butt buddies, people who are on the Epstein list. Like, but what do you mean things are going so well for all of my best friends? Now, of course, not one of them, Jeffrey. I lost them. We lost a good man in 2019, believe it. But everybody else, they're doing so well. They're doing so well.
Low inflation, and we have tremendous growth. You haven't had these numbers like this. We have, think of it, low inflation, great growth. All I have to do is one thing, easy, get down the interest rate.
Do you think the Fed chair answers to you or is an independent body?
Well, I mean, in theory, it's an independent body, but I think, I'm a smart guy. I know the economy better than almost everybody.
So he answers to you.
They did that prediction chart a year ago, and they had 71 great economists and me making the predictions. And, only two people were right, me and one other guy who is a very smart professor from a certain school that I went to.
Yeah.
Very good school. Yeah. And the two of us were right. Everybody else was wrong.
There's been bipartisan suggestions that the criminal investigation to the current Fed chair, Jerome Powell, is payback, right? For not lowering interest rates, but also for when he was in that sort of news conference with you with the hard hats and he was shaking his head and showing you the papers and disagreeing with you in public. Is that why he's under criminal investigation?
No, he was very respectful to me. He wasn't he was explaining to me. Yeah. I'm asking him, why are you spending almost $4 billion on a very small little complex of buildings? It's the highest price per square foot. He's renovating buildings for $3 to $4 billion. And this Fed chair that I have I think is going to be great. He might not have a home because this guy has spent so much money. And I looked, it's a see-through. There's nothing inside. They are spending money. He's in charge of the project. Yeah. This is the Federal Reserve building I'm talking about. It's a very small little, it's actually a couple of little buildings. They're spending more money than any building ever built in history per square foot.
Some Republican senators say they're not going to approve him unless you drop that investigation.
A lot of people say a lot of things.
You don't think that's true? You think,
I don't know.
Is it worth it to drop the investigation to get your Fed chair through?
I think the investigation is the investigation. It's being handled by Pam and Janine and the people. They'll make their own decision on it.
Let's talk about
he
AI.
Hates this shit.
Have you ever used?
But I do.
Oh my God.
Say this about You can't let a man spend billions of dollars doing a bill. I would have done that job for $25 million, and it would have been done much better.
Right.
They're spending billions of dollars on a renovation of a little complex.
Let's talk about AI. Have you ever used ChatGPT or Claude?
I haven't really, but I know all about it. Let me just talk about AI.
Yeah.
AI is a big deal. AI is going to be maybe the biggest thing, bigger than the internet, bigger than anything else. We are leading China by a lot. We are leading everybody by a lot. They're all building their factories here. And you know what I did for the electric? Because they need twice the electric as we currently produce for the whole country, which is crazy. Nobody can do that. But so what I did is I came up with a concept. Each building that is built is going to generate their own electricity. They're going to build their own electric plant. We are building numbers of AI. And by the way, also auto plants.
I love having this conversation so close in proximity to the previous ridiculous thing that he was saying, which is the job market is great. Everyone's got jobs. We fired all of the good jobs, the good government jobs, right? But the job market is fucking great. Also, we are unleashing a wave of AI in our data centers, which is the only area that we are spending money on. This government is only spending money on building data centers, so the remainder of the job market, the remainder of the labor force is also displaced. Luckily, of course, for all of you that still have jobs, the only reason why you haven't lost it is because the tech sector is led by charlatans who are routinely overpromising and under-delivering. One of the examples that I love using, or I will continue using now, is Waymo. Did you guys see the court, the Senate hearing that took place, the congressional hearing that took place on Waymo, where the dude basically admitted that they got like motherfuckers in the Philippines driving the cars around? Fantastic stuff. The only reason why your jobs are not being fucking replaced by AI is because the AI tech is just not there for many of these sectors. And when pushed, these guys will just be like, yeah, okay, we got some people. Not regularly, right? Only in emergency situations. I mean, I don't know. That's what they say. I feel like that has legal ramifications. So they have to admit it, but maybe this is their hyper-specific carve-out, but perhaps they use a lot. Perhaps the Waymo operatives are still, maybe a little bit more hands-on than we think they are.
Everything. Right. We're building everything. But do you know, I just left Michigan. I was with Ford. They were going to close this building that was built in the early 1900s, one of the biggest factories. They were going to close it. It was scheduled to close prior to my election. Right. After I won the election, they said, let's try keeping it open. They just went to 3 shifts. Right. It's 24 hours a day. And the head of Ford, Mr. Ford, said it's the most incredible auto comeback I've ever seen.
Mr. President, let me ask you, there's no doubt you are the president who's ushering in the AI revolution, but this is happening on your watch.
Oh my God. Brother, you have to take his dick, like plop it out of your mouth before you ask that question. Okay? I mean, it's still impressive that you were able to fully form the words with his cock in your mouth, but god damn, dude. What is this fucking glaze, brother? You are ushering in, without a doubt, the AI revolution, Mr. President.
If AI affects humanity in a negative way, is that on you? Because some of these CEOs of AI companies say we need guardrails. This could get out of control.
Oh my God. Even the fucking fear-mongering around AI, the fucking fear-mongering AI is yet another way to market how good the AI actually is at a time when it hasn't reached that level. Okay? Stay woke, motherfuckers. Stay woke. They're like, bro, Mr. President, what if the bitches are too bad? Okay? What if the smoke is too loud, Mr. President? What if the steak is too juicy, the lobster too buttery, Mr. President? Get the fuck out of here, dude. Like, at most, in the near future, the highest likelihood of catastrophe that comes from AI will be displacing the existing labor force with a significantly worse tool, so that all of these fucking profit seekers, these parasitic capital owners, get to offer a substandard and oftentimes hazardous service, but they engage in tremendous cost saving. Okay? I think with the AI revolution, or what the AI devolution will look like, really, More and more people will hopefully understand that the initial Marxist analysis of capitalist economy was correct. Labor is the most malleable aspect of the productive force. Labor is the most malleable aspect of commodity production, and therefore, it's the only one that they can apply pressure on. Okay? This is the reason why these capital owners are desperately looking for new and unique measures of displacing the existing labor force. AI is incapable of producing the results of real human beings, especially for the time being. Now, that might be better in the future, right? For the time being, for the next decade or so, I don't think we're gonna see massive leaps. It's not my Zin that fell, it was my phone. Okay? So the conversation around catastrophe, imminent disaster, should revolve around AI's displationary mechanism, not displationary of the existing labor force, not around AI being too fucking smart and then like killing people or some shit. It's also going to be counterproductive for capital. Varoufakis wrote about this, but he's not alone. As the workforce is displaced, people do not have the income to purchase the goods and services they used to create, and that means profits fall. So it's another collective action problem. Yeah, no, exactly. Of course. Massive cope, brother. Hasan is right. Bad take. AI is a huge threat. False. No, it's legit to fear it. Hasan is right in some things, but not this. No, I think you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. Do I think that like AGI would be devastating for mankind? Absolutely, if AGI actually existed. I'm saying in the next 10-year runway, I don't predict that we will reach AGI. I don't think that we will have true artificial intelligence. What we will have instead is artificial intelligence capable of duping human beings into falsely believing that it's truly artificial intelligence. It's already happening all the time. Plenty of normies fall for bait with regular frequency. Like they'll be like, oh my God, we put a bunch of AI in a social media platform and they gain sentience. And it's basically just the fucking guy directing the AI to convince other people who are reading to believe that it has sentience. And then everybody goes, oh my God, it has sentience, I think. That's literally what this is right now. Okay, that's what's going on. Yeah, it's not like AI gaining real sentience. It's just the fucking people that are doing the inputs, making it seem like, making you feel like it has sentience, and then people get scared by it. Like it's kind of like if you were to type into ChatGPT, like, convince me that you're a human being capable of your own thoughts, and then ChatGPT convinces you, and you go, oh my God, what the hell is going on? No, what you plug in is what you get. It's the Turing test, and the people are failing it instead. Yeah. This is also part of the reason why I keep repeating. I'm more worried about humans using it in more and more messed up ways. It keeps getting stronger. Next 5 years is scary as fuck. Oh, okay. If you're talking about generative AI being used to like, generative AI being used to like dupe people, manipulate people, yeah, I do agree. I think it's making people dumber in general. There's a lot of cognitive offloading taking place. But outside of the cognitive offloading that's taking place that I think is genuinely making people dumber and dumber year over year, there's also the capacity to dupe the now dumber population with, simple trickery. I do agree with that. But what he's saying, what the tech leaders are talking about is like how terrifying AI will be once it reaches like true sentience as an independent thing. We need to have safeguards around AI. We need to have the ethics around AI. That's fine. I think we should have a conversation around the ethics of AI. But we should be honest about the limitations of AI technology, at least in the next decade or so. But unfortunately, because of the for-profit, like the profit-seeking incentive of all of these companies that are trying to sell their product and trying to justify the trillions of dollars of investment that they're getting from both the federal government and from anyone that's dumb enough to give them billions of dollars, most of the conversation or most of the fear-mongering around this issue is actually another marketing technique to make the average Joe feel as though AI is a lot closer to full sentience than it actually is. That's simply what I'm talking about. I'm not saying that like mass adoption of AI won't lead to like different disasters. I'm saying that the actual disaster that's imminent is very different than the one these guys are talking about, because the one these guys are talking about favor the tech CEOs generating tremendous amounts of fundraising, tremendous amounts of capital.
Does that worry you? Everything's on me as president. Everything's on me. I can say this, it'll be the greatest jobs producer. It'll be the greatest military producer. It'll be the greatest medical producer. There'll be tremendous good, and there'll be probably some bad too.
Well, it's killing a lot of jobs. And what do you say to Americans who are going to lose their jobs to AI?
It's going to create a lot of jobs.
But right now, it's taking jobs in a lot of ways. It's taking jobs from companies like Amazon. What would you say to those Americans?
But it hasn't really started. You know, these major plants haven't even been built. What you're going to
but Mr. President, AI has already started to take jobs because the technology is there.
So we have, it's just announced, more jobs right now occupied in the United States of America than at any time during its existence, 250 years. There are more people working today than at any time in the history of our country. Pretty good stat. That kills that question.
Yeah, we have to look it up.
That kills that question.
Mr. President, there's widespread concern that AI is going to wipe out a lot of jobs, manufacturing jobs.
They said the internet was going to do, everything was going to do, robots are going to kill jobs, everything's going to kill jobs, and you end up, if you're smart, doing great.
Okay, you are close with the Ellisons, who are trying to stop a merger between Warner Brothers, Discovery, and Netflix. This deal could change the makeup of the media as we know it. Are you personally going to get involved in that deal?
I haven't been involved. I must say, I guess I'm considered to be a very strong president. I've been called by both sides. It's the two sides. But I've decided I shouldn't be involved. The Justice Department will handle it.
Okay. In what way? Just looking at it to see if it's
they're going to make a decision. I mean, there's a theory that one of the companies is too big and it shouldn't be allowed to do it, and the other company is saying something else about, you know, they're knocking the hell out of each other.
But you're not going to interfere, even though you're close with the Ellisons.
They're beating the hell out of each other, and there'll be a winner.
Okay, let's talk about the midterms. You've recently suggested nationalizing elections. What do you mean by that?
And I didn't say national, I said...
Oh, yeah, this is my theory as well. It's one that I talk about quite a bit. I'm still convinced by the primary function of AI is to shift liability to an unblameable entity like Grok just started making CSAM all by itself. Exactly. That's why it's most commonly used in places like that, whether it be Israel's targeting system, so they can just go, well, it was just the AI targeting. It wasn't human beings targeting the people that we were killing on the kill list. The kill list was populated by the AI. Or it's best used by United Healthcare, for example, when they are denying coverage to people that desperately need it. That way, it's not a human being, because a human being is, one, not fast enough to process that many requests, and two, a human being might accidentally feel empathy and go beyond the parameters dictated by the company that want to max out on the profits. See what I mean?
There are some areas in our country that are extremely corrupt. They have very corrupt elections. Take a look at Detroit. Take a look at Philadelphia. Take a look at Atlanta. There are some areas that are unbelievably corrupt. I could give you plenty more, too. I say that we cannot have corrupt elections. If we have to, if they don't straighten it out. As an example, voter ID. Why don't the Democrats want voter ID? You know who does want voter ID? Democrat voters want it, but Democrat politicians don't. Why don't they want it? Because they want to cheat on elections. Can you imagine... If I were a politician and they asked me, do you want voter identification? And I said, no, there's no way you could win that debate. But even the Democrats don't want voter ID. If they don't want voter ID, that means they want to cheat. We can't allow cheating in elections. Now, if we need to put in federal controls as opposed to state controls, remember this, they're really an agent. They're really accumulating the votes for who wins an election. If they can't do it honestly and it can't be done properly and timely, then something else has to happen.
Will you trust the results of the midterms if Republicans lose control of Congress?
I will, if the elections are honest. Look, I want the last one that wants to complain. I just had a great election. They say one of the greatest elections. All 7 swing states won 84% of the counties in America. That's why the map is all red. We just had a great election. I believe there was cheating. I think there was cheating.
Well, speaking of counties, what are you doing in Fulton County?
It was too big to rig.
Speaking of counties, what is happening in Fulton County?
I'm not doing anything, but the FBI went in because it's been under I guess, review for years. the cheating that took place in Fulton
What are they
County
looking for?
and in that particular
Nobody knows
state.
what's in the warrant. What are they looking for?
Find out. Look, why would anybody be upset that they went in and they got the ballots, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Again, they did this. That's been under review and under investigation for 4 years. And now they got a court order. You know, they got a court order signed by
But nobody knows what the evidence is
but liberal
for. Yeah.
judge signed a court order allowing them to go in and pick them up. Well, you're going to know what the ballots say because they're right now inspecting the ballot. I'm not involved in it, but they are inspecting and checking the ballot.
Why is Tulsi Gabbard there?
I don't know, but, you know, a lot of the cheating comes from it's international cheating. You have people, they say, from China trying to...
You put this on
let me ask
Truth
you, do you
Social.
think...
Just wait. In the next 5 years or so, if we ever even move back into the renewable energy sector, which doesn't seem like we will, or EVs at all, which again doesn't seem like we will, you will see America do to Chinese manufacturing what China had done to Western IP. Okay? China has already surpassed the United States of America in not only the efficient, streamlined production capacities, but also on technological innovation in many sectors. Most of it is in the renewable side, from solar panels and other different like battery technology, but certainly on the car manufacturing side. The technology in China is now far superior to the tech coming out of the Western world. This is a fact. People can get mad at me for saying this. People can say I'm wrong, but it is just the truth. So what you will see in this upcoming decade will be Americans stripping Chinese technology for its parts, only to try to comprehend exactly how those parts were put together and trying to rebuild it in their own facilities. Okay? Of course, the Chinese development, lol, no, bro, you have to know how to read to do that. By then, it's not going to be a thing in America. Okay, that's funny. It's ironic because we talk about automation in the production side and the utilization of AI in the production side. And China is also at the top of the game when it comes to developing robots too. Robotic tools on the assembly line are still going to come from China. That's already what Canada is doing. China legally requires foreign companies to enter into joint ventures with Chinese companies that allow them to learn from and reproduce from, at the time, superior Western manufacturing. With the New Deal in Canada, Canada is doing the same, putting Chinese in joint ventures with Canadian. Yes. So even when these guys talk about bringing in foreign capital into the country, which will show economic activity, but it won't actually lead to a healthier labor pool with good paying jobs, because they openly state that they will do automation in those factories. So the number of job opportunities would be significantly limited to what a foreign investment backed factory would look like in the past. And even those robots that will take the role of the regular assembly line worker will be made in fucking China. Okay?
I think China tries to influence our election.
We know that foreign governments try to influence a lot of things in this country.
Therefore,
but
she's foreign government.
But she's tweeted out some theories about Italians and satellites. I mean, do you believe that stuff?
No, I didn't cheat. I sometimes will read truth.
Yeah.
I'll read truth. Okay. But let me ask you this. If China or any of these countries are involved in our elections, that would bring her into it. And everybody knows that Russia, they talked about Russia. It turned out to be a hoax. It was Hunter Biden. It wasn't Russia. Look, we have to have honest elections.
Yeah.
There should be nothing wrong with the fact that they went in, got ballots from a while ago, and they're going to look at them. And now they're going to find out the true winner of that state.
Yeah.
And you know what? If there was cheating, which there was, but if there was cheating, it should be found, because we can't let it happen again.
Mr. President, I have a few more important questions for you. That's okay with you. Yeah?
Sure.
Okay.
I mean, they've all been important.
Let's go to, there's a new lawsuit by you and your family that you're suing the IRS for $10.5 billion for leaking your tax documents. Yeah. Is this a good use of taxpayer money?
You can't leak documents. And any money that I win, I'll give it to charity, 100% to charity. Charities that will be approved by government or whatever. I have another lawsuit with the United States. I sued because they broke into Mar-a-Lago.
But that's taxpayer money. It's going to get taken out of the system. I know it's going to charity, you're going to say.
And I've won that case. I mean, they broke in, the FBI illegally, Biden and his group. It wasn't Biden. He didn't know what he was doing. It was a group of very smart radical left people. They're very smart. They've lost their way.
Right.
And they broke into Mar-a-Lago. They broke into my home. They went through
they had warrants.
My wife's drawers. Yeah. They went through, that's a double meaning. They went through Barron's, my son's, everything. They went through the whole house. Hundreds of people. They went in with guns. They went in, guns
How
would have been ablazing.
So how would this work?
Wait. I brought a lawsuit. Essentially, the lawsuit's been won. I guess I won a lot of money.
How would this work? So Scott Bessent's the head of the IRS.
YouTube chatters, don't forget to like the fucking YouTube stream, okay? And subscribe and hit the bell to be properly notified when I go live on YouTube. This will help me continue live streaming on YouTube as well. And if you like the stream, it will allow me to get better placement in the algorithm on YouTube.
Pam Bondi's the head of the Justice Department. They're going to defend the IRS against you. You're their boss.
Well, there's never been anything like it, in all fairness.
So are you going to tell them to pay you?
Don't forget, I sued as a private citizen because I sued between terms. I won 3 times. I won 3 times, but I didn't assume, unfortunately for this country, I didn't assume office the second time. But here's the story. I sued because they broke into Mar-a-Lago. That was before I became president. Now it goes along, and it turned out that the suit is a very strong suit.
You're going to tell them to pay you, though? You're the boss.
Well, what I would do, tell them to pay me, but I'll give 100% of the money to charity. I don't want any of the money.
You take it out of the system. A couple more questions here.
No, I'm putting it back into the system.
Yeah.
If I give money to American Cancer Society, I will give 100% of the money away to charity. I don't want any of it.
$30 trillion debt, and we're going to take $10 billion out of the system?
Well, I mean, you give it away anyway.
Yeah, there's no argument here. This is like petty, vindictive, silly. And given that the courts have been very pliant to Trump's needs, especially in like the idiotic defamation cases and shit like that, I don't know. I mean, I can see this. I can see them also ruling in his favor. It's so crazy. Like, look, I'm not a party loyalist by any metric, right? But I cannot believe that the courts would treat a Democrat doing the same thing in the same way. There is just no world where a Democrat would be able to get away with like a fucking fraction of the shit Trump does on a daily basis. What if Biden sued the IRS? What's the problem? Are you kidding me? If Biden was the president and he fucking sued the IRS, are you kidding me, dude? I mean, these guys would be calling to fucking assassinate him. Are you saying it's wasting taxpayer dollars, but they waste our tax dollars all the time? Who's they? He's wasting our tax dollars. This entire endeavor is a waste of tax dollars. Focusing any funds from the IRS legal team back to like defending themselves against the fucking president is a ginormous waste. And no, it won't be $10 billion in direct cash that Donald Trump's foundation takes and then like distributes to the people. It'll be a $10 billion tax cut. Asman was talking about you being in Qatar earlier and he used it to try to justify slavery. I'm shocked. I'm shocked that Asman Gold is justifying slavery. I assume he misunderstood what I was talking about in terms of like the reforms that have taken in the kafala system in fucking Qatar to be like, oh, well, he's justifying slavery, so I'm justifying slavery. You're making the rounds on Twitter again? If this is the thing I think, yeah, I retweeted this. I know.
Fada.
It's because she's making the rounds on Twitter again.
How dare you say it's okay to talk about an intifada?
Well, intifada simply just means revolution, and I'm an American, and in 1776,
violent
we did
revolution.
one of those, and it was pretty fucking good. What do you think, the American?
Okay, we also
dissolved the apartheid.
I could drop ties in this bitch, drop like flies in this bitch. I cut ties in this bitch, I'll cut ties in your face. Yeah, cut you like a
called the dissolution of the apartheid regime. Cringe? Come on, man. That was based. That was not cringe at all. Oh, dude, I shouldn't have played that TikTok. Now my fucking VOD is going to get copy striked. I forget that the only thing that can absolutely clap VODs is music. Like even a fraction, an iota of music will get the entire VOD clamped on. Ay. Shouldn't have done that.
They give away a lot of money.
Your endorsement
I'll tell you what, speaking about that, Minnesota and these other states, we have massive investigations going into fraud. Yeah. Do you know if we captured 50% of the fraud of this country right now, we would have better than a balanced budget. And you got to mention that Minnesota, $19 billion in fraud that we know about.
Your endorsement is the most important thing in the Republican primary.
In any primary.
Will you endorse in the 2028 presidential primary?
I hadn't even thought of it, but probably, yeah. I mean, I'd be inclined to. I have great people. We have a great bench. We have a lot of people. But, yeah, I think so.
You've suggested that J.D. Vance, Vice President J.D. Vance, and Secretary of State Marco Rubio would be a tough ticket to beat. Who should be at the top of that ticket?
Well, I don't want to get into this. We have 3 years to go. I don't want to, I have two people that are doing a great job. I don't want to have an argument with, I don't want to use the word fight. It wouldn't be a fight. But, look, J.D. is fantastic, and Marco is fantastic.
How are they
both doing a
different? How are they
great
different?
job. And I do think this. It's a great question. I think that's your most interesting question.
Yeah.
I would say one is slightly more diplomatic than the other. I think they're both of very high intelligence. I mean, they will do shows. They will do Joe Rogan as opposed to the opponent not doing it because they couldn't handle it. They will be able to do whatever they have to do. I think there's a difference in style. You can see the style yourself, but they're both very capable. I do think the combination of J.D. and Marco would be very hard to be beaten, I think. But you never know in politics, right? They say, in the age of Trump, you never know.
Yeah. On January 21st, 2029, do you see any scenario where you are still president?
I don't know. It would be interesting. But wouldn't it be terrible if I agreed with, if I gave you the answer that you're looking for? It would make life so much less exciting, right? It would be so much less exciting. But I only do this for one reason. Make America great again, and that's what we're doing.
Yeah.
We're making America great again, greater than ever before. Our country is greater than ever before. We're a rich nation. We're taking in hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs from nations that took advantage of us. They thought we were stupid. They thought we were fools. They laughed at us. People were laughing at us 1.5 years ago. They laughed at this country. They're not laughing anymore. They respect us, and I get along with them. They respect us.
Mr. President, I have pages and pages of questions, but they're telling me my time is up. I thank you for your time.
We'll do it again. Thank you.
Mr. President, thank you.
That concludes the sit-down portion of our extended interview with the president. Right after this break, we'll show you our walk and talk in the Oval Office, where we discussed Iran, the Clintons, and the president's own health. Stay with us. We're back now with a special edition of Top Story following our exclusive sit-down interview with President Trump. We immediately continued the conversation where he showed me some of the Oval Office, but we also discussed important topics like Iran, Cuba, and his own health. Here's that conversation in its entirety.
This room had almost no pictures up.
Yeah.
And these pictures all came from the vaults.
Yeah.
And they're magnificent. I mean, I think they're magnificent. And all, first run, top of the line stuff, but mostly of presidents. We have a couple with Ben Franklin, but I think he qualifies, right? Ben Franklin's pretty good.
Is there any one you ever kind of hone in on where you're thinking deeply about anything, about an issue? Is there one you look at?
Maybe all of them. They're so different. George Washington. And you have Jefferson, and I took Ronald Reagan in. They made place of honor also. Did a great job. But Honest Abe Lincoln.
Who do you have up here? I mean, these are big ones
That's,
here.
That's Ulysses S. Grant, George Washington. Here we
Okay, I don't care about this.
This is such an honor. But all I know, I'm walking down, and everyone's screaming, "Goat, goat." I said, what are they talking about? I hope they're right. Not for me, but for the country. Because if I do a great job, that means the country is doing well.
You're building the new ballroom. We hear about this new arch you're building, the Garden of Heroes as well.
God.
You're building a lot of things that are going to cement your legacy. Are you also doing this so the country never forgets you?
No, I think we need glamour brought back to our country. We need prestige. We need beauty brought. I mean, in addition to everything else, we need strength. We need all of those things. Like I'm doing an arc, a triumphal, they call it a triumphal arc. 57 cities have arcs. Yeah. We're the only major important city. Washington, D.C. should have maybe the first arc. Yeah. We're doing one that will be more magnificent and larger than the Arc de Triomphe in Paris. I would say the Paris arc is probably the most...
stunning.
It's incredible. We're going to do one that's going to top it.
Is it true it's going to be 250 feet to mark the anniversary?
It'll be about that, yeah. It'll be a little bit taller than the one in Paris. It'll be a little bit larger than the one in Paris.
You're doing a lot of things for the 250th anniversary. Yeah. What do you want Americans to feel this July 4th?
Strength, victory, security. You have a secure country. We've done so much militarily. We have a great military. I mean, you saw Venezuela. That was the people, the general that was in charge, he lived. He said he's never seen anything like it. They were already...
You talked about the weapon, the discombobulator. What is that?
Discombobulator. Well, I'm not allowed to talk about it.
What does it do?
Let me just tell you, you know what it does? None of their equipment works. That's what it does. Everything was...
How does it...
It was my name. I'm very proud of the name. Everything was discombobulated. It was, you know, practically a shot wasn't... You know, they were ready.
Right.
And when we came, they couldn't do anything.
You saw this on the video. You could tell.
Tom, it discombobulated everything.
Nothing worked, even including humans.
Well, let's put it this way.
Out.
We lost no equipment in a very strong, and they're good fighters, great fighters. In a very bad environment, it was a military base, the biggest in South America. In a very, because the house was in a base in South, in a very, very tough environment, we lost no men and we lost no equipment.
The discombobulator just knocked everything.
Well, it did something.
It did something. Did Delcy Rodriguez work with you guys before that raid?
I can't talk about that. I mean, I don't talk about.
Do you trust her?
Well, so far she's done a great job. I mean, so far she and all of the people that are working with her. Remember in Iraq, they got rid of everybody. They had no generals, they had no people, they had nobody to run the government. Turned out to be a mess, and that's where ISIS came from. You know, that's where ISIS came from. Came from the military and all the people. They formed ISIS. It was handled very badly, but this is handled very well.
Do you think the Cuban government will still be there? The current leadership will still be there by the end of your term?
Well, the Cuba, now you're asking a different question. Cuba's in big trouble. Humanitarian aid is going to have to be sent there. They're in big trouble.
It's a disaster.
They got their money from Venezuela. They got their oil from Venezuela. They turned the oil into money, et cetera, and there's none of that happening anymore. They're in big trouble.
Do you think that government is still there, though? Do you think that government lasts?
I don't want to say that, but we are talking to Cuba.
You're talking to Cuba.
You know what? Look, we have tens of thousands of people that were forced out there here. They voted for me, 94% Cuban population, previous Cuban population. Now they're Cuban Americans. Maybe they go back. Maybe they want to go back. They're going to have that choice. But for years, they've been talking about this happening. Now it's happening. We are talking to Cuba. We want to open it up to those people that want to visit. Even, you know, I think most people, when they're here, they want to stay here. I hope that's true. I hope we're not going to lose them. But they're going to have options, and they're going to be able to go back, Tom, and see their loved ones, see their family, their friends.
Should the supreme leader in Iran be worried right now?
I would say he should be very worried, yeah. He should be. As you know, they're negotiating with us.
I know they are, but the protesters have said, you know, where are the Americans? You promised them we would have their back. Do we still have their back?
Well, we've had their back, and look, that country's a mess right now because of us. We went in, we wiped out their nuclear.
So
if I didn't take out, you know, we have peace in the Middle East. Yeah. If I didn't take out their nuclear, think of it. If we didn't take out that nuclear, we wouldn't have peace in the Middle East because the Arab countries could have never done that. They were very, very afraid of Iran. They're not afraid of Iran anymore. We wiped out those beautiful B-2 bombers. One's right over there. Those beautiful little model. Those beautiful B-2 bombers went in and they hit their target, every single bomb, and obliterated it. And because of that, they were going to have a nuclear weapon within 1 month. Within 1 month, they were going to have a nuclear weapon. That was a big threat. That they're not going to have it anymore.
But if we obliterate it, what's the deal about? I mean, if there's no more, are they trying to restart the nuclear program?
Well, I heard that they are, and if they do, and I let them know, if they do, we're going to send them right back and do their job again.
So your understanding is they tried to restart it, and that's why you're threatening force?
They tried to go back to the site. They weren't even able to get near it. There was total obliteration. But they were thinking about starting a new site in a different part of the country.
Okay, then why is there an Iran denuclearization agreement that's supposed to take place literally starting tomorrow? If you already obliterated their nuclear sites, their capacity to enrich uranium, and also their stockpile of already enriched uranium, why is there even a denuclearization agreement that is taking place right now? I guess you already fucking blew them up. So which is it? Did you already blow them up and you're just simply using a fake reason to go back and fight Iran? Or did you not actually blow them up and you're trying to get them to play ball? But let's be real, I think it's a bit of both. I think that they didn't actually blow up the facilities or actually take out the enriched uranium, but they are also using this as an opportunity to go back and strike Iran one more time, despite the fact that the regional leaders are begging Trump not to strike Iran. Okay? They are begging Trump not to strike Iran and destabilize the region further. I happen to believe that Israel also has different opinions on striking Iran. There are definitely a lot of people in the Israeli government that want to strike Iran, but there are very real concerns about how effectively the American naval assets will be able to protect Israel. Why would you defend Iran? What do you mean? For a million different reasons. Number one, there are civilians living there. Number two, I don't believe that turning Iran into Libya or Syria is going to be a good thing for the 90 million people that live there. Number three, I think having Iran remain stable is good for the entire region rather than a destabilized Iran that will be good only for Israel and very bad for the rest of the region. Hasan isn't allowed to not play devil's advocate. Rome wasn't built in a month. It takes time. Why don't you defend the Kurds? I do defend the Kurds. I defend the Kurds all the time. What the hell does blowing up Iran have to do with defending the Kurds? Will it be better for the Kurdish Iranians if America blows up Iran? Is that what your argument is? Because it won't. Channel 12 broadcast. The level of concern in the Israeli security establishment over Iran's missile arsenal has escalated. Tehran has increased the pace of military manufacturing to 300 missiles per month, which represents a significant leap in its offensive capabilities. The Army issued a stern warning against the U.S., stressing that this represents a red line that cannot be negotiated. These warnings reflect the need for a strategic response to counter the size of Iran's arsenal, which has become the biggest challenge to Israel's air defenses. I'm telling you right now, that 12-day war, they tried to make it seem like they made Iran back away. And it started with a very effective salvo. Israel's opening salvo exposed many weaknesses within the Iranian government. Israel's opening salvo exposed that the Iranian state boundaries had a tremendous amount of Mossad assets, okay? So much so that they had productive capabilities inside of Tehran. They were able to mass produce drones inside of Tehran. That's incredible. That's an incredible security weakness. However, the 12-day war ended with a decisive Iranian victory. Iran was able to exhaust the Israeli Iron Dome and expose it for the expose it for the fucking weak-ass bullshit that it actually was, okay? And Israel, I think, has not recovered from the spiritual backbreaking that it took from Iranian hypersonics striking targets inside of fucking Tel Aviv. This I stand by 100%. Yeah, paper tiger dome, bubble wrap dome, tinfoil dome, whatever you want to call it, okay?
We found out about it. I said, you do that, we're going to do very bad things to you.
Yeah. Mr. President, the ballroom over here, I want you to show it to me because the thing you said that stood out to me, it's going to be massive, but it's got a drone-proof ceiling and it's got bulletproof windows. What does that mean?
Bulletproof windows because, well, we're in a different time. You know, if somebody's up making a speech, we're going to have the inauguration there. We're going to probably have, I would say, definitely it's going to be large enough, but we have drone-proof ceilings.
What does that mean? What
that means if a drone hits the ceiling, it bounces off. It doesn't blow up a building.
It's a fortress,
It's protection.
It's going to be a fortress.
Well, it's going to be very heavy steel.
Okay.
It's very simple. It's heavy steel.
Because of that,
And by the way, the ballroom is so beautiful. It'll be the most beautiful ballroom of its kind, and it's very much in keeping with the White House.
You survived that assassination attempt that we all covered. It was terrible. 2 of them. Do you worry?
We'll have drones that bounce off the ceiling.
Worry about your safety? I mean, you think about the ball. You do?
I worry about it, but you have to put it out of your mind. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to do your job.
You didn't think about it as much before. Now you think about it a lot.
Maybe it could be. I mean, you look statistically, I'm in a very dangerous job.
Yeah.
I mean, if you take a look at the walls, if you take a look, you know, statistically, this is a much more dangerous job than being a race car driver or riding those Broncos. You know, those bulls are tough, right? But I wouldn't want to do that. But statistically, being president is the most dangerous job there is.
We first met 10 years ago when you were running the first time. How do you feel now as you approach 80?
I feel great. I mean, physically and mentally, I feel like I did 50 years ago. It's crazy. Now, there'll be a time when I won't be able to give you that answer, but that time hasn't come, you know? I do. I think it's very important. I've done more physical.
I'll be honest with you. Trump won when he gave interviews to NBC and outlets like NBC, like mainstream media, liberal outlets, it was significantly more adversarial. This interview is basically the same as having it conducted by Sean Hannity. Like, it's pretty remarkable how far liberal media has fallen. At a time when the world needs them the most, they are dropping the ball every fucking day.
Like physicals, just to give the report out.
Yeah.
I take cognitive physicals, so I do a cognitive mind test, okay? And a lot of people wouldn't be able to do very well. Not easy. You know, you get to those last questions. I've aced. I've done 3 of them. No other president has agreed to do them. I do them because I have no problem with it because I'm 100%. Now, there will be a time.
Still taking the aspirin?
I do. I take aspirin, and I don't want to change, you know? I don't want to.
So you go against your doctor's orders. You do what you kind of feel.
You know, I've been taking aspirin for 30 years, and I don't want to change it. So, you know, they say take the smaller one. I say, well, I want that blood to be nice and thin running through my heart.
If at any point your age impacts your job, who's going to tell you that, or do you think you'll know yourself?
I think I'll know myself, yeah. I think I'll know myself. I wouldn't do an interview with you, as an example.
Yeah.
Did Biden do an interview before Super Bowl? I'm not sure. Maybe he did.
Last one, he didn't.
I mean, he wasn't capable of doing an interview. And that was things. Look, you know, I know people that are 95 years old that are sharp as a tack. Biden was a bad thing for old people. He's the worst thing that ever happened to old people because he obviously didn't have it. And one of the things that's so depressing about the press is the press refused to report the obvious. And he did have very smart people around him, but they had a radical left culture, and they were very bad for this country. This country would not have survived 2 more years if one of them got elected.
Yeah, we didn't get a chance to speak about the DOJ. I appreciate all your time and of your staff's time. They've been very, very kind. Yeah. Should anybody else expect the DOJ to kind of come after them like you've come over after some of your political enemies?
You remember this time? Yeah. I was impeached twice, 2 fake impeachments, won both of them easily. Republicans stood by me 100%, but I won both of them. Mm-hmm. I was indicted 87 different times. And then you ask me that question.
Yeah.
So I think I'm extremely moderate, especially for what they did to me. They wanted to take me down. I said to somebody, do me a favor, add up the counts. If I lost, you know, I won. But if I lost these cases, add up the counts and tell me how long would I have to serve in prison? You know what they came up with? 287 years. I said, I better win.
In your mind, that calculation means it's okay for the DOJ to go after your political enemies?
No, it isn't. And I could be involved. You know, I'm the chief law enforcement officer of the United States. I could be involved, but I'm not. I don't choose to. But when they say to me, oh, you're going after people, I got indicted all of those times. It's 287.
One of my least favorite, not least favorite, like one of the biggest, one of the things that annoys me the most that this administration does, and Trump is the king at this. Republicans are always very good at it, but Trump especially is good at this, is consistently blaming liberals for doing things that these guys actually do with regular frequency. Oh, there's lawfare. You did lawfare to me, so now I have to do lawfare tenfold, while simultaneously claiming that you did lawfare and I'm not doing lawfare now. But if you accuse me of doing lawfare, it's actually for good reason. If the Democrats actually had a fucking backbone, you would be in jail for January 6th. Okay? And that wouldn't even be lawfare. That would just be the law. I hate this shit. I hate it when Israel does it. Yes, Shatters are saying it's Israel coded. It is Israel coded. It's one of the more annoying parts that this administration communicates. I fucking can't stand it. I despise it. It's such an annoying trait. Unbelievable.
10 years in jail, they were willing to put, you know, they asked me a question yesterday at the press conference about Clinton because of the testimony, the Epstein thing, which turned out that I have nothing to do, and they did, about Epstein. And they said, do you think it's terrible, what, you know, with the subpoenas and everything, and they're disobeying the subpoenas? And I actually said, it's a shame. You have an ex-president, and you have, you know, the president's wife and Secretary of State. And I said, it's a shame. It is a shame.
NBC News broke the story today. I don't know if you saw it, that the Democrats are already saying, if you bring President Bill Clinton and he has to testify, we're bringing President Trump. What do you say to that?
I think they might say that, you know, but they've already brought me. See, I've been brought. They had me indicted many, many times. many, many times. They didn't do that to Clinton.
Do you think if the Democrats win in the midterms, at least one house of Congress, they're going to try to impeach you?
Well, I've done a great job as president. They say I've had the best first year of any president in history, and I think I have. If you look, I settled 8 wars, biggest tax cuts ever. Right now, we have more under construction with the factories, the car plant.
Yeah, that's what they say. Everyone's saying that. That's so real, man. The best first year of any president. Incredible.
They're all moving back into the country. They were stolen from us over.
Yeah, the Attorney General is the chief law enforcement officer, not the president. This fucking doofus. Yeah, and the Attorney General, I mean, it's laughable to say this, but the Department of Justice is supposed to be a separate entity, not commanded by the administration at all. Very funny to say stuff like that nowadays, especially considering that the Attorney General is Trump's former defense attorney, and the Deputy Attorney General is also a former Trump defense attorney. Major conflict of interest. Once again, if Democrats did some shit like that, Republicans would be fucking losing their goddamn minds. God, I hate how fucking weak the Democrats are. They're such cowards. They're such pussies. Oh my God, I wish they had some fucking backbone, dude. What an embarrassment.
4-year period. They're all coming back from Germany, from Canada, from Mexico, from Japan. I think I had the greatest first year that we've
But
had.
you think they may come after you again?
Well, they'll find something. Like I did an interview with you, and because I did the interview, let's impeach him or something.
Anything out there that Americans are going to be surprised about that you're going? Yeah.
I'll tell you, they shouldn't do it. And that's one of the things. I didn't do it for that reason, but it bothers me that somebody's going after Bill Clinton. See, I like Bill Clinton. I still like Bill Clinton.
What do you like about him?
What?
I liked his behavior toward me.
I should have waited. Remember what I said earlier? I like Bill Clinton. He's my friend. His brain only forms memories from a certain period of time when he was a Democrat and he liked Bill Clinton and he hung out with Jeffrey Epstein. It's happening. It's already happening. Oh my God, it's happening. Oh my God. Oh my God. Perhaps the funniest outcome of this entire thing is Donald Trump turning around and talking about how Bill Clinton is the best because his dementia-riddled brain can only remember memories from that period of time when he was Jeffrey Epstein's butt buddy.
I thought he got me. He understood me. He was the one that said very famously that you don't want to run against Trump when there were 18 people. It was 18 people, including me.
I call him Bubba. Bubba, he's got such a long meat. I love Bubba's meat.
And he kept telling them, you don't want to run against Trump. Run against anyone. Don't run against Trump. And Hillary sort of laughed at him.
Former Vice President Kamala Harris is reactivating.
Boo. But also, Kamala Harris is relaunching and rebranding campaign social media accounts. Genuinely awful. Let's take a look.
Her campaign's social media accounts. Harris announced the move in a new video this morning, saying she's excited about it.
So Kamala HQ is turning into headquarters, and it's where you can go online to get basically the latest of what's going on, and also to meet and revisit with some of our great, courageous leaders, be they elected leaders, community leaders, civic leaders, faith leaders, young leaders. I'm really excited about it. So stay engaged, and I'll see you out there.
Aides say the rebranded accounts will be affiliated with but not run by the former vice president. ABC News political director Avery Harper is here for more on that. So, hey, Rhea, how will this work and what impact could it have?
Right. This is about building digital infrastructure. When I talk to those close to the former vice president, they say this is an effort to push democratic messaging in places online where the party has really struggled to compete with progressive voices, has struggled to compete with Republican voices as well.
Yeah, Kamala will definitely do a better job at that. Oh my God. The only thing this is going to make is the K-Hive is going to be fucking unbearable. Because, like, they were already unbearable when she wasn't saying shit. So now that she's saying shit, oh my God, they are going to be unfucking bearable. Kamala headquarters 6'7". Isn't that great, guys? 6'7".
Well, I'm so glad you asked. I have good news. So Kamala HQ is turning into headquarters, and it's where you can go online to get basically the latest of what's going on, and also to meet and revisit with some of our great, courageous leaders, be they elected leaders, community leaders, civic leaders, faith leaders.
Oh my God, they're gonna put that fucking psychopath. What is it, like Too Raw, Too Real or whatever? They're gonna literally do a fucking interview every day with that psycho. And he's gonna spend every waking moment shitting on people like myself, shitting on Bernie Bros, shitting on the left flank. Oh my God. Oh, it's gonna be great. Oh wow, I love this shit. And then she's going to get 8 total votes in the primaries when she runs.
Young leaders, I'm really excited about it. So stay engaged and I'll see you out there. Thank you.
Oh my Lord. Liberal Dems co-opting the label of progressive because it's popular association without adopting the policies that made them term popular is so mind-numbing. It's not just genocide. If you can't support Medicare for all with a full chest, but can support fracking, you are not a progressive. Great take. Why the fuck does it have a 6-7 in the username? Why did you have to say his name? Dear K-Hive, get excited. Oh, this is from April 30th. I'm going to up and quit one of these fucking days. I swear to God. All right, let's finish the Kamala thing and then I'll talk about some fun stuff.
Well, and so if this
like more funny news
does work, it does give Democrats a megaphone essentially for messaging in places that they have not been able to reach young voters, particularly those who are increasingly online.
Why the fuck would Kamala Harris have any motion with young voters, man? What are you talking about? Democrats should give me $1 billion fucking dollars, okay? Just give me the $1 billion. I'll make a fucking media operation for you to actually talk to young voters.
So what does this tell you about Harris's plans for 2028?
Well, it doesn't tell us all that much yet, right? There's no declaration here saying that she is now going to run, but it does signal that the former vice president, is finding ways to remain politically active and relevant in the case that she does decide to run in 2028 or beyond.
Meanwhile, Avery, the Supreme Court is allowing California to go ahead with its new congressional map. What does that mean for the larger redistricting battle ahead of the midterms?
Right. This is undoubtedly a win for Democrats. We know that in California, they did redraw the map there to reinforce some of the Democratic seats that were going to be held there. And it was an effort to neutralize some of the redraws that we've seen in Republican-led states in places like Texas. And more broadly, I think it does really underscore that beyond just candidates or party messaging, that redistricting is going to be a defining factor when it comes to the field of competitive races that are out there as we approach midterm elections.
ABC News political director Avery Harper, thank you.
On the eve of her formal nomination as the Democratic candidate for governor.
Oh, we're going to talk about Zioron in a second. Where was it? What was I going to show you? Oh, yeah. Foreign. It's foreign. The Free Press. God, FP used to mean Foreign Policy magazine. Now it's fucking Free Press. The Free Press's Nellie Bowles was outed in the Epstein files. Nellie Bowles is the wife of Bovine Barry Weiss. Zumdani, as my local troll calls him, Zumdani. Careful, son, you're on his turf. Zioron Masadani. And the Kathy Hochul endorsement that came out of fucking nowhere. Okay, I know for a fact nobody was expecting that shit. I certainly wasn't. He kind of cooked some of the people too. Anyway, Bovine Barry's partner was in the Epstein files. So while the sarcasm, he's been boosting her a bit now. I did kind of expect it. No, they leaked it a little bit, but there is another person that's running that is actually further to the left of Kathy Hochul. We'll get to that. Hold on. Let's just do this.
Time of reporting. A Daily Beast headline, a Columbia journalism professor, all yelling at me. And it's true. I met once for coffee with Jeffrey Epstein. Now, 8 years later, a Columbia journalism professor is using that coffee in my polite email as some gotcha, trying to spin me into a conspiracy with the man. I can't quite understand the logic of it at all, other than sort of gross, you emailed Epstein and sounded normal. Yes, I certainly did. I'm not sure how Columbia Journalism School professors teach students to email sources, but if anyone reading this is considering journalism school, let me save you Columbia's $91,854 annual fee. I promise.
God, they're so repulsive and so smug. It's unfucking bearable. You're talking about a fucking elite pedophile. Like, he is the numerous time gold winner in the pedophilia Olympics. You're not talking about like some random person. Oh, I was like just looking for a source. Get the fuck out of here. God damn, dude. These people are such monsters. Like they truly lack the capacity to feel shame. Like, yeah, I went to the fucking diddler's lair, okay? Where numerous rapes were taking place. So what? Fuck you. How dare you bring this up? Incredible. They're spitting on our fucking faces, man, every day. And also, they're spitting on our faces and demanding that we thank them for the rain.
You'll get more information when you sound nice and polite. And you sometimes should interact with criminals. It's important to sit with and tell the stories of kind, good, and decent people. But as a reporter, you also might want to sit with bad people. Given that our profession is about exposing the powerful and the corrupt.
Yeah, what kind of expose did you do on Zohran Mamdani? There's at least one article on the Free Press that just came out that actually deflected away from the expose on Zohran Mamdani, talking about how fucking boring it is that people are even covering the Zohran Mamdani situation at all. You haven't done an expose. Where's your fucking article, dumbass?
Truly evil.
Oh, the article never came because it's boring.
It's essential. Now, it's definitely cleaner to do that work from the outside. Little social media investigations and Freedom of Information Act requests and
just FOIA requests. You know, a basic component of like actual journalism. Something that you choose not to do. Did I say Zoran? Oh, fuck. Sorry. I meant Epstein. I'm coming off of a... Are you confusing Zoran with Epstein? My bad. I'm coming off of a fucking long flight. Suck my dick, okay? I'm on my... Oh, God. The time zone that I'm on, I don't even know anymore. It's because I was reading the fucking chatter talking about Zoran Epstein. The chatter that was asking like, hey, my mom thinks that Zoran is connected to Jeffrey Epstein now because of the fucking AI clips. I went to the other part of the fucking world that was 11 hours away from my time zone. 11 is a 15-hour flight from Los Angeles to Qatar. 11-hour time difference. And then I fucking flew back on a 13-hour flight to New York, cutting down the time difference from Los Angeles to 3 hours. Okay? I don't even know how I'm doing all of this shit that I'm doing currently.
Dictating law enforcement records. But I mean sitting down and talking with a very bad person.
First class travel is so hard, true and real. Man, shut the fuck up, bitch. What the fuck does it matter if it's a fucking business class flight or not, you dumb moron? It's still a fucking 11-hour time zone difference. Like, what are you talking about? What are you fucking talking about? I've been sleeping 3 hours every night. The fuck does that have to do with the method of travel? Jet lag is not something that you can avoid regardless. It's a human condition. You think the circadian rhythm changes with the fucking type of travel? My bad, bro. I didn't realize I could have just bought my way out of that. That's crazy. That is actually insane. Bro thinks when you get to a certain level of money that your biological functions change.
Look them in the eye, describing what they are like. A great reporter can sit across from danger and power and make a reader feel like they were there too. Which brings me back to my true failing here, because there certainly is one. My regret is that I had the chance to profile one of the darkest, most interesting characters of that moment, and I didn't. I had the chance to start a long conversation that could have been the biggest story of my life, and I chickened out after a single coffee gave me the heebie-jeebies. The fact that there's only one exchange with me in the Epstein files shows my weakness as a reporter. There should have been more.
Unbelievable, dude. I can't believe this. I like how her defense is, I'm not good at my jobs. Yeah, if you aren't even in the Epstein files, are you even networking? Does this spin work on anybody? I mean, considering that, like, yeah, taking her at her word. If you're such a crappy reporter, why do you think CBS bought your outlet? Maybe it's expressly because the free press is very bad at journalism. Wow, I'm such a bad journalist. Haha. I wonder why the rich and powerful keep wanting to have me around. Her and Barry are absolutely perfect for one another. I just don't. This is unbelievable spin from the worst spin doctors. The reason why Jeffrey Epstein has people like Nellie Bowles around is because they fucking eat, like, they eat the asses of every billionaire they possibly can find. Okay? The cohort that whines constantly about the media being out of step with the average American is made up of human embodiments of the smugness, snark, entitlement that makes the average American hate the media. 100%. Wait, this post has been deleted? No, it hasn't. I'm going to talk about Jake Lang getting arrested in a second. Natalie Morris says this strains credulity for several reasons. The New York Times covered Epstein's indictment and prison sentence in 2008. She's asking for us to believe that nearly a decade later, the paper regularly uses him as a source despite knowing he's been convicted of soliciting minors for prostitution. Is that true? Unfortunately, for Natalie Morris, the New York Times did actually routinely use Jeffrey Epstein as a source. And plenty of other journalists didn't even just use Jeffrey Epstein as a source. They actually regularly gave Jeffrey Epstein updates on other journalists that were snooping around Jeffrey Epstein and talking to Epstein's victims. This is 100% true. So no, it's actually worse than that. They knew he was a pedophile connected to the elite, and they were helping him. They were aiding him because journalists are directly in the pocket of these elite billionaire pedophiles. Journalists at prestigious newspapers such as the New York Times were basically behaving like fucking spies for Jeffrey Epstein with the hopes that later down the line, Jeffrey Epstein can make an elite pedophilic connection for them that they could use as a source in another profile or something like that. Yeah, they were doing catch and kill for Jeffrey Epstein. It's even worse than you think. She claims her colleagues give her a thumbs up on going alone to the house of a sexual predator. It feels like HR might have had something to say about that. No, I think the spin here was bullshit regardless. I think that she just went to meet up with Jeffrey Epstein because, as Chapo puts it, the Barry Weiss outlet, the Free Press, is basically Operation Paperclip for everyone on the Epstein files. And he's right. They're right for saying that. Trump's private ass to Schumer. Adam Friedland. Oh, yeah, I saw this. Film buffs will know perfectly well who the little glasses Jew is. Adam Friedland says Brace Belden. Brace responds with Adolf Hitler. Take care of this one for me. You hate to see Jewish on Jewish violence. You fucking hate to see it. This clip was going viral.
Time, Robbie. It's time. They knew, and they let it happen. 2 kids. Okay? It could have been you. It could have been me. It could have been
It's a great movie, by the way, Spotlight.
any of us. We got to nail these scumbags. We got to show people that nobody can get away with this. Not a priest or a cardinal or a freaking pope.
Trump is live launching Trump RX. Oh, great.
To $25. AstraZeneca is slashing the price of a common inhaler from $458 to $51, a difference of nearly 800%. And we're also delivering historic discounts for couples struggling with infertility, as EMD Serrano will dramatically cut the cost of its most common IVF drugs. For example, a single dose of the most common IVF drug in the country, Gonal F, will plummet from the highest price in the developed world that we paid. The United States was subsidizing everybody. We paid the highest to the lowest price in the world, which will be demonstrating very shortly. We have some very talented people coming up and showing you how it's going to work and how the website works. All of these discounts and more will be available directly to consumers starting today at trumprx.gov. In just a moment, we will demonstrate how you can go to the website, get a coupon, and pick up your heavily discounted prescription drugs, highest level drugs, the highest level company, finest in the world, biggest in the world, most powerful drug companies in the world. And we had to go through them, and then we had to get all of these countries worldwide to lower their prices, and for us, help us lower our price. And what they did is, again, their prices went up by double, triple, and even sometimes 4 and 5 times. But the dozens of commonly used drugs available today are just the beginning. 16 of the 17 largest pharmaceutical companies have signed agreements, and the other one is coming. Believe me, they're coming. Committing that going forward, all new medicines they bring to the market in the United States will be available at most favored nation prices. For those that don't know, that means in the entire world, most favored, we get the most favored, the lowest price. So if somebody gets a great price, that's great for us because we get it. So this is the exact opposite of what's been happening for the last 30 plus years.
If I'm Mark Cuban, I'm fucking pissed that the administration basically just took his thing and slapped the name Trump on it.
And save Americans billions and billions of dollars, making healthcare much more affordable, like at a level that you couldn't believe. In my first administration, I kept drugs pretty even. I thought I was doing a great job, but this is really the great job. There's never been anything like it. Nobody thought it was possible to get it done. It's the biggest thing to happen in healthcare, I think, in many, many decades. Under these agreements, the top pharmaceutical companies will also be investing hundreds of billions of dollars to bring drug manufacturing back to America. It's already happening. They're building plants all over the country. Eli Lilly is building 6 plants with billions and billions of dollars each, which means jobs, economic growth, factory openings, and far greater national security. And it's really a big factor was the tariffs. We're charging very substantial tariffs for companies that don't want to make their drugs or pharmaceuticals and automobiles and other things. If they don't want to make them in the United States, they have to pay very big penalties in the form of tariffs. And what that means is they're all coming here. Every industry is coming here. We're taking in more than $18 trillion into the United States because of tariffs. The companies, the only way they can avoid them is to build here. They avoid paying the tariff. Now, they've been doing that, countries, to us for 30 years. That's how we lost so much business. They were drying up our country. We were losing factories. We were losing jobs like nobody's ever seen for many, many years. And now it's all been reversed, and we've never had a period. This is the wealthiest our country has ever been. We have hundreds of billions of dollars a year pouring in, and we're taking advantage of it. I want to give a special thanks to Airbnb co-founder and now
Dude, I can't be the only one that gets annoyed by this like additional hashtag ad for all these like mega corporations that offer a couple dollars to these initiatives that the federal government is launching, right? Yet another indication that we are fucking falling apart as a nation state. He's fucking lying about Trump RX is just seeing the product, selling the product directly to consumers at price rather than via insurance. The real win is the recent FTC win against PBMs. Trump RX is literally the Inflation Reduction Act. Like he'll be like, oh, we're doing Trump coin, or we're launching a new initiative. It's incredible. It's a new initiative where every baby is going to have $1,000 in their bank account that they can actually invest. And it's launched by IBM. And it's like, oh, now we're doing Trump RX, sponsored by Airbnb. It's like, what the fuck are we doing, man? You're the American government. I can't even watch this shit. I don't give a fuck. Ugh. Trump branded socialism is still socialism. You think this is socialism? What are you, fucking crazy? He's not actually doing socialism. It's not socialized medicine. Italian mom exclusively watches you on YouTube, dual streams. I'm screaming. This is why I support Hasan. Hell yeah. Anyway, let's get to the other stories that I wanted to get to here. Also, yeah, I was going to talk about this as well. Ruben Gallego cooked Scott Besson here.
This earlier, in addition to being...
This is back to Donald Trump suing the fucking IRS.
We kind of touched on this earlier. In addition to being Treasury Secretary, you are serving as acting director of the IRS. So following up on Senator Kim's questioning, so you are fully aware that the president is suing your agency for $10 billion.
Yeah.
We would agree. Would you agree that $10 billion is a good sum of money?
Yes, sir.
Where would that be cut from? Let's say for some reason he actually wins that lawsuit. Where would that $10 billion come from?
Again, it would come from...
Process-wise. I'm not asking like your opinion whether it's right or wrong.
It would come from Treasury.
It comes from Treasury, which comes from the general fund?
The Treasury general account.
So taxpayers?
Yes.
Thank you.
Part of the 440,000 taxpayers whose returns were leaked.
If the president, they're not suing, but if the president, we kind of touched on this earlier.
Yes. What's going on is Trump is literally suing his own fucking government so he can pay himself off with taxpayer money. It's incredible stuff. And basically what he'll do is get himself a fat little $10 billion tax credit. Incredible work. Robbing this shit blind, dude. Oh, this was, speaking of incredible work, here's Dan Bongino hitting a line that I didn't think they would be hitting anytime soon about the Epstein files.
Finally, there's a third class of people.
The third class of people after October 7th went crazy. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know how many times I have to tell you this. I stand fully, completely, and strongly against anti-Semitic bullshit. I don't know how many times I got to tell you this. It's amazing how many people think it's like the current thing to say like they hate the Jews or something. Really? You believe that? You realize where that's led throughout human history, absent the immorality of it? Now, you may say, oh, gosh, Dan, I can't believe that that's actually happening. Really? I promise you, go look at the Twitter. If the botting that does happen, and again, it's not all botting. The botting that does happen is very well organized. It is totally synthetic. It is all anti-Jewish nonsense. Read the comments. It's from like, I hate the Jews 101 and stuff. Just look at it. You can see it. It's so clearly fake. But it's an organized movement of people, and it's not a very large group of people, who've learned to amplify social media to attack anyone in the administration or outside who doesn't go and attack the Jews. 100%. Look and just read the comments. Don't take my word for it. Just go and look. Go look. You'll see it. It's everywhere. They all have the same goal. It is to dismantle this movement, take it apart from the inside, cause disruption, pick up the pieces, and rebuild it into something far different than a movement that actually conserves liberty. They all have the same goal. Libs, the anti-Jew crowd, and the Doomers. The exact same goal. Once you see it, you'll never unsee it. Look at the people sending out the messages. Look at who they associate with. Just listen to it. Just read the comments. Read their hand. They don't even hide it.
Yeah, he's going to lose a big chunk of his already fake audience for this. We talked about Epstein and Russiagate. I was going to talk about this. Robert Kraft, notorious sex criminal who was not prosecuted for his illicit activities. Owner of the New England Patriots. Go Seahawks, by the way. That Robert Kraft. Robert Rub-and-Tug Kraft is coming out with a whopper of an ad to combat anti-Semitism. Let's take a look.
Loser. Dude. Did you see that? Should we tell him? So bad. Oh, bro, look at him. Oh my gosh. It's not funny. Stop.
Do not listen to that.
Why did he put a blue Post-it on it instead of just ripping the Post-it off? Hey, yo, do not listen to them. Just take the Post-it off. This is, oh my God.
Do not listen to that.
Thank you, man.
I know how it feels.
No. No, this is so much worse than timeout. No. I know how it feels. Okay, white hands made this ad. I'm sorry. Black hands did not touch this ad. On Black History Month? On Black History Month? Of all months, you made this on Black History Month? You got to add comparing systemic racism that black people experience in the United States of America after 400 years of chattel slavery, rape, torture, ethnic cleansing, okay? And its contemporary wounds that have yet to heal. You are comparing it to like individual acts that are anti-Semitic, but like individual acts of bullying and harassment. You want to know why I know white hands made this? Because only white people think like, oh, saying the N-word is just like hurting a black person's feelings. Okay? Like anti-black racism is infinitely more complex and infinitely more damaging because it happens at the systemic level. It's not just about racism hurting a black person's feelings because like they were discriminated against as an individual in that very moment. It's not bullying. Bullying can happen, okay? Bullying can happen as a part of the racism that black people experience, but it's very much lower on the fucking totem pole of systemic harm that black people experience in general. That is crazy. Yeah, before he opens the locker, it looks like the kid's being bullied for being white. Yeah. Like there is no world where your Jewish name causes you to be overlooked for job opportunities in contemporary American history. Now, did it happen in the past? Certainly. Could it happen in the future? Maybe. Is it happening now? Fuck no. There is no world where your Jewish existence implies that you are more likely to go to prison, implies that you are more likely to be disproportionately targeted by the police, that you are more likely to get harsher sentences for the same crimes that non-Jews commit. You are out of your fucking mind if you have the audacity to compare anti-Semitic attacks to the systemic racism that black people experience on top of the anti-black harassment that they receive. What the fuck? A more equivalent example of systemic harm experienced by Jewish people would be not being able to get Passover and other religious holidays off on the explicit basis of it being a Jewish holiday, but that's too nuanced for some. I like how they're acknowledging America's racist past in this one circumstance only. No, I don't even think this is an acknowledgement of America's racist past. I think this is a refusal to acknowledge America's current racist today, its current racist presence. So it's worse than that. Guys, while Jews have been historically marginalized, undermined, and have been the recipient of unlimited amounts of pain, death, and destruction all the way up until the Holocaust, okay, Jews as an ethnic group or an ethno-religious group in this country have, through incredible amounts of hard work, overcome that oppression, and on top of that, are by and large doing fairly well. This doesn't mean that like all Jews are doing all right. This doesn't mean that all Jews are rich or whatever. But like the systemic racism that Jews experience is literally not comparable to black and brown people, to Muslims, okay, in this country. You are out of your fucking mind. This is something that is very important to identify, okay? Like that's crazy. This is embarrassing. This is fucking embarrassing. This is an embarrassment. I'm sorry. You are crying like a baby. What the fuck, dude? What are we doing? What are we fucking doing here? Anti-Semitism is still the only institutionally stigmatized form of bigotry in this country that remains, okay? I'm not going to say that's a bad thing necessarily, because all bigotry is bad and wrong, but to say that, like, come on, dude. Even the Jewish Daily Forward thinks this ad sucks. Robert Kraft's new Super Bowl ad about anti-Semitism already feels dated. If it was meant for the kids, they will laugh at how alien and out of touch it seems, writes PJ Grizzar. Okay, give me the actual article. Even the Tablet magazine's editor at large hated this ad, but it's because he's even more unhinged. This is fucking nutty, man.
Nah, they're not worth it, bro.
Yeah, you're right. I was tripping.
What's your name?
Name's Dave.
David?
Yeah.
Bilal.
Did he say Bilal? Ain't no fucking way these motherfuckers also made him a black Muslim too on top of it. Oh my God. Oh my Lord. Oh my Lord. Brother, come on, dude. Oh my God. Oh my God. I didn't know. Oh my fucking lordy, lordy, lordy. I cannot believe it. Did he say Bilal? They just hit the double Monty. I didn't even know that they could do that. I didn't know that they could do that. Flag on the fucking play. I thought they were just being disrespectful to black people. Turns out they were doing a double play here. God damn.
David?
Yeah.
Bilal.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Yeah. Also, as Jonathan Greenblatt has famously pointed to, when you say Jew hate or when you say stand up the Jewish hate, people in the United States of America think you're talking about standing up the Jews who are being hateful. Okay. Which makes this even funnier. That's right. They polled this. They polled the term stand up to Jewish hate. And many Americans, when they hear that, think, oh, yeah, you're right. We should stand up to Jews being hateful. That's what they think. Now, obviously, the large majority of Jewish Americans are normal ass people. They're very kind people. They're normal people just like everybody else, just like the non-Jews are. OK, but one must ask the question why the average American automatically assumes when someone says stand up to Jew hatred or stand up to Jewish hate, why do they think it's the Jewish people that are being hateful? I know why. It's because of Israel. I'm standing up to Jew hatred. Not the average American. Stop. No. The reason why they think that is because, let's be real, okay? And I think all of the Jewish HasanAbi heads will say this in the chat as well. They'll probably agree with me on this. Jews in America right now have a very bad rap. And it is like almost entirely around Israel. So much so that the automatic assumption is that if you're Jewish, everyone thinks that you're pro-Israel. If you're Jewish, everyone thinks you're Michael Rappaport. They don't even think you're like, oh yeah, I mean, my family lives there. I think they're fucked up. They think you're Michael fucking Rappaport. They think you're Amy fucking Schumer. Okay? They literally go, oh, Star of David, Amy Schumer. That's it. That's it. It's very hard to come back from that marketing. And I'm going to tell you right now, this kind of shit is not the way to come back from that marketing. The best way to come back from that marketing is to, hype up groups like Jewish Voice for Peace, which Robert Kraft is never going to do because Robert Kraft hates those Jews. Like all of the super ultra Zionist, super pro-Israel Jewish people despise anti-Zionist Jews almost as much as they despise anti-Zionist non-Jews. Maybe sometimes even more than they despise anti-Zionist non-Jews, because it's like it's almost seen as like a race traitor. You know what I mean? That's it. This kind of ad campaign, I'm saying this as somewhat of a warning, I guess, as someone from a Muslim background living in the United States of America, okay? Heed my warning. This kind of ad campaign makes you look like you are whining, okay? The average person does not think about the anti-Semitism numbers increasing and exploding exponentially. The average American thinks about Jews in positions of power, okay? And for the longest time, a lot of the Americans that thought about Jews in powerful places did not consider that to be like a negative thing. Sure, it was strange for them, I guess, but for the most part, they were like, oh, Hollywood's run by Jews. It's awesome. They make great TV shows, right? Like that was the attitude, okay? The dramatic attitude shift around Israel has caused a lot of people to second guess the notion of Jews in powerful places. Okay, this is why I always said for the longest time there was like this nascent, somewhat anti-Semitic notion, even though it's not an anti-Semitic notion if you have no problem with it. I at the end of the day, that Jews are overrepresented in Hollywood and all these other places, right? Yes, I said second guess. Shut the fuck up. Suck my dick. The thing is, when you pair this up with Israel, when you pair this up with like all of the pro-Israel sentiment, okay, the endless amounts of most U.S. Jews do not identify as Zionists even when they support Israel, JFNA finds. The survey also found that 7% of American Jews identify as anti-Zionists, rising to 14% among young adults. Only 1/3 of American Jews say they identify as Zionists, even as nearly 9 in 10 say they support Israel's right to exist as a Jewish and democratic state. According to a new survey, oh God, 9 out of 10. Ay, ay, ay. Devastating. I always say, if the ADL is worried about Israel's reputation, don't censor the Palestinian movement, censor Israelis. Would do wonders for Israel's reputation. Oh yeah, 100%. I think the Jewish Voice for Peace folks are more well-known than Michael Rappaport or even Jonathan Greenblatt. No, of course. When I say Michael Rappaport, I'm using Michael Rappaport as a fucking catch-all, chatter. I don't mean like people are directly tapped into Michael Rappaport's mania. I mean that there is a Michael Rappaport type figure that they have encountered at some point in the fucking media. That's what I mean. I don't mean literally Michael Rappaport. How do you not understand that? Nobody knows who the fuck Michael Rappaport is. We know because he's a fascinating little creature. Okay? I'm talking about a Michael Rappaport style unwell individual that has gotten in their fucking faces and is like, that's why I also said Amy Schumer, right? You can tell this was financed by boomer billionaires because this is not what school-age anti-Semitism looks like in 2026. Oh, yeah, there's also that aspect, too. Like, the whole Dirty Jew posted is so funny because, like, I think anti-Semitism has evolved dramatically since, like, someone writing Dirty Jew on a post-it and then slapping on the back of his fucking backpack. You know what I mean? That is not a thing, Hasan. It is mostly online. What do you mean? That's literally exactly how I was bullied in school. What the fuck do you mean? You're in a bubble, my guy. Most Americans do not think it's Jews being hateful. They just don't really care for Jews enough to take a stand up to Jewish hate seriously anyway. But yeah, they don't like Israel. My whole childhood, I was told people run Hollywood in the world, mostly by dumbass kids I went to school with. People thought of Jewish oligarchs and media giants as a bad thing. No, I'm saying that there are people like that. But by and large, most Americans weren't like you're talking about the anti-Semitic conspiracies that you encountered, okay? I'm saying the average person for like the last decade or so thought, oh yeah, there's a lot of Jews in Hollywood. Oh yeah, there's a lot of Jews in finance. But like it wasn't a major consequence. Nowadays, because of the attitude shift on Israel and because of the tying, the false conflation between Israel and Judaism, now they think it is a bad thing. You know what I mean? Now they think, oh, I'm being censored on TikTok or TikTok's being fucking sold because Jews. That's the way they operate. That's the way that they think. Does that make sense? That's why I always said there is like this nascent anti-Semitism that has always existed. And the thing that I was talking about, the stand up to Jewish hate thing, is not something that I made up. It's what the ADL studied. They literally ran the numbers on Jew hatred and its efficacy as a way to combat anti-Semitism. And not only did they find that this wasn't a good way to talk about like anti-Semitism, okay, that it was actually unhelpful because the poll results found out that the average person, when they think about standing up to Jewish hate, they don't think about like fighting against anti-Semitism. They think the reference is actually Jewish people being hateful. Jonathan Greenblatt talked about it. They ran the study. Yeah, it makes sense, but I experience anti-Semitism all the time. And I'd say most Jews do too. It's a super subtle thing, but I'm definitely anti-Israel. The only Jew I know that is. What is this?
Well, at least from my own experience, that there is very rampant anti-Semitism in the United States, at least.
That's your experience?
That has been my experience.
Are you Jewish?
I'm half Jewish, but it's not necessarily that it's directed at me, but people growing up, slurs against other races aren't tolerated, but slurs against Jews I would hear pretty regularly, lots of Jew jokes.
Let me tell you something, okay? Norm's about to be like, I say slurs all the time towards all the races. You are wrong. I don't know if I agree with this guy being like slurs against other races are not tolerated as opposed to slurs against Jews.
I don't agree with that at all. First of all, there was an era in which one calculated anti-Semitism not by a person's thoughts, because you can't control a person's thoughts. And even you can't control your thoughts. And even you probably can't figure out what's your quote-unquote real motive for whatever you do. Are you interviewing me now because of a sincere inquiry into the life of the mind? Or does it have an egotistical component? Or does it go back to something your mother said when you were 5 years old? You know, the human psyche is very complicated, and it's not susceptible to easy analysis or control. So there was an era where nobody ever thought about those things. When you talked about anti-Semitism, it meant, does it affect your job opportunities?
Yeah.
Does it affect your access to higher?
And there was definitely an era for Jews in the West where this was an impact. This played a role. Like this played a role in Jews getting jobs. Like there was material harm at the systemic level. When you erode the systemic aspect of discrimination, and this comes along with like Jews being perceived as white, okay? Because that's what it is at the end of the day. And there are obviously non-white Jews as well, but they receive discrimination, or at least historically in the last like, I don't know, last like 20, 30, 40 years or so, they have received discrimination on the basis of their other identity and I'm talking about systemic discrimination, by the way, not on the basis of them being Jewish.
Certain institutions of higher education. Does it affect where you're going to live? Does it affect negatively your interactions with the law? That's what anti-Semitism meant.
Yeah.
They were quantifiable, palpable, lucid expressions of this phobia, whatever you want to call anti-Semitism, okay? By that reckoning, can you name me a place in the United States where a Jew would have trouble purchasing a home or renting an apartment? Name me one place. I'd be curious. Can you name me one university, one college, one in the whole United States where a Jew would have trouble getting in because he or she was Jewish? One. Could you name me one profession? Does the medical...
Like, the same could even be said for the Irish. Like, the same could be said for Italians. Like, there was a historic period of time when Irish and Italian people were discriminated against on the basis of their ethnic background or the basis of their nationality. And then they were basically bracketed under the white category, right? And the same goes for Jews in general. There's still more discrimination towards Jews as a historically marginalized identity than like Italians and the Irish. So even in contemporary examples, like there is still more, like there's still a more resilient form of discrimination that is specifically directed towards Jews because of all of the, I guess because of the historical impact of anti-Semitism and how anti-Semitism is the canary in the coal mine of fascism, how like Jews being singled out has led to genuine pogroms and the Holocaust as well. So it's more complicated than that, right? Like, I'm not saying it's the same as like, okay, Jews are just like the Irish, they're white now. It's not, it's not like the same marginalization. There is a little bit of a difference there. But when you compare it to like black people historically and in contemporary society, like that's when you develop a better understanding of like systemic discrimination versus hurting someone's feelings or being rude to them and like being scary to them, right? So the stand up that Jew hatred ad has this impact of basically neutralizing all of that, or just like equalizing all of those different forms of racism, and it robs the systemic component of its significance. Okay, and for the outside world looking in, right, for non-Jewish people in general, when they see stuff like that, especially if they're like from a Latino background and they're seeing all this ICE raids and shit like that, or black people, right? They see, or Muslim people, they see stuff like this and they go, come on, dude, like really? Like, this is crazy. Jews by and large should be proud of the accomplishments. Like, American Jews should be proud of their accomplishments. Western Jews should be proud of their accomplishments. There's nothing wrong with that. It's wonderful. It's spectacular. Okay. You overcame great odds. This is true. Right. But part of the reason why, like, after all of those accomplishments, part of the reason why, like, these words ring hollow is because it comes across like it comes across like the only form of discrimination that impacts people is the personal, like person-to-person bullying and hatred and harassment that you receive, when clearly the more consequential aspect of racism, the more impactful aspect of racism is one that pertains to the material at the systematic level. What is this? But yeah, most Americans think the height of racism is just saying a slur word and not denying housing applications or loans. That's why they equate so much of the types of oppression. Exactly. That's why I said white hands touch this. Jews are more privileged than WASPs in American society. Okay, brother, you are fucking insane if you think that. That's borderline white supremacy. Like, the level of delusion that you're on if you say that, there is no group of people that are more privileged in American society than WASPs. WASPs built this country. What the fuck are you talking about, dude? This is a white Anglo-Saxon Protestant nation. Are you fucking crazy? That is insane, okay? Especially because, at least with Jews, you can point to real systemic discrimination against Jews on the basis of their Jewish identity and their religion throughout a long period of time. We fucking denied Jews the right to enter this country during the Holocaust. There has never been a moment in American history where WASPs were discriminated against. This is a WASP country. That is fucking delusional. Okay? That's crazy. That is so ahistorical. That is so unbelievably ahistorical to say. That is crazy to me. You could say, like, you can't even say that about Catholics in general, but like, at least if you said Catholics, it would be a little bit more believable. You know what I mean? Like, what are you talking about? There has never been a moment in this country where white Anglo-Saxon Protestants were discriminated against on the basis of being white and Anglo-Saxon and Protestant. Also, yeah, every fucking president is a white Anglo-Saxon Protestant. Almost every single president. We've had 2 Catholic presidents, 0 Jews, 1 black president. Almost every other president. What the fuck? Oh, that's awesome. Like, throughout the entire history of the United States of America, Kissinger was Jewish. Oh, I didn't realize he was the president. What the fuck are you talking about? Did you think Henry Kissinger was the president? Hello? For every Henry Kissinger, there is a million WASPs in that role, brother. What does Anglo-Saxon mean in WASP? I thought it just meant white. It's just think about it as white. Statistically, the chatter is not wrong. No, there is no statistic that the chatter is correct on. Unless you are literally talking about like by and no, even in statistics you're wrong. If we're gonna look at like occupants of positions of prominence throughout American history, WASPs still by and large are fucking running the numbers up. Okay, you're crazy. Come on now. No, you mean like, oh well, the country is mostly WASP. And the per capita argument is that like Jews are in a better financial situation per capita in comparison to the WASP. It doesn't matter. That's not how you look at fucking privilege. Like you can find one metric to game it out, but it doesn't it doesn't change anything. You know what I mean? Unc, you were filmed on the plane.
I don't know which one of you motherfuckers keep farting in front of me, folk, but that shit blowing the fuck out of me, G. Man, go to the fuck.
Okay, first of all, you know that ain't me because I'm sitting in business. All right, my pretty ass is sitting in business class. Okay, come on now. We do use the same metric for pollution per capita for Chinese people. Anyway, I feel the same way as an Indian American. You deal with racism often, but it's hard to feel truly subjugated when your race is the highest socioeconomic class. I mean, I go so far as to say that like Indian Americans are still denied job opportunities at a fucking higher rate on the basis of being Indian and therefore brown than Jewish Americans do. But I see the point that you're making. Okay? Like that's more valid for Indian Americans than it is for Jewish Americans if we're talking about systemic racism. Systemic racism impacts Indian Americans because of on the basis of just not being seen as like fully American. Jews by and large in the United States of America are white. They're a subcategory of white. That's just the reality. This is precisely the reason why they don't experience the same level of systemic racism that other people do. Okay? That's it. It's that simple. Sometimes it's that simple. American racism is not super complex, okay? That's why I separate American racism from European racism or American anti-Semitism from European anti-Semitism. European anti-Semitism requires a tremendous amount of reading, for example. Americans are illiterate. They're too illiterate to be Euro-style anti-Semites, okay?
Profession discriminate against Jews? There's a legal profession. I mean, that was once a problem. That's why Jewish law firms are created, because they couldn't get into the white shoe WASP law firms. Does that exist anymore? So this is just completely and totally.
I mean, low key, like part of the reason why there's Jews that are dominant in the field of law and in Hollywood is part of the historic discrimination that they experienced elsewhere. Like that's half the fucking story. Now it doesn't exist. You know what I mean? Like that's literally it. That's the whole point. They were excluded, so they chose alternative sectors where they could like create their own products, create their own goods and services. You know? So that's what I mean when I talk about like systemic discrimination. And because the overall like domineering attitude is that Jews are doing all right in general, you know what I mean? Like that's what Americans think. They're doing all right in general. When this kind of conversation takes place, most Americans think any kind of instance of reminding people that racism exists is frustrating for them. But it's doubly frustrating when it's a subgroup that is a part of the white group in general in the eyes of many people, and on top of that has the association with like being financially successful to begin with. So they go extra fucking, they get extra annoyed when they see this. Because remember, Americans by and large get mad when black people talk about the very real systemic discrimination that they face. They go, shut the fuck up. You're out of your mind. Oh, just pick yourself up by your fucking bootstraps. But when it's a Jewish person doing it, they'll be like, what the fuck are you saying? Because in the mind of like a dude living in a fucking trailer park, they think every Jewish person is like, you know, billionaire. They think every Jewish person is like dominating finance. So they get extra mad when they hear shit like this. They go, what the fuck? Dudes are going to be sitting around in the heartland watching the Super Bowl, and they're going to see that ad and they're going to be like, what do you mean? Every Jew is a banker and a lawyer, sometimes both at the same time. What the fuck do you mean there's any discrimination? And that will create even more enmity. That will actually cycle back to creating, unironically, more hatred towards Jewish people. Now, of course, that's not the case. Obviously, I'm not saying every Jewish person is like a tremendously financially powerful person. Okay? That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that's what like the average person thinks. I had a motherfucker tell me Rupert Murdoch is Jewish because he legit believes Jews own literally every media company. That's so funny. I know. Or like, I used to joke about this, but now I can't even fucking joke about it. But I used to say people treat Bill Gates like he's Jewish because of the association of like being a billionaire and being Jewish. People be like, oh, Bill Gates trying to microchip people. Like it's the 4chan technique of being like Jews in powerful places, like the Excel spreadsheet that they love posting that Kanye West had printed out. And it's like, I remember looking through that spreadsheet and like half of the people on the spreadsheet weren't even Jewish. So they decided suspected Jew. They slapped on suspected of being Jewish next to like people who aren't Jewish. Yeah, it's ridiculous. But yeah, at the end of the day, it's the ad rings hollow for the reasons that I just mentioned. The more Jewish supremacist state slaughters Palestinians, the more Jewish supremacist billionaires will be funding condescending, self-victimizing ads like this. The sticky note ad may not stick the landing on stopping Jew hate. New England Patriots owner Robert Kraft will be taking him on more than just the Seattle Seahawks on Sunday Night Super Bowl. New ad from Kraft's Blue Square Alliance Against Hate will beam to millions of homes. Yeah, they need to pull the plug on this ad, bro. This is going to lead to more, this is going to backfire. So much love and respect for Robert Kraft, but it's almost impossible to imagine a more R-worded ad than this from editor-at-large at Tablet Magazine. First off, let's do the same thing we did last year to make sure you understand we have no creativity left. Second of all, let's make the call to action posting a BLM-like bullshit square because that's what serious people do. Third of all, let's make sure the story we tell is of a dweeby Jew getting gallantly rescued by a cool black dude. If I had $10 million to spend on a Super Bowl ad, I'd just show a bunch of exploding beepers, dead Hamas and Hezbollah leaders, hot Israeli girls with guns. Oh my God. The first 2 points, I was like, okay, where is he going? And then he hit the dweeby Jew, and I was like, oh, this guy is Israel poisoned. This is the most Israeli tweet you can actually fucking find, okay? I don't know if Liel Leibovitz is living in the United States of America, but spiritually, his mind is in Israel. Because this notion that like, oh, in order to make Jews look cool, you gotta show how fucking militant we are, you know, militant Jews. Like, that is the most spiritually and mentally Israeli. The muscular Jew narrative is the most spiritually and mentally fucking Israeli thing you can do. I would go so far as to say, if you wanted to like promote Jews in America, just show Jewish contributions to the field of arts, academia, sciences. Like, what the fuck is this? Like, yeah, no, you don't understand. We're fucking Jews. We kill Arabs, dude. Come on. Like, what the fuck? This is an Israeli invention. You got thousands of years of the exact opposite of this thing with endless amounts of contribution in every field of study, in every important facet of like Western existence, American existence. And this motherfucker's like, nah, you know what we're good at? Killing Arabs. Mind-boggling. Caption, fuck around and find out. But hey, why go with Jewish power and pride when quivering victimhood mixed with the worst of social media clicktivism is exactly what some committee of overpaid PR pros and professional Jewish org types thought would work wonders. I'm telling you, this is the Israeli mindset. The idea that like Jews were dominated with pogroms, and Jews were dominated with the Holocaust because they were weak and feeble, and no longer will they ever be weak and feeble. They're actually, they're going to overcome it with military might. Okay, that's literally the Israeli mindset. Yeah, that would be great. Spend $10 million to remind people that American Jews are actually Israeli at a time when there is an unprecedented amount of hatred towards Israel, which is fucking warranted, mind you. Okay, yeah, remind them of all of the weapons that we paid for, so that they think that our tax dollars went into paying for this commercial as well. That is definitely going to make Americans go, oh, hell yeah, man. I love the muscular Jew. Like, that's crazy. Yeah, he's like, let's pump Kahan. Meyer Kahan instead of Einstein, dude. That's so funny. It's just so stupid. Yeah, fuck around and find out. The message should be a $10 million Super Bowl ad that says, do not cross the Jews or we will do terrorism. That will certainly make the dumb potato-headed wasps living in the heartland go, wow, I certainly love the Jews now. Incredible stuff. This is what I mean. It's the Israeli mindset, okay? That is literally the Israeli mindset. The notion that, like, Jews have to be strong, muscular, and we kill people. We kill people all the time. Remind people that we kill people all the time. In my work, actually, they like that stuff. Fuck no, dude. What are you talking about? Just remember, football fans, we can blow up your cell phones whenever and wherever we want. Hashtag stop anti-Semitism. True. I definitely think an ad showing dead bodies with fuck around and find out is the way to go. See, Brace had the same opinion. Yeah, this guy is fucking delusional, okay? What is this? The FBI log describes a fuzzy image of a possibly an inmate. The Inspector General logs it as an officer carrying orange linen or bedding, noting that in their final report as an unidentified corrections officer. Oh my God. I agree with Liel. A much better and more appealing Super Bowl ad would definitely feature real war footage of dead bodies blown apart by bombs. I swear to God, dude, Israeli mindset is so, I mean, I don't know. Look, there are a lot of Jewish people in academia, revolutionaries that have guided my worldview, okay? But I'm not Jewish, so maybe I'm speaking out of turn when I say this, but I truly feel like Israeli mindset is just an entirely separate mentality. Like, Zionism is an entirely separate mentality than thousands of years of Jewish culture. It's like antithetical to everything I have learned of the revolutionary history of Jews in general. It's crazy. It's always shocking to see it in real time. Israelis are Gentile coded? Yeah, no, they're hogs, man. I shouldn't be saying, I would never say Zionist and then insert animal term, but like they're like Republicans. They're like the Republican hogs. Like, they behave in the same way where it's like, oh yeah, we got to fucking shoot our problems dead, like it's crazy. Another 7 day again, GG's. No, I didn't say Zionist and then insert, I didn't do it. I didn't do that. But you know what I mean. Rip it one more time, YouTube chilling. This guy's ideal message of countering anti-Semitism is a straight up threat against the entire world on behalf of Jews aired during the Super Bowl. Great job, guys. Keep it up. It's just the universality of fascism, which I jokingly talk about when I say the universality of hog mindset, right? Bro, you just said that in the stream froze. Yeah, there's a reason why Israeli comedy resembles fucking Steven Crowder, right? Fascists are too angry. Reactionaries are too angry to make a joke, to find humor in life. The Stop Anti-Semitism commercial should be full of hot IDF guys wakeboarding over child skulls and then turning onto the camera and saying, all Jews love this and you better love this too or you're going to jail. Exactly. As a Jew, Israelis are fucking freaky, man. I went on birthright, step off the plane after 13 hours. They just sit us down on the floor of the airport and basically explain that we should marry Jewish and have many children to fix the demographic concerns of the Israeli government. Wild stuff. I mean, it's fascism. That's it. Anybody that anybody that fucking comes up and tries telling you about the demographic concerns of the in-group should raise alarm bells, right? Like, that's it. Like when a white guy says that, you know exactly what it is. Oh, we got demographic concerns in our country that is supposed to be an ethno state. Okay, that seems a lot like you're a Nazi, because you are. You're a fucking Nazi. What the fuck do you mean demographic concerns? Like, what are we talking about? Yeah, there's this part too. Beirut today. Lebanese authorities say Israeli aircraft sprayed glyphosate herbicide over farmland near the blue line at levels far above normal use. The spraying damaged crops and raised health and environmental concerns, drawing condemnation from officials and UNIFIL. Israel's objective here is to turn the entirety of southern Lebanon into a barren wasteland in order to thin out the population. In the short term, that will allow Israel to turn southern Lebanon into a buffer zone. In the long term, we'll start seeing Israeli settlements. Does South Korea now have demographic concerns, though? Yes, they do, and so does Japan. Except the difference is there isn't already an indigenous population that they're fucking dominating in South Korea, okay? Israel's demographic concerns are because the indigenous population is increasing. Hello? How can you not comprehend this? And for the record, Japan and South Korea's population concerns or demographic concerns also revolve around their refusal to allow ease of access to fucking migrants. So it's a different version of the same problem, but it's not super far off. What, you think I'm going to fucking defend the South Korean government? No. Makes sense. I just think it's trouble not to want to go extinct. Brother, you are misunderstanding my point. Okay? You are misunderstanding my point. That's why they're the safest countries. Oh, yeah? You think that's the reason why they're the safest countries? You think that's the appropriate thing to do? Okay. How about we take advantage of, how about we copy some of their laws, for example? No more guns. Do you like that? I like that. Would you go along with that? Because I think that probably plays a much larger role than whatever dumb fucking Nazi opinion you have about a homogenous society. Okay, I just explained to you how the interest in maintaining a homogenous society is unironically suicidal. It's killing. It's making the Japanese go extinct. Okay, that is quite literally the reason why they're going extinct. The reason why they're safe is not because it is a homogenous society. The reason why they're safe is because, well, they have a more collectivist mindset, if you want to think about like cultural attitudes. But outside of that, they also have no fucking guns. Also, they're old as shit. I feel like old people do less crime in general than young people. Speaking of Nazi, this clip was made for you. Bro forgot he's LARPing as a Muslim.
Right there, yep. He says he can't hear either.
I can hear you now. Can you hear me?
Oh, I sure can, brother.
I'm low-key kind of surprised. I don't think Sneeko is LARPing, dude. He literally fucking... I mean, this is surprising. Saying old people do less crime than young people is hilarious. Soon after the latest Epstein files release. I mean, that's crazy. You think Epstein is how old people commit crimes? When we're talking about like violent crimes, we're talking about like fucking robbing a store with a gun. When you're 80, it significantly diminishes the likelihood that you're going to rob a store with a gun. Twitch chat does nothing but sidetrack. Kind of sucks. You're right, chatter. YouTube chatter is on top. Are you planning on seeing Zoran at all during your time in New York? Yes. But it's entirely dependent on his schedule because he is the mayor now. So that makes it a lot more difficult to carve out time. I don't think he forgot and thought he could get away with eating pork. I generally think it was stupid because he's stupid. I mean, maybe. All right, let's watch Jake Lang.
Support you. We support ICE. Our country.
Outside the Minnesota State Capitol, conservative activist Jake Lang was arrested after defacing an ICE protest ICE sculpture, changing prosecute ICE to pro-ICE. Authorities say he caused about $6,000 in damage and booked him in the Ramsey County Jail. Want to debate policy? Great. Want to vandalize and get arrested for it? That comes with consequences, dumbass.
It's made for Americans, not for Somalis.
You up this late, bro? Bro, it's 5 p.m. It's 8 p.m. here in New York, the New York of America. But it's 5 p.m. Wait, did they add a sound or does it just... Did they add a sound in post or does it just unironically sound like he's letting off like a little poot? Like a little pooty poo fart? No. Oh my God, why is he so soy?
ICE, baby. America first, America only. We'll see you here February 7th, Saturday, 12 noon, outside the Minnesota State Capitol.
God, he's so ugly. What? Statement from Jacob Thomas with Common Defense. I gave 8 years of my life in service of this country in the military for a January 6th insurrectionist to destroy our displays and attack on the First Amendment. Veterans like me fought to defend. Like the ICE agents who murdered Alex Peretti and Rebecca Good, these criminals need to be prosecuted. It's fucking awesome that it sounds like he's doing a pooty poo while he's kicking that thing. Poot, poot. Do you agree with his lineup?
Central Asian Israel. African Israel.
That's fucked up.
Israel. The original most successful Israel. Latino Israel.
Oh my God.
South Asian Israel.
Oh my God, he's cooking.
East Asian Israel.
Oh my God.
Khaliji Israel.
Oh my God.
North African Israel.
Oh my God.
Let me know if any that I missed.
Damn, it's fucked up. Like, he ain't totally wrong, but that's still fucked up. It still hurts. You know what I mean? England was the Israel of the world for a good 350 years. He left the UK, European Israel. I mean, technically a lot of the European countries are like Israel, but definitely at least got to hit England there. Ironically enough, England is responsible for Israel. Like, it's kind of crazy because of how much America dick rides Israel into oblivion that we fucking forgot about Lord Balfour. Okay. How the fuck did Israel form to begin with? Truly, like, everything that you can point to in present history that sucks dick, you can go back to America and blame America. And everything in the past, you can kind of blame on England, including America. England is so responsible for every evil thing that has taken place that you could blame America on England as well. Like, low key, they did that shit. Anyway, apparently Jake Lang is going to prison. And that, to me, is awesome. Also, here's another fucking 45-year-old man getting his comeuppance. For those of you who don't know, this fucking 45-year-old dipshit MAGA hat wearing asshole walked up to a bunch of teenagers and started throwing hands, and it did not go the way he wanted it to go. They were beating his ass, bro. They were whooping his ass. They were whooping his ass like it's weapons. Okay, I'm gonna fight high school protesters. Damn, them high school protester kids got hands. Bro, that is so awesome. The walk of shame after getting your fucking ass beat. Oh my God, that's so awesome. They're still throwing shit at him. Oh, that's so sick. Oh, that's so sick. Love this. Okay. Now, initially, the MAGA Twitter was trying to make it seem like this guy's a victim because the video here starts with him getting his ass beat. Okay. Does anyone have the longer video? Because it fucking turns out he didn't just randomly start getting an ass whooping by a bunch of rowdy teenagers. Okay. Yeah. The MAGA Twitter tried to say he was a teacher. They tried to say the kids just started rocking his shit for no reason because they hate MAGA or whatever. Okay. That's what they were trying to say. Well, it turns out our boy was actually putting his hands on a teenager. He punched a little girl first. He fucked around and he found out. Another hog showed up. Wait, what? You want some too old man looking like Glenn Beck? Glenn Beck looking ass? Do some, ho. Oh, yeah, here. The clip making the rounds in right-wing circles and missing the beginning literally had to make the kids look bad. This clip has more. Yeah, look. This fucking asshole gets out of his car, starts harassing teenagers, and then literally walks up to one of the girls and starts fucking beating her ass. And then the rest of the video. I don't know why did he shave his head? What the fuck? Why does he have hair in the video? Maoism intensifies in the American countryside. A long march is necessary. Okay? I'm telling you, dude. Give these kids a red armband and let them go to fucking town on the reactionaries. I get how that shit happened now. Give them copies of the quotations by Chairman Mao and a bunch of red armbands and let them go to fucking town, dude. Respect. Anyway. All right. Just wanted to give you guys a little update on that, but that's all I got for today. I'm tired as hell. It's 8 p.m. here. A little 5 hour and 30 minute slot. Tomorrow I'll be more, tomorrow I'll have more energy and I'll be live for longer and I'll be live earlier as well, hopefully. Love you guys. And I'll see you tomorrow. Half day Hasi. You already know what it is. Bye-bye.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan.
The starlock to the starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. There he is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sat in Discord at your prop, great names take on break. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. There he is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. Reading live stream fail comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again, her sun is streaming, her sun